Chapter 448. No, it's not dead yet. Sulen suddenly reacted. He didn't hear the system prompt, which meant that the brain hunter was still alive. At this moment, there were some noises coming from the black hole at the bottom of the battlefield. Then, a severely mutilated brain hunter appeared in front of him. The brain hunter looked extremely miserable. The tentacles on its head had all disappeared, and only 3 of its 12 spidery legs were left. His brain-like body had become tattered, and only 5 of his 13 eyes remained intact. Half of his body had disappeared without a trace, and his life force had fallen to the lowest point. The brain hunter's ethereal body didn't have any fatal parts, and its life force was extremely tenacious. It actually survived the tactical attack just now. Although it survived, it was now in a very dangerous state, and its life force was very weak. As soon as a brain hunter escaped from the particle cannon, it flew away without hesitation. It was obvious that the attack just now had scared it out of its wits. Want to run? Stay. Sulen's figure appeared out of thin air again, and blocked the brain hunter's path. He was also a little worried about the brain hunter's tenacious life force, but since the cannon didn't kill it, he would directly hack it to death. Dimensional anchor. A magic light flashed and instantly hit the brain hunter's ethereal body. Its body that had already entered the alternate dimension was directly expelled. Confinement. 5 high-quality magic gems instantly turned into little fluorescent lights. This was a confinement tool specially made by Hathaway. It could even trap the brain hunter for a few seconds. A silver-white rune appeared in an instant, and then directly restrained the brain hunter's body. Suluan's figure flashed and appeared beside the brain hunter. He swung the storm war halberd in his hand and swung it down. Endless lightning formed a lightning blade on the halberd's blade. Following a flash of lightning, the brain hunter before him was instantly split in half. The storm halberd was very sharp and had the effect of breaking magic. With Sulen's great strength and weakness detection, he could directly kill the brain hunter. A strong negative energy aura instantly spread from his corpse, and the surrounding lightning power spontaneously attacked, directly dispersing the negative energy that had condensed into a solid entity. Soul binding technique. Sulen took out a high-quality magic gem that he had prepared beforehand. A dazzling radiance blossomed from the gem. Purple magic energy gushed out, and directly turned into chains that instantly wrapped around the black mist. The black mist was instantly dispersed, revealing the soul of the brain hunter. An energy vortex suddenly appeared with the magical gemstone as the center. An invisible suction force tore at the soul of the brain hunter, trying to pull it into the vortex. Realizing that this was its last chance, the brain hunter struggled to escape. However, the rune chains on its body tightly bound it, and pulled it into the vortex bit by bit. In the end, the brain hunter let out a miserable shriek as it was completely pulled into the gemstone by the chains. As the brain hunter's soul was absorbed into the magical gemstone, the originally dazzling magical gemstone quickly turned into a pure black gemstone. There was even an evil force field around the gemstone. This magical gemstone had been transformed into an extremely evil magic stone by the soul of the brain hunter. If it was left alone, this magic stone would constantly emit an evil aura that would slowly change the surrounding environment, and even corrupt ordinary people. Thunder prison. Endless lightning appeared again. Sulen gently threw this magic stone into the thunder prison. The endless lightning quickly shrank. In the blink of an eye, the thunder prison had shrunk to the size of the magic stone. With a flash of lightning, it instantly merged with the magic stone. A piece of black gemstone gently fell into Sulen's hand. The original evil aura had all disappeared. Sulen heaved a sigh of relief. With the death of the brain hunter, Sulen also dispersed the thunder territory. After all, there was not much energy in his body now. Sulen casually put away the 2 halves of the brain hunter's corpse. He looked around and then prepared to leave. The entire castle had disappeared, so naturally, there were no other spoils. Sulen felt a little regretful. One must know that aristocrats generally accumulated a lot of wealth in their castles. These were originally his spoils of war, but they were all gone with a single blast. Next time, I should take the spoils of war away in advance. Sulen glanced at the deep pit and said. In addition to the brain hunter's corpse, Sullen's 12 steel golems also needed to be teleported back. During the battle just now, these steel golems had already escaped in advance. Although they were still a little damaged, their soul cores were intact. They could be used again after some repairs. The original location of the castle had turned into a deep pit. It seemed that the attack just now had opened up the underground water layer. Water continued to appear in this deep pit. Perhaps it would not be long before a small lake appeared here, outside the battlefield. When Sullen's figure landed from the sky, Alex and Phyllis, who were waiting at the side, immediately rushed over. "Did you get rid of that monster? Are you hurt? Was that attack just now Sister Hathaway cast? It's too powerful." Sullen stretched out his hand and knocked on their heads. Then he said, "Okay, it's done. Let's get out of here first." The earth-shattering commotion just now naturally alarmed many people. If it were not for the fact that they did not dare to approach, they would have already come to watch the show. Sullen snapped his fingers and contacted Hathaway through the telepathic link. He asked her to open the teleportation portal. A magic light descended from the sky, and Sullen's group, along with the steel golems, all disappeared. After dealing with the brain hunter, Sullen returned to the Northwind Tower. Hathaway, who had been anxiously waiting, finally breathed a sigh of relief. If it were not for the fact that the particle cannon needed someone to operate and open the portal, she would have gone with Sullen. "Sister Hathaway, you're too powerful. Was that purple beam of light a spell you cast? It's too powerful." Such a big castle just disappeared, and the place where it used to be turned into a lake. And that ugly big bug was also cut in half by Sullen. It was a thrilling adventure. I'm going to record it down and let the bard sing it. Alex, who was talking nonstop, was directly cast by Su Luan's anti-magic and muting technique. His mouth kept opening and closing, but he couldn't make any sound. Sullen took out the body of the brain hunter just now and handed it to Hathaway. "This is the body of the brain hunter. Deal with it as you see fit." Phyllis and Alex returned to San Felto City. The battle just now must have alarmed the people of San Felto City. You two go back and guard it, in case the people below have other ideas. Alright, that's all for now. I need to rest. Don't disturb me if there's nothing important. Sullen arranged everything and went into seclusion. The battle just now could be said to be the most difficult battle Sullen had ever encountered. The energy in his body was almost depleted, so he did not check his rewards immediately. Instead, he used meditation to recover his energy. The seclusion room was connected to the elemental pool. The elemental energy here was abnormally abundant. When Sullen was meditating, a large amount of elemental energy began to enter his body. When Sullen woke up again, he had completely recovered. After getting up and moving his body, Sullen began to check his rewards. The battle is over. You have obtained an epic victory. Ding. Congratulations to the host. You have successfully killed the brain hunter. You have obtained 352,100 experience points. You have obtained the item Star Iron. You have obtained the item Adamantine Ingot X3. You have obtained the item Mithril Ingot X3. You have obtained the item Mountain Copper Ingot X3. Congratulations to the host. You have successfully killed the brain hunter. You have obtained the Diamond Treasure Chest X2. Congratulations to the host. You have successfully destroyed the stronghold of the Overseer cult. You have obtained an epic victory. You have obtained 283,000 experience points. The Overseer Cult Annihilation Battle, Advanced Legendary. In October 1688 of the Huiyue calendar, you have discovered traces of the Overseer cult. After searching for a while, you have found their stronghold. You have successfully raided this stronghold and eliminated the mind flayers and brain hunters. Your name has spread widely across the continent. Prestige plus 10. The experience points gained this time were a lot. Sullen directly leveled up to level 28. The 2 attribute points he obtained were also added to his dexterity. He didn't obtain many items this time, but he did obtain a lot of precious metals. Star iron was a metal that was very rare in the prime material plane. It was usually only found in the astral plane. This was the core left behind after the death of a star. It was a very precious metal that had many uses. The legendary neutron star golem required this metal. In addition to these, adamantine, mithril, and mountain copper were also precious metals. After making the particle cannon, the precious metals stored in the Northwind Tower had been depleted. Now that he had these, it was just enough to replenish them. The reward this time was also 2 diamond treasure chests. These should be the best treasure chests at the moment. Including these 2, Sulen had only obtained 3 of these treasure chests. Opening the storage space, the 2 crystal-clear diamond treasure chests appeared in front of him. Without hesitation, Sulen chose to open the treasure chests. Congratulations to the host. You have successfully opened the diamond treasure chest. You have obtained the item Danger Tungsten Steel X1. Congratulations to the host. You have successfully opened the diamond treasure chest. You have obtained the item 9 Transformations Golden Pill X1. After hearing the system prompt, Sulen immediately checked the attributes of the 2 items. Danger Tungsten Steel. A magical metal that fell from the heavens. It is a precious magical material that is one of the materials used to forge divine artifacts. The Danger Tungsten Steel contains a magical power. After equipping it, you will receive a buff. Mental Strength plus 10, Constitution plus 10, Innate Effects, Mana Recovery Mind's Eye. Attribute bonuses above 50 are ineffective. Chapter 449. The perilous tungsten steel was the same as the 9th heaven black iron. They were both materials used to forge artifacts. Moreover, the material itself had power and could increase attributes. It just so happened that the original perilous tungsten steel had lost its effect. His mental strength had long exceeded 30 points. Now this perilous tungsten steel came at the right time. The upper limit of his mental strength increased to 50 points. Moreover, the 2 additional talents were also very good. The mana recovery effect was doubled compared to before. The other talent was Heart's Eye, which could see through illusions. With this talent, he would be able to ignore most illusion spells. Illusionists would be beaten up in front of him. Moreover, this perilous tungsten steel was a material used to forge artifacts. It would be useful when he had the ability to forge artifacts in the future. The other item from the diamond treasure chest was the 9 Transformation Golden Pill. The name of this item sounded very impressive. Sulen couldn't wait to check it out. 9 Transformation Golden Pill. A miraculous pill made with 36 rare herbs and hundreds of potions. It has incredible medicinal effects. After use, it can increase 5 free attribute points. A bottle of 5 pills. Increase 5 free attribute points. After seeing the effect of this bottle of elixir, Su Luan also beamed with joy. With this elixir, he could soon increase all his attributes to 50 points. This pill was much more effective than the Jade Fragment Golden Pill, Wisdom Leaf, and Big Dipper Serum. After carefully putting away this bottle of pills, Sulen took out the most valuable loot. It was the magical gem that imprisoned the Brain Hunter's soul. The Brain Hunter was worshipped as a god by the Overseer cult. Although it wasn't a true god and was only a false god, an evil god, the worship of its believers had brought it a lot of benefits, the most obvious of which was its divinity. After Sulen killed the Brain Hunter, he found divinity in its soul. This was also the reason why the Brain Hunter's soul didn't leave behind a legendary grade soul crystal. On this soul binding stone, other than the Brain Hunter's soul, there were 2 more divinity. Divinity was the most mystical energy in the multiverse. It could fuse with all kinds of energy. It didn't matter if the energy was noble or lowly, holy or evil, orderly or chaotic. The gods had divinity, and so did the demons and devils. Even the evil gods and abominations had divinity. This power seemed to come from the bloodline, but it also seemed to come from the soul. Like most divine creatures and abominations, the divinity in their bodies mostly came from the bloodline. Because their parents or ancestors were gods or related to gods, they inherited the bloodline of gods, and thus had divinity. Demigod liches didn't have any flesh or blood, but they had divinity. This divinity came from their souls. Then there were the ancient demonic creatures and monsters that also had divinity in their souls. Even at the most glorious time of the Arcane Empire, the great arcanists had not thoroughly studied the secrets of divine power. Of course, they had gained something. Since the age of thorium, These arcanists had been eager to master the power of divinity. They even thought about seizing the power of the gods. One of the craziest arcanists even specially researched and invented a 12-circle super spell, Casus's Gate. He succeeded, but also failed. He succeeded because he successfully killed a god and seized the power of the god. He failed because the body of an ordinary person couldn't bear the huge power of the god and exploded. The final result was a huge disaster in the age of thorium. And because of this reason, Casus's Gate was banned, and all spells were destroyed. Of course, there were also some arcanists who turned into liches for a long life. They studied some secrets of divinity for a long time, and became demigod liches. Sulen brought the magical stone that sealed the brain hunter to the astrology platform. At this time, Hathaway was looking through the information. She was now studying the puzzle. The wizard tower didn't have a puzzle to protect it. Is this the soul-binding stone of the brain hunter? Seeing Sulen coming, Hathaway said in surprise. Yes. Sulen nodded and said, "Come and help me. I need to separate the divinity and soul power in its soul." Okay. Hathaway nodded. The two of them quickly set up a runic array, and placed the soul-binding stone inside the runic array. With the powerful energy rushing out of the element pool, Suren and Hathaway's figures were suspended in the air, one on the left and one on the right. Unseal. A light flashed in Sulen's hand, and the soul-binding stone flew directly. The lightning power on the surface of the soul-binding stone began to slowly release. In an instant, an evil aura appeared from the soul-binding stone. Soul extraction. Hathaway reached out and grabbed the soul-binding stone. Then silver runic chains appeared and shot into the soul-binding stone. In the next second, the brain hunter's painful howl sounded on the astrology platform. As the silver chains continued to pull, the soul of the brain hunter was slowly dragged out. The brain hunter that was dragged out struggled frantically to get rid of the silver chains. However, under Hathaway's power, all its movements were in vain. Soul extraction. Sulen waved his staff, and a purple soul power was instantly extracted from the soul of the brain hunter. This power was filled with evil, depravity, and other negative emotions. This was also the origin of the evil power of the brain hunter. Sulen did not choose to integrate this evil power into his body. Instead, he took out a high-purity magic gem and directly sealed this soul power in it. After extracting a part of the soul power, this part of the brain hunter's soul power was quickly exhausted. The last part of the soul body that was extracted by Hathaway had become translucent. In this part of the soul, a faint golden energy appeared. This golden energy was divinity. Seeing that the soul power was exhausted, Sulen's hand flashed, and he ended the soul extraction. Then he waved his staff again, and began to separate the divinity in the soul of the brain hunter. Sulen was now very familiar with the divinity. He instantly activated his powerful power, and directly extracted the divinity from the soul of the brain hunter. Then he integrated it into his body little by little. Divinity extraction. The golden divinity was extracted from the brain hunter's body. Divinity was a very strange power. It could be integrated with various powers, and it could also be completely separated and integrated into one's body. Of course, during the integration, the consciousness carried by the divinity must be removed. The divinity of the natural gods was the easiest to remove. These natural gods were very rare. The divinity of the lower planes was the hardest to remove, such as demons, devils, evil gods, abominations, and so on. These divinity contained too many consciousnesses. In the beginning, it was not a big problem. However, if it was not removed, these divinity consciousnesses would slowly accumulate. When enough was accumulated, schizophrenia was only a small problem. It could even directly cause Sulen's mind to be confused and have a mental breakdown. This was also the reason why it was so difficult for ordinary people to integrate divinity. Of course, even gods would be affected by divinity. Many gods were even unknowingly affected by the consciousness in divinity. Gods were not as good as one imagined. Many gods would slowly be affected by these forces after mastering the priesthood, divinity, and divinity. Their various behaviors would also be affected. If the gods could not remove these consciousnesses as much as possible, they would eventually become slaves to the priesthood, divinity, and divinity. At that time it would not be them mastering the priesthood, divinity and divinity, but they would become the embodiment of the priesthood, divinity and divinity. In comparison, the divinity of the natural gods was easier to integrate. However, there were too few of them. As traces of pale golden divinity were extracted, Sullen's body flashed. Then he began to guide these divinities into his body. These divinities turned into extremely fine golden threads and poured into his body. With the entry of this divinity, if his soul left his body at this time, he would find that a large number of golden threads had appeared on his soul. In addition to his soul, even the golden color of his blood had increased a little. Sulen had long discovered that changes in the soul would affect changes in the body. Similarly, changes in the body would gradually affect the soul. The body and the soul affected each other. Soon, a trace of satisfaction came from Sullen's body and soul. He stopped the absorption of divinity when his body reached the limit of divinity absorption. Thunder flashed on Sullen's body, and the soul of the brain hunter was once again sealed in the magic gemstone. Countless flashes of thunder flashed, and the thunder prison appeared again. In an instant, the entire gemstone was wrapped up. The soul-binding stone returned to its previous state, but the original black and translucent soul-binding stone had become much lighter. 1/3 of it was extracted. Sulen picked up the soul-binding stone and checked it. Then he put it away again. At the same time, Hathaway also used a magic gemstone to seal the soul power extracted from the brain hunter's body. Only 1/3 of the soul power was extracted, and this soul crystal reached the level of a quasi-legendary. Although it was only a quasi-legendary ranked soul crystal, the purity of its soul force was that of a high legendary ranked soul crystal. Suluan didn't want to split it up and use it. A high legendary ranked soul crystal, like this, was something that could only be found by chance. After extracting all of the brain hunter's soul force, this soul crystal would become a high legendary ranked soul crystal. This level of soul crystal had many uses. Many legendary construct magic statues could only be made with this level of soul crystal. Chapter 450. Sulen knew several types of legendary construct golems that required such high-grade legendary soul crystals, such as Arcane Guard, Magic Breaker, and Titan Guard. These high-grade legendary golems with a challenge rating of more than LV25 were not easy to deal with. Arcane Guard, as the name implied, was a golem that could use spells. This golem's melee ability was average, but its magic ability was very strong. Magic Breaker was immune to most magic damage, and its attacks had magic penetration and sharpness. It was very difficult to deal with. Titan Guard was a combination of the two types of golems. Whether it was magic attack or physical attack, it was very powerful, and had a strong defense. The Titan Golem's challenge rating was as high as LV30, which was no weaker than an ancient dragon. Of course, the cost of building such a golem was astronomical. The total cost of the Northwind Tower might not be enough. Sulen also did not have the construction information of such a golem. This kind of golem had been built in small numbers during the Arcane Empire. The main materials were a kind of memory metal and titan iron, which had unimaginable defense and lethality. Sulen had saved the high-grade legendary crystal to make a legendary golem in the future. Sulen extracted 1/3 of the divinity of the brain hunter, which was exactly 1 point of divinity. In addition to his original 7 points of divinity, he now had 8 points of divinity. When the accumulation of divinity reached 10 points, it would trigger a qualitative change, and he would become a demigod creature. It just so happened that there were 2 points left in the brain hunter. As long as he absorbed all of them, he would become a demigod. After absorbing a little divinity, Sulen did not stay. After saying goodbye to Hathaway, he immediately ran back to retreat. The divinity of the brain hunter had a strong negative will. After he extracted the divinity of the brain hunter, there was always a desire to destroy, and kill in his brain. If Sulen had a choice, he would certainly not extract the divinity that was rich in negative will. However, since the end of the Arcane Empire, the number of divine creatures had become fewer and fewer. Most of these divine creatures, such as the unicorn, the feathered serpent, the sun eagle, and so on, had left the material plane. He could not find them even if he wanted to. There were also some ancestral spirits or natural spirits worshipped by primitive tribes. Although they were not divine creatures, they still had a lot of divinity. In order to get rid of the negative consciousness, Sulen could only rely on meditation to slowly fight against his own will. In the end, the negative consciousness would be completely wiped out. This process was very difficult and would take a lot of time. The ancient arcanists might have a special way to eliminate negative consciousness, but unfortunately it was long lost. Sulen would not absorb any more divinity before these negative consciousnesses were completely eliminated. If there were more of these negative consciousnesses, the impact on him would be even greater, and it would be even more difficult to eliminate them. Of course, doing this also had its benefits. It would allow him to become more familiar with the power of divinity. At the same time, there would be no side effects, and he would not be controlled by the divinity. In the seclusion room, the surging power of the elements in the elemental pool kept pouring in, and then washing Sulen's body. At this time, Sulen was constantly pushing out the negative consciousnesses in his soul little by little. With the help of the huge elemental pool, he dispersed and eliminated them. This situation had been going on for 2 days, and most of the negative consciousnesses in Sulen's body had been eliminated. The remaining negative consciousnesses had a very low impact on him, and using the elemental pool to remove them had become very slow. He could only rely on his own efforts to slowly remove them. The North Wind Tower had not changed much during this period. The North Town next to it had also developed rapidly. After such a long period of training, the little succubus Chrissy's art of management had reached a very high level. The entire North Wind Principality was well managed by her. Sulen walked out of the Wizard Tower. It had started to snow in the North Town. The North Wind Principality had entered winter, and the streets were still very busy. Carriages full of goods were leaving the city. This was the last trade of the year. These merchants had to leave the North Wind Principality before the snow blocked the roads. Otherwise, they would have to wait until next year. The wasteland in winter was very dangerous. At this time, the wasteland was a vast expanse of white. There was almost nothing to refer to, so it was very easy to get lost. Food was scarce in winter. The gnolls, kobolds, ogres, and orcs who lacked supplies would crazily attack the caravans in the wasteland in order to survive. Even the greediest merchant would not do business during this time. Although Sulen was not in the North Town most of the time, the new perfume and rose essential oil products in the North Town were selling very well. These 2 new products had become very popular in the surrounding countries. Those rich ladies and socialites were crazily chasing after the perfume from the North Town. With the perfume and all kinds of flower essential oil, the North Town's monthly income had almost doubled. Sure enough, whether it was in his previous life or here, women's money was the easiest to earn. Master. Sulen came to the town hall. Chris was in the office dealing with some matters. When she saw Sulen come in, a trace of surprise flashed across her face. Sulen stared at Chris with his mouth agape. Chris was wearing a black office lady outfit and a pair of crystal rimless glasses. Her towering breasts stretched the silk shirt to an astonishing degree. Her long legs were wrapped in black stockings, and she was wearing a pair of 10 centimeters high heels. She looked like a sexy white-collar lady in the city. Master, am I beautiful today? Seeing Sulen's eyes, Chris was proud. This was the style of clothing that Sulen had told them when he was free. She had spent a lot of effort to make it. As a succubus, Chris discovered how to show off her advantages incisively and vividly when she put on this dress. The cut of the dress was very slim and curvy. The waist was tight, and the skirt was very short. Coupled with Chris's naturally charming temperament, Sulen's heart was burning. Sulen's figure flashed, and he instantly came to the little succubus side. He reached out and took her into his arms. In the next second, a space portal opened beside him. Sulen directly carried the little succubus through the portal and appeared in the palace bedroom. Chris's current outfit was a complete surprise. Sulen had only casually drawn a picture before. He did not expect Chris to actually make it. In the face of this temptation, Sulen could not resist at all. His palm groped around the peach for a while. Then he dishonestly got in, wanting to enter the chassis of the car to repair it. As an old prostitute, The succubus Chris was very clear about Sullen's preferences. Her body twisted slightly, wanting to avoid him. "Master, I still have work to do," Chris said righteously, but her expression was more like she wanted to reject him. Sulen smiled slightly in his heart. He instantly understood the little succubus's meaning. Was she going to play a scene? He was very good at this. Old collared woman amami. His fingers nimbly repaired the chassis of the car. When he came out, his hands were already covered in engine oil. Looking at the oil on his hands, Sulen smiled slightly. "The car is leaking oil. Fix the car first, or it will affect my work." Then he slid his palm into the car door and gripped the steering wheel tightly. The succubus's steering wheel was large and round, completely ergonomic. It was very elastic and soft. The steering wheel was very smooth, without any sense of stagnation, and was very elastic. Chris, on the other hand, looked like she would rather die than submit. Her performance was worthy of a movie queen, but her struggling movements seemed to be deliberately cooperating with Sulen. With Chris' cooperation, Sulen was even more unscrupulous. He reached out and pulled up the ferrule, then stepped on the accelerator and went straight to the target. Chris was shocked and wanted to escape in horror, but she was caught by Sulen before she could run 2 steps. He held the steering wheel with one hand and went directly to the field. The carriage was ready, and the single-cylinder 2-stroke engine was ready. According to Sullen's skillful driving skills, this kind of carriage would have no problem speeding 100 or 200 miles per hour. And according to the succubus's physique, this kind of speed could be sustained. This carriage could be said to be made of the best material in Northtown, so it was very fast. With a command, Sulen opened the door, grabbed the steering wheel, and inserted the single-cylinder engine. Bah, stepped on it. The oil was lubricated, and the engine fitted perfectly. Suddenly, the carriage trembled slightly. With a gasp, the engine roared, and the speed soared to 6,000. He stepped on the accelerator, and the carriage shot off. In just a few seconds, the speed reached the highest. As an old prostitute, Chris's driving skills were very good. For Hathaway and Alex, this kind of speed could not be sustained. After a few times, they would feel dizzy and their faces would turn red. They would be so nervous that their hands and feet would be stiff and cold sweat would break out. Sometimes, they would even shout excitedly because the speed was too fast. But Chris could go all the way at high speed, and she could change her posture at any time. She cooperated perfectly with Sulen. Of course, she still could not withstand the high speed. In the end, the engine stalled and the oil leaked. This was a top luxury car. The driving skills were good, and the driving experience was very good. Moreover, this time, she had changed into a new skin. The feeling of flying was very enjoyable. However, for Sulen, the car needed maintenance before he was satisfied. Fortunately, there were 2 other carriages in the palace. These 2 carriages belonged to the half-elf Angel and Angela. The bodies of the carriages were exquisite and elegant, with a slender and elegant appearance, especially with the charm of the elves. The 2 carriages were also very similar. Although the speed was not as fast as Chris, the driving experience was still very good. In particular, the car could be driven in 2 rows. The 2-cylinder engine was not much slower than Chris's. Finally, the carriage reached the finish line, and the race was over. Sulen lay down to rest comfortably. Chapter 451. Beifeng Principality Wizard Tower. Although he had fused with a little divinity, the negative will of the divinity still had some influence on him. It could magnify the negative emotions of the soul, such as irritation, desire, killing, and so on. Sulen needed to calm down a little bit. He now had a lot of divinity. In addition to the divinity of the brain hunters, the Heartless Church left in the valley was also thriving. Now the Heartless Church had 600 or 700 devout believers. After a while, when it was time to perform blood sacrifices to the evil god, Sulen would directly harvest them. Now the kobolds were living quite well. In the valley, the biting north wind was blocked. Although the temperature was still very low, it was much better than the wilderness. Sulen arranged a large number of people to monitor there. There was only one entrance in the whole valley, and these kobolds were simply turtles in a jar. Sulen was not worried about the evil god of the Heartless. In fact, the strength of evil gods was much higher. The lowest level of evil gods was only legendary, and it was not surprising that there were a few mid-level gods among the powerful ones. The evil god of the Heartless should be at the stage of a weak god. In terms of level, it should be about level 35. However, this was the strength in the astral plane. It would be stronger in its nest. If it entered the main material plane, its strength would drop to level 30, or even lower. In the past, Soren might have been a little afraid of the strength of level 30. Now with the magic particle rail cannon, all creatures were equal. Even if it could withstand one shot, it would be another shot. The evil gods that came to the material plane could not withstand this kind of attack. As for the evil god's avatar, the strength of this avatar was only level 25. According to Sulen's current strength, he could easily crush it. Sending an avatar here was basically sending food to Sulen. Sulen's goal was to create an avatar with divine power. A divine avatar would have at least 1 point of divinity, and some would have more. This was a way to continuously obtain divinity. Even if the evil god of the Heartless was killed several times and no longer fell for the trick, Suluan could change to another evil god to continue this operation. Although he didn't know how many evil gods there were at least hundreds of them, even though the major churches didn't record it. With so many evil gods, even if he only obtained a little divinity each time, he would still be able to obtain over 100 divinity points with over 100 evil gods taking turns. Of course, after doing so, it would not be easy to deceive even more evil gods. Of course, when he was strong enough and the floating city was built, Sulen would have no problem going to the astral plane to take out the evil god's true body. As for divinity, Sulen also planned to get some for Hathaway and the others. Divinity was also very useful to them. To be honest, although the gods were powerful, there were too many restrictions. They had to fulfill their duties as gods, and at the same time, they could not leave the gods' kingdom at will. Most of the time, they worked year after year, day after day. If they only worked for 180 years, it would be fine, but in fact, as long as the gods still existed, this work had to continue. This was simply worse than the 990 SIXS and 007S of modern society. If the god's clergy was more terrible, such as the god of death, he had to guide the dead to tidy up the underworld all year round. He didn't even have a day off. After all, there was no day when no one was immortal. There were many gods who controlled more than 1 or 2 clergies. The more clergies they controlled, the busier they were. Therefore, some gods were tired of this work and wanted to resign, but they also had to find a successor. Therefore, some gods divided their clergies to others. Among them, the best were the mother goddess of the earth and the ancient god of death, Jurgil. As ancient gods who had survived from ancient times, their strength had long surpassed the great divine powers and become greater divine powers. Even if they were stripped of their clergies, their strength would not be reduced too much. The mother goddess of the earth divided all of her priesthoods and gave them to her descendants. She then went into seclusion. The god of death, Jurgil, was even more cunning. He gave his priesthoods to 3 people, and then directly caused the death of the 3 gods of death. They were the god of strife, Ban, the god of death, Mirko, and the god of murder, Baal. None of these 3 guys were easy to deal with. They directly caused the biggest chaos since the ancient gods retired, and the destruction of the arcane kingdom. In this chaos, gods fell, and humans succeeded in becoming gods. For the god of death, it was definitely a wonderful feast. Sulen was now only ready to get divinity. He had no interest in clergies and divine power at all. Whoever wanted to do this kind of work could do it. All kinds of work in the northern city were not suspended because of the snow. Instead, they took advantage of this time to start mass production of all kinds of materials. At the same time, a large number of people were sent to the new city for construction. After more than 3 months of development, the construction of the new city could be said to be changing with each passing day. The original simple camp had become a small city. The size of the city was the same as Mirror Lake City. Now the construction of the houses and walls had been completed. Other kinds of public facilities would be slowly built later. After staying in the northern city for a few days, Sulen returned to San Felto City through the transmission formation. There was no snow in San Felto City, but the weather had turned cold. Phyllis and Alex were in charge of the internal affairs during Sullen's absence. The few cities around San Filto City were now completely under their control. The nearby nobles who were still outwardly obedient but covertly opposed had also become well-behaved. One by one, they paid all the taxes for the year. According to the original system of the Kingdom of Florence, the nobles had absolute rights in their respective territories, but all the nobles had to pay taxes to the king. Originally, the king of the Kingdom of Florence directly controlled about 1/5 to 1/4 of the entire kingdom. The other three major families together controlled about 1/3 of the kingdom's territory. The rest of the territory was controlled by nobles of various sizes. However, this time, after Sullen ascended the throne, many nobles rebelled. Some even acted as fence-sitters. For those rebelling nobles, Sullen had decided to take back their territories. At the same time, the territories directly under the king needed to be adjusted. Although the territories directly under the king did not rebel, there were all kinds of small movements in private. The people who controlled these territories were originally trusted by King Henry. How much loyalty they had to Sullen still needed to be considered. Sullen did not think that he was the master of destiny. After he ascended the throne, these people would be intimidated by his domineering aura and directly kowtow to him. Previously, these people had pretended to be obedient to him. Although he pretended not to see the small movements in private, it did not mean that he would not pursue it. He spent 2 months re-recruiting and reorganizing the original army in San Filto City. He also incorporated the army from North Town into it. He wanted to form a fighting force as soon as possible, and then use it to intimidate those people. Next, Sullen would replace those people bit by bit, and then appoint his own people. It would definitely not be smooth sailing. Those nobles and officials would not give up their rights so easily. The army in his hands was the last resort. If those nobles were willing to cooperate, Sullen did not mind giving them some benefits. He even reappointed them as officials after they were re-educated. If they were not willing to cooperate, he would directly take them down. If they dared to rebel, he would send the army to eliminate them. San Filto City had recruited a little over 20,000 people. This was after Sullen brought some money from North Town City. The wealth in the palace and the wealth he plundered from the nobles were all invested in the reconstruction of the city. Sullen realized that the more territories he occupied, the less money he had. If it were not for the taxes from the nobles, Sullen's funds would have almost run out. After 2 months, the army in San Filto City was ready to fight. With these troops in hand, Sullen's plan to take over the king's territory could also begin. The nobles directly under the king were basically palace nobles. In the Kingdom of Florence, there were many types of nobles. The nobles with the highest value were those with powerful territories. The second type of nobles were the palace nobles. These nobles were appointed by the king or other nobles. They were usually the subordinates of the king and the nobles. They served the king and the nobles or managed the territory. The third type of nobles were powerful professionals who were granted the title of nobles. As long as these nobles swore allegiance, they would be rewarded with manors and castles. They also had the opportunity to become hereditary nobles. The fourth kind was honorary nobility, which was used for commendation or by donating a sum of money. It was the least valuable among all the nobles, and was only a title. At the beginning, Sullen spent money to buy the title of honorary nobility. Of course, this title also had some advantages, such as no restrictions on travel and some aristocratic privileges. These nobles' titles were only knights. They were lifelong. Most of the second sons of nobles who did not have the right to inherit were also honorary nobles. Another type of nobles were development nobles. As long as one bought a development order, they could become a development nobleman. However, whether one could succeed in the end depended on their own ability. Most of the king's territories were managed by the palace nobles who served the royal family. After the army was reorganized, Sullen issued a transfer order to the royal territories closest to San Filto City. He asked the palace nobles in the surrounding cities to report to the king's city. These cities were only 60 kilometers away from the nearest one. The furthest one was only 80 kilometers away. They were all medium-sized cities with a population of around 30,000 people. After sending out the messengers, Sulen ordered the army to prepare for war. Chapter 452. Just as Sulen was waiting for the replies from the city managers, another piece of news arrived. Marquis Savoy's army had been stopped by the rebels. When Sulen received this news, he was very surprised. Marquis Savoy was a legendary knight, and the army he led was quite strong as well. On the other hand, the nobles at the border were not even conferred knights, let alone legendary knights. Their army was also pieced together. However, this motley crew was able to stop Marquis Savoy's attack. After reading the information, Sulen finally understood that the reason why the nobles were able to stop Marquis Savoy's attack was not only because of their geographical advantage, but also because of the intervention of another country. The few rebellious nobles were bordering the Bane Kingdom. No one knew what price they had paid to get the Bane Kingdom to help them. The Bane Kingdom had sent an army of 5,000 men and a few palace mages, successfully stopping Marquis Savoy's army at Kumon Mountain Pass. The most powerful among the few nobles was Count Cecil. His territory took up half of the rebellious nobles' territories, and Chilly Wind City was the largest city there. It could be said that it had always been the largest city and transit point for trade with the Bane Kingdom. These nobles were almost completely dependent on the Bane Kingdom economically, so they were closer to the Bane Kingdom. When the Florentine king was replaced, the nobles in Chilly Wind City rebelled. When they found out that Sulen had ordered Marquis Savoy to go on an expedition, they immediately surrendered to the Bane Kingdom, hoping to borrow the Bane Kingdom's strength to go against Sulen. In the beginning, this piece of land had always been contested between the Florentine Kingdom and the Bane Kingdom. Since 100 years ago, after the Florentine Kingdom had completely won, this piece of land had been occupied by Florence. After the relationship between the two countries had gradually eased, this place had become an outpost for trade between the Florentine Kingdom and the Bane Kingdom. Originally, the strongest people here were only a few knight commanders. According to Suren and Marquis Savoy's plan, the army could easily wipe out the rebels. However, when they arrived, they discovered that the nobles had built a fortress at Carmen Pass. Carmen Pass was a mountain pass in the Carrillo Mountains. The narrowest part of it was only 150 meters wide. It was the largest and smoothest mountain pass from the Kingdom of Florence to Chilly Wind City. The other passages were all rugged mountain roads, and it was impossible for an army to pass through. Therefore, after they blocked this passage, the Kingdom of Florence could only attack by force. Originally, the Marquis of Savoy thought that he could rely on his own strength to break through the barrier. After all, a legendary knight could easily defeat thousands of enemies. However, he never thought that Count Cecil had already joined forces with the Bane Kingdom. There were 5 high-grade wizards guarding this checkpoint. Legendary knights were powerful, but as a proper knight, the Marquis of Savoy did not have any magical abilities. When faced with spells, he was often at a disadvantage. If he was not careful, he would even be injured by a high-grade wizard. Otherwise, the warriors wouldn't have the title of Silk Warrior. Although the traditional warriors and knights were strong in close combat, the wizards had too many ways to deal with them. Just a maze spell was enough to make them dizzy. On the other hand, the wizards were different. They had mastered a large number of spells that allowed them to deal with almost any situation. A legendary wizard who was prepared was almost invincible. This was why the wizards had such a high status in this world. It was because of the existence of these wizards that the Marquis of Savoy could not use his power. In addition, the 150-meter-long city wall directly blocked the Marquis of Savoy's army outside. Now, the Marquis of Savoy had no choice but to ask for help from Sulen. After knowing that the Bane Kingdom had supported Coldwind City, Sulen's face became gloomy. Things had become a little troublesome. This was his first battle since he ascended the throne. If he did not obtain a clean victory, the lords in the north who had already surrendered would likely rebel again. Sulen did not have the slightest doubt about this. Creatures like nobles were born with the talent of flattering the strong and stepping on the weak. Once they found out that Sulen was not as powerful as they thought, the entire Kingdom of Florence would be in a complete mess. It could be said that the Marquis of Savoy's expedition could only be a victory for Sulen. After hearing about the Marquis of Savoy, Sulen had already made a decision. Hathaway was studying the Enigma technology and had no time to go there. Moreover, there were only a few high-grade wizards. Sending Hathaway there was a complete waste of her talent. Therefore, Sulen thought for a moment and decided to send Alex, Karina, or Grace. The two fourth-grade spellcasters could easily take care of the level 3 wizards. After making the decision, Sulen found Alex and asked her to go with Karina to help the Marquis of Savoy. In the North Wind Tower, after receiving Suluen's order, Karina didn't hesitate and directly went to the front line with Alex. There were also 10 winged people with them. These winged people were Alex's people, and they were going to protect their queen. Hathaway had just finished her study. The Enigma knowledge involved a lot of knowledge. During this period, Hathaway would spend 2 hours every day studying it. Then she would take some time to study other knowledge. In the afternoon, she would study the corpse of the brain hunter that Sulen sent back in the laboratory. This brain hunter's corpse was quite valuable. It could be used to make a few outstanding magic items. Hathaway was thinking about how to make it. There were many monsters of this level in the multiverse, but there were also very few of them. The strongest monster in the multiverse was the Ancient Abhorrence. Their full name was Abhorrence from the Ancient Era. It was said that they were powerful monsters that had existed since the Ancient Era. That period belonged to the era of the giant dragons. The entire multiverse was ruled by the giant dragons. During that period, the giant dragons were far more powerful than they were now. Just like the Dragon Kings, their bodies alone could reach tens of thousands of meters, or even larger. Later, because the existence of the giant dragons affected the development of the multiverse began to restrict the giant dragons. In order to survive, the giant dragons could only shrink their bodies generation by generation. The Ancient Abhorrence was passed down from that period. To be able to be hated by the powerful giant dragons, one could imagine how powerful these monsters were. Of course, the most powerful abhorrence creatures were the abhorrence dragons. There were also abhorrence dragons, blue diamond dragons, spirit demon dragons, stardust dragons, rainbow dragons, and so on. There was also the centimanes. These monsters were not easy to deal with. For example, the abhorrence dragon was a walking nuclear weapon. The dragon's breath was equivalent to an atomic explosion. This thing was really in existence that could destroy an entire plane. Many of the ancient abhorrents actually had the bloodline of the gods. It could be said that they were a type of abhorrence. Other than monsters like the ancient abhorrents, the next level were monsters like the ancient evils. These monsters were also very difficult to deal with. They were almost at the advanced legendary level. Below them were the abhorrence monsters, which corresponded to the legendary level. The lowest level of ordinary monsters generally did not exceed the legendary level. Most of the material planes were like this. The brain hunter that Sulen killed last time was, strictly speaking, an ancient evil level monster. Monsters at the level of the Archean hatred were very rare now. They had basically been destroyed or sealed by the Order Ancient Gods. Of course, there were still some Archean hatred that had fallen into a deep slumber, and some were living in some corners of the astral plane. For example, the abhorrence dragons and blue diamond dragons. These kinds of creatures were not even provoked by the gods. In order to get rid of the ancient abhorrence, the Order Ancient Gods had paid a heavy price. Now many monsters like the ancient evils in the multiverse had been sealed. Many monk monasteries were suppressing the ancient evils. How many pieces of equipment can be made with these materials? Sulen looked at the brain hunter that had been cut up and asked. 5 or 6 pieces. Hathaway didn't even raise her head as she said, "This brain hunter's body is badly damaged. Otherwise, it would be able to make at least 2 pieces of legendary equipment. The remaining materials can only be used to make 1 piece of legendary equipment. The rest can be used to make high-grade magic items." "One then." Sulen nodded without hesitation. "Other than these materials, we need other materials." Hathaway looked at some of the inventory and said, "See if these are enough." Sulen took out all kinds of magic materials he had accumulated. Seeing Sulen take out adamantine, mithril, orichalcum, star iron, high-quality magic gems, and many other materials, Hathaway widened her eyes in surprise. "So many. Did you rob the giant dragon's vault? The giant dragon wouldn't have so many rare materials, Sulen said proudly. Indeed. Hathaway nodded. The giant dragon has more gold. They don't have this kind of advanced magic metal. Suluan smiled faintly. What kind of equipment are you going to make this time? Hathaway looked at the materials in front of her and said, Can you make something to defend against psychic attacks? Sulen asked. There were not many psychic items. This kind of attack was very subtle, and could be sneak attacked if one was not careful. Sulen originally only had one defensive ring. Now that it was completed, he naturally wanted to take it back. Yes, these materials can be made into leather armor, some rings, amulets, accessories, and so on. The skin of a brain hunter was very tough. Ordinary swords would not be able to leave a wound on it. Moreover, its skin had very high magic resistance. It was very suitable to be used to make leather armor. As for making wizard robes, it was probably not enough. The body of a brain hunter was too damaged to make a wizard robe. Chapter 453. Although the brain hunters looked very disgusting and their skin was yellow in color and looked like a brain, the material of their skin was really good. It could almost be compared to dragon skin. The dragon skin here was not the skin of a lesser dragon, but the skin of a true giant dragon. It's a pity that the magic energy particle railgun was too ruthless. Half of the brain hunter's body was damaged. Otherwise, it would be more than enough to make a wizard robe. Hathaway looked at the brain hunter's body with some regret. The brain hunter's body was not small, but it had tentacles, eyes, and a sac that stored its brain. Its intact skin was very limited, and most of it was damaged. There was not much that could be used. The skin could be made into leather armor, and the brain hunter's eyes were also good stuff. They were the part of the brain hunter's body that emitted energy. It had high spiritual resistance and magic power, so it could be used to make offensive or defensive items. The other parts could be used to make many items. Basically, this brain hunter's body could be used to its fullest potential. While Sulen and Hathaway were making magic items in the Northwind Tower, Alex and Karina led their men to the northwest of Sanfelto City. The Marquis of Savoy was currently confronting the few rebellious nobles. Kaman Mountain Pass could be said to be easy to defend and hard to attack. The narrowest part was 150 meters, and the path was rugged. In such a place, it was impossible to use one's strength. Even if the Marquis of Savoy brought 10,000 elites, it would be useless. As for the Marquis of Savoy, although he could charge up the city wall, he would not be able to gain a foothold. As a legendary knight, Savoy could not fly, so the wizards could exhaust him with flying spells. The Marquis of Savoy had been trapped here for an entire month. Of course, even if they could not break through the pass, the rebellious army did not dare to fight back. Once they left the pass, even with the help of the few high-grade wizards, the Marquis of Savoy was confident that he could defeat them. However, the rebellious army did not respond at all. No matter how much the Marquis of Savoy yelled and threatened, they would not fight. It was obvious that they were going to wear them out. They were backed by the territory, and had an abundance of food and resources. The rations that the Marquis of Savoy's army could only be transported from other places. If this continued, the Marquis of Savoy would not be willing to seek help from Sulen. For the Marquis of Savoy, who had just joined Sulen, failing his first mission would directly affect his importance in Sulen's heart. After struggling for a long time, he finally asked for help from Sulen. Alex and Karina moved quickly. It only took them 2 days to reach Kaman Mountain Pass. They then went straight to the main camp of the Marquis of Savoy. Sir Marquis, there are 2 wizards who said they were sent by His Majesty to see you. Just as Savoy was having a headache over how to break through the Kaman Pass and pacify the rebellious nobles, a personal guard hurried in to report. Sorcerer sent by His Majesty? Invite him in. Savoy's eyes flashed with joy. The guard turned around and was about to leave, but the Marquis of Savoy stopped him. Forget it. I'll go greet them myself. Sir, you are the commander of an army. How can you greet them yourself? The guard tried to persuade him. All right, no need to persuade me anymore. I know what I'm doing. The Marquis waved his hand. Then he personally led a group of people to welcome Alex, Karina, and the others. At the same time, He ordered his men to prepare a welcome banquet. Marquis of Savoy, there's no need to prepare. The situation is urgent, Alex said. His Majesty Sulen sent us here as soon as he received your request for help. How strong are the enemies? Your Excellencies, I'll get straight to the point. The Marquis of Savoy smiled awkwardly and said, the Kumon Pass is in a unique location. The rebels have built a fortress at the narrowest part of the pass. With our strength, we could have won even in this terrain. At most, we would have lost a few soldiers. However, the rebels have sent 5 high-grade wizards. Our soldiers are no match for them. Even when I personally led an attack, it was stopped by them. As long as you can help me deal with or delay those 5 high-grade wizards, I have full confidence that we can break through this pass, the Marquis of Savoy said without hesitation. 5 high-grade wizards, right? Are you sure they only have a few wizards here? Alex asked. I'm sure, Your Excellency. If they had more wizards, they would have launched a counterattack long ago instead of wasting their time here. The Marquis of Savoy nodded. That's good. Bring your men and continue attacking the city tomorrow. As for those wizards, leave them to me and Karina, Alex said. All right. Hearing Alex's promise, the Marquis of Savoy was overjoyed. He had been stuck here for an entire month. He had to eliminate the rebels as soon as possible to maintain his position in front of Sulen. The next morning, before the sun had even risen, there was movement in the army to quell the rebellion. Troops quickly gathered after breakfast. Some of these troops were the private soldiers of the Marquis of Savoy, while others were the troops of the nobles under him. There were also some mercenaries who had come to seek refuge with him. The entire army took half an hour to gather. They then began to enter the Kumon Pass in batches. The Kumon Pass was shaped like an hourglass. It was wide in 2 sections and narrowed as one went in. Finally, it was only 150 meters wide in the middle of the pass. Now this passage was blocked by a 20-meter-tall wall. On both sides of the wall were steep cliffs that ordinary people couldn't climb. The rebels had already received the news, and were ready for the Marquis of Savoy's army to attack. Looking at the mottled brown marks on the wall, the Marquis of Savoy's face turned cold. Those marks were the bloodstains left behind by the deaths of his soldiers. They had already turned dark brown. The thick smell of blood in front of the fortress couldn't be dispersed even by the biting wind. The north wind whistled, bringing with it a bone-piercing chill. It was now winter. The Marquis of Savoy had to break through this place before the first snow of the year. Then he would occupy a city. Otherwise, the biting cold of winter would severely reduce the number of his troops. It was already 9 in the morning. Seeing that the army was ready, the Marquis of Savoy didn't hesitate to give the order to attack the city. After fighting a few times, the Marquis of Savoy had already probed the enemy's strength. After having the mercenaries as the vanguard, he arranged for the elite troops to follow. The Marquis of Savoy wore an excellent knight's plate armor. He pointed his sword and said, "All troops attack." The battle reached its climax as soon as it started. The army carried the ladders and watchtowers, braving the rain of arrows as they advanced quickly. One soldier after another climbed the ladders skillfully to attack the fortress. On the other hand, the soldiers on the city wall pushed down the scaling ladders and the watchtowers slowly advanced. These watchtowers, which were taller than the city wall, were filled with archers. When they arrived at the predetermined location, they immediately launched a rain of arrows to suppress the enemy. After gaining the upper hand, the archers on the walls were immediately suppressed. But soon, the rebels mobilized even more archers to counterattack. The space in the watchtowers was limited, so naturally, they couldn't compare to the number of archers on the walls. They used fire arrows. Even if the watchtowers were covered in cowhide to prevent fire, they were still set ablaze by the large number of fire arrows. The watchtower was ablaze, and the archers and soldiers on top of it ran down in fear. Some even jumped down directly from the watchtower. However, most people would be injured if they jumped down from a watchtower that was more than 20 meters high. Some unlucky fellows were burned to death by the flames. The sound of fighting filled the entire valley, and the smell of blood was nauseating. One watchtower was burned, but even more watchtowers were pushed up. Under the all-out attack, the rebels on the walls were completely suppressed. Seeing more and more soldiers climb up the walls, the rebels finally couldn't sit still. One by one, the high-ranking knights began to act. Under the leadership of these knights, the rebels quickly stabilized their position and repelled the first wave of attacks. Seeing this, the Marquis of Savoy wasn't surprised. After reorganizing the army, the second wave of attacks began. He personally led a team of high-ranking knights to attack. Even more siege weapons launched their attacks. The catapults continuously shot out fireballs, igniting a large number of siege weapons. Archers far shot. A warrior in full armor drew his sword and shouted. His whole body was covered in armor, and his head was covered with a steel mask. Only his cold and sharp eyes could be seen. Following his order, the archers on the watchtower all nocked their arrows and nocked their arrows. One by one, the bows were pulled back to their maximum. Bang! 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 The dull sound of bowstrings being released rang out. Black clouds rose from the watchtowers and fell on the walls. After these arrows flew to the highest point, they fell at an even faster speed. A large number of rebels in leather armor were shot by these arrows, turning them into porcupines. At the same time, more archers began to counterattack under the cover of their shields. Some heavily armored and shield-wielding soldiers quickly ran up the cloud ladder. These soldiers were nimble and quickly climbed up into the air. The soldiers on the city wall raised their flying stones and smashed them down. A soldier who couldn't dodge in time fell down from the ladder that was more than 10 meters high. The high-ranking knights were like monkeys, jumping to the top of the ladder in a few jumps. Then they jumped a few meters into the air, and directly jumped onto the walls. They swung their swords and killed a few rebels around them. The high-ranking knights in the back quickly climbed up the walls and quickly opened up a place to rest. The soldiers in the back continued to rush up the ladder. At this moment, the high-ranking knights of the rebel army led their men to launch a counterattack. The narrow city wall became extremely chaotic. Every second, someone was killed. Due to the disadvantage in numbers, the Savoy army was constantly pushed back. It looked like they were about to be chased down the walls again. At this moment, a tall figure jumped down from the ladder. The sharp sword in his hand carried a biting cold wind, and instantly killed a knight. It was the Marquis of Savoy. Chapter 454. Not good. Crossbowmen. Get into formation. Rows of heavy crossbowmen wearing chainmail armor quickly rushed out and formed 3 rows. The first row sat down, the second row squatted down, and the third row stood up. The heavy crossbows were quickly loaded. More than half of the wall was blocked by these people. The heavy crossbows that required ordinary people to step on were loaded by these people with their hands. They then set up the crossbows and aimed at the Marquis of Savoy who had just rushed up. Seeing that all the crossbowmen were ready, the commander at the side immediately waved his sword and roared, "Fire!" Pang! 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 The sound of bowstrings being released was instantly heard. Bolts shot out like lightning. These people did not care that there were many of their own soldiers in front of the crossbow formation. The Marquis of Savoy's expression changed slightly. He killed the enemy in front of him with his sword, then picked up the soldier's corpse with one hand and used it as a shield. Pang! 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 Dull sounds of impact rang out. The corpse in front of him was instantly shot into a hedgehog. At such a close distance, even a plate could not withstand the barrage of heavy crossbows. After the first wave of crossbow bolts, the Marquis of Savoy used his arm to throw the heavy corpse away. He then took advantage of the time when the crossbowmen were reloading to roar and charge forward. The Marquis of Savoy charged into the formation of crossbowmen like a tiger in a flock of sheep. The crossbowmen around him could not resist at all, and were easily killed. Under the Marquis of Savoy's lead, more and more soldiers rushed up. It seemed that this section of the wall would be taken over by them. Curse of weakness. Slow. Stun. Rays of light suddenly lit up, and the Marquis of Savoy's fierce attacks were instantly interrupted. His originally nimble body suddenly became weak, and even his speed slowed down. However, this feeling did not last long. He quickly recovered. Fireball. Frost spear. Lightning fall. Wind shackles. The rays of light from the spells at the front had yet to dissipate. Following that, more rays of light rose up, and one spell after another was thrown at the Marquis of Savoy. High Mage Armor. Dispel Magic. Counterspell. At this moment, a few figures suddenly appeared in mid-air. It was Alex, Karina, and the others. With a flash of light, a protective barrier appeared around Savoy's body. The spells that were flying towards him were immediately dispelled. The wizards who were casting spells turned pale with blood dripping from the corners of their mouths. This was the backlash they received after their spells were disrupted. As fourth-grade spellcasters, the two of them cast flight and invisibility to hide in mid-air, waiting for the sorcerers to make their move. To them, these magi were an entire grade lower than them. They were no match for them. This time, he hid at the side and launched a sneak attack, injuring several magi in an instant. Not good, it's the Grand Magus. The moment the high-grade wizards saw Alex and Karina, their expressions changed drastically. They couldn't care less about the spell backlash, and tried to cast teleportation spells to escape. Although there was only a single rank difference between a high-grade wizard and a grand wizard, it was more than enough to kill them. Streaks of spiritual light rose up, and spatial fluctuations appeared. The teleportation spiritual light had already appeared. Dimensional Anchor. Just as the teleportation spell was about to take shape, the dimensional anchor instantly marked the few of them under the sorcerer's despairing gazes. The magic aura that had been gathering quickly dissipated in an instant. Group Stun. Group Human Immobilization. Two more spiritual lights rose up, and the magi who had just been disrupted felt dizzy. In the next second, their bodies were controlled. All right, we have taken care of these magi. The rest is up to you. Alex gently waved her arm, and streaks of wind elemental quickly gathered into a wind elemental chain in her hand. The chain danced in the air, and quickly tied up the magi. Thank you for your help, Lord Magus. Leave the rest to us, Savoy said respectfully. He then shouted and led the knights to charge forward again. The morale of Savoy's army was boosted when they saw how easily the wizards were taken down. They charged forward without a care for their own safety. As for the rebels who were defending the city, they were scared out of their wits when they saw the wizards they had high hopes for being wiped out. Their morale plummeted, and the defensive line that was barely holding on crumbled instantly. Many of the soldiers threw down their weapons and fled. Seeing this, Savoy was overjoyed. It only took them 2 hours to completely take over the fortress. After taking over the fortress, Marquis Savoy handed the matter over to his generals. He personally thanked Alex and Karina. Alex and Karina greeted him briefly and sent him away. They were now busy interrogating the 5 high-grade magi. Although high-grade magi were not strong in front of them, they were still the backbone of a magus organization. Sulen suspected that there was a magus organization supporting the Burn Kingdom. Karina was very good at interrogating people. It was their traditional skill. Dealing with these magi was a piece of cake. It didn't take long for the adepts to come clean about everything that had happened. These magi were the Burn Kingdom's consecrators. They were specially sent to help defend Coldwind City. In the end, they were all captured by Alex and Karina. At the same time, Karina also learned about the Burn Kingdom situation. The Burn Kingdom had been developing well these past few years. The Burn Kingdom's king's confidence had grown. When he saw the rebellion in the Kingdom of Florence, he wanted to take over Coldwind City. The 5 high-grade magi were all captured, and half of the soldiers were killed. Even Coldwind City could not be saved. It was like trying to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. As for the other consecrators of the Burn Kingdom, the strongest one was a 4th-grade magus. However, after losing 5 high-grade magi, the Burn Kingdom only had 2 or 3 consecrators left. According to Sulen, he did not plan to kill these captured high-grade magi. Wizards were one of the few high-grade magi in this world. He would be crazy to do that. He planned to make these magi sign a contract and serve him. Alex and Karina set up a temporary teleportation circle and connected it to the Northwind Tower. Powerful elemental fluctuations surrounded it, and the magic circle drawn on the ground slowly lit up. Then, a flash of light appeared, and a teleportation light appeared. Alex controlled the 5 high-grade magi to enter the teleportation circle. They felt dizzy, and in the next second, they appeared in the Magus Tower. This long-distance group teleportation experience is so bad. Alex shook her dizzy head and said. The other magi who teleported with her were even worse. Their faces were pale, and they were vomiting on the ground. It took them a while to recover. Although Alex looked weak, she wasn't a human. Just her physical fitness alone wasn't any weaker than a grand knight. As soon as Alex returned to the North Wind Tower, Surin, who had received the news, hurried over. His eyes lit up when he saw the high-grade wizards. The North Wind Tower was currently lacking a large number of tool wizards, and there were many jobs that the wizard apprentices couldn't do. Now that there were 5 more high-grade wizards, it was just right for them to do it. Thank you for your hard work, Alex. Suluan hugged Alex's soft body and kissed her. Hee, these people are too stupid. It didn't take much effort. Alex smiled proudly. Suluan reached out and rubbed Alex's head. After a while, I'll give you a gift. A gift? What kind of gift? Alex asked in surprise. Suluan smiled and pinched her nose. It won't be a surprise if I tell you. You will know when the time comes. I promise you won't be disappointed. Stop pinching my nose, Alex said as she dodged Sullen's hand. All right, let's deal with these magi first. Suluan let go of Alex, and then let her manipulate these wizards to come to the dungeon in the wizard tower. At the same time, he lifted the human body fixing spell on these wizards, and only tied them up with wind bondage. Let me go. I can pay the ransom, the magi said as soon as he woke up. He let out a sigh of relief. Ransom? I don't need money. Suluan shook his head. Then what do you want? The magi asked in confusion. Hee, you are now my prisoners. Suluan smiled. Sign this contract and I will let you go. Suluan looked at the magi in front of him with a smile. His squinted eyes made the magi around him feel uneasy. When they saw the content of the contract, the magi's face changed instantly. 100 years? No, I won't sign it. You are treating us like slaves. One of the magi shouted. Yes, 100 years is too long. I won't sign it even if I die. The magi around him shouted. Bang. Suluan slammed the table. You don't want to sign it? You are my prisoners now. Suluan snorted and stretched out his arm. A weapon with lightning flashing appeared in front of them. You have 2 choices now. Sign the contract, or let us send you to meet the Grim Reaper. Suluan said coldly. Facing the storm battle halberd, the magi became more nervous. Lightning flashed around them, and countless lightning snakes slithered back and forth in the air. The magi felt their bodies go numb. It was as if they were going to be killed in the next moment. Ahem, Mr. Magi, we think 100 years is too long. Can you shorten it a little? One of the magi hesitated and said. Chapter 455. Too long. Suluan shook his head. 100 years won't decrease. We're wizards. We're not slaves. You can't do this to us. The wizards were a little agitated. As expected, getting an adept to submit and work like a slave was a very troublesome matter. However, Suluan wasn't disappointed. He silently gave Alex a look. While the wizards were arguing with Suluan, he secretly cast a spell. Telepathy. A faint beam of light rose from Alex's body and quickly enveloped the adepts around him. If you insist, then I have no choice. I'd love to have more people in my wizard tower, but if you don't want to, then I'll have to send you back to the river Styx. Sullen's lips curved up into an evil smile. The storm battle halberd in Abel's hand shone brightly, and the binding of wind chains on these wizards became tighter. Every time they tried to secretly channel their mana to cast a spell, the binding of wind chains would bind them and interrupt their channeling of mana. Seeing the storm battle halberd getting closer and closer, the wizards began to panic. At first, they were calm because Suluan wanted them to work for him. They knew the value of a wizard, so when Suluan asked for 100 years, they knew that Suluan wouldn't give them up. They didn't have to worry about their lives. This was also the reason why they dared to bargain with Suluan as prisoners. However, the situation didn't seem right. They seemed to have made a mistake. It seemed like Suluan really wanted to kill them. I'm still young. I'm a high-grade wizard. I still have a bright future ahead of me. I can't die so easily. I don't want to die. The cold blade had already touched his neck, and the wizard could no longer withstand the pressure. His body trembled as he said, "Stop, stop. Sir, I agree. I agree to your conditions." The storm battle halberd stopped, and the wizard felt a warm liquid dripping down from his neck. It was his own blood. The wizard broke out in a cold sweat when he felt the blood flowing out. Sulen smiled and gently put away the storm battle halberd. He then said with a smile, "Looks like you've thought it through. I like people like you who know what's good for you. Isn't it just 100 years? You have to look at things from both sides. The Northwind Tower doesn't have many people. This is a legendary wizard tower. You're lucky to be working here. Normal high-grade wizards don't even have the qualifications to work here. As for 100 years, it's not a long time for wizards. You can also learn a lot of high-grade spells here without spending a penny. Most of the time, you can't even buy this kind of knowledge with money. All in all, you've made a lot of money this time." Suren patted the shoulders of these high-grade wizards and said. Then he took out a spell contract made by Hathaway from the storage space. The material of this spell contract was the skin of a hydra. Hathaway had made all kinds of terms and conditions, and all of them had been engraved with runes. The terms and conditions on this spell contract were exactly what Sulen had mentioned. After the 5 high-grade wizards looked through it and found no problems, they left their soul imprints on it. Seeing that the 5 of them had signed the contract, Sulen also left his soul imprint on it. After everyone had signed the contract, Sulen snapped his fingers. A ray of light rose, and a blue elemental flame suddenly burned on the spell contract. Soon, the entire contract was devoured by the elemental flame and disappeared completely. In the end, it turned into a ray of light and merged with the bodies of Sulen and the 5 wizards. As soon as the light entered their bodies, it moved to their arms. Finally, a lightning symbol appeared on their arms. This spell contract made from the skin of a hydra, and made by Hathaway, was very powerful. Even a legendary demon couldn't resist it after signing it, let alone the 5 high-grade wizards in front of him. The power of this contract was not inferior to a soul contract at all. It was even safer. After the contract was completed, Alex also quietly removed the telepathic suggestion spell. Sulen spread out his hands and said with a smile, "Okay, the contract is complete. See, didn't we successfully reach an agreement? Alex, hurry up and remove the magic chains on them. They are our slaves of the Northwind Tower. Tui, they are partners. We can't let them get hurt. We still need them to work." Sulen said enthusiastically to the wizards, Come, get up. The ground is cold. Since you are already one of us, let me tell you about your benefits. First of all, housing. Each of you will have a room of 30 square meters in the Wizard Tower. Every month, you will be allocated some magic materials for experiments. At the same time, the laboratory will be open to you. The first 3 floors of the library in the Wizard Tower will be free of charge. The rest will require the corresponding contribution points. Apart from that, the fees for the seclusion rooms, magic potions, and materials will also be distributed to you in accordance with the regulations. There will be a booklet about your specific benefits in a while, as well as the following obligations you will need to fulfill. Every month, you will need to complete a certain amount of magic enchantment, magic potion refinement, various upgrade and modification plans, rune material production, and so on. Only after all of these are completed will you be able to enjoy the benefits mentioned before. Sulen's eyes swept back and forth across the wizards. He then revealed a sinister smile and continued, I don't think you will ever want to enjoy some of these punishments. In this territory, there is a nest of harpies. Many of them are low-grade harpies in heat. Hearing Sulen's words, the 5 high-grade wizards in front of him shuddered. Their faces instantly turned pale. Ehe, cheer up. Don't be so depressed. Isn't it just 100 years? I always abide by the spirit of the contract. Under normal circumstances, I persuade people with reason. Just like just now, didn't we have a pleasant conversation? Sulen brought the 5 high-grade wizards who had just signed a contract to tour the Northwind Tower. Come, let's have a laugh. This is a legendary wizard tower. Soon, Sulen brought them to the control center of the Wizard Tower. Milky Way registered the permissions for these new employees. A cold mechanical voice sounded. Yes, Master. Scanning soul waves, please wait. Recording soul information. Soul information recording complete. Registration complete. Default to level F visitor permissions. Master, please confirm their permissions. Give them level D permissions then. Sulen said directly. Permissions upgraded. Current permissions to level D. Milky Way's cold mechanical voice sounded again. After checking that there were no problems, Sulen turned to the high-grade wizards and said, "All right, the permissions have been arranged for you. Now you can go and familiarize yourself with the Wizard Tower and your own permissions. I'll give you a break for today. From tomorrow onwards, you will officially start working." Looking at the 5 high-grade wizards in front of him, Sulen only felt refreshed. Such good leaks. He could harvest them continuously for 100 years. With their talent, 100 years was more than enough for them to level up to a level 4 wizard. Sulen only needed to pay a very low price to get 5 high-quality, cheap laborers. From the day they met, 007 was their daily life. It was not impossible for them to take another step forward. After all, with the strength of a wizard, it was completely possible for them to withstand it. With these 5 cheap laborers, the production of magic potions and magic tools in the northern town would greatly increase. When it came to the exploitation of labor, the most famous was the liches. Those liches would not only make you work while you were alive, but even if you were dead, they would also use spells to revive you and continue to work for them. 007 was simply too weak. There was no rest, no holidays, and no need to eat. He had to work 24 hours a day. Even the capitalists in the previous world would shed tears for him. Looking at the contracts on their bodies, the 5 unnamed high-grade wizards wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Just like that, they had sold the rest of their lives. They looked at Sulen, and then looked at Alex beside him. It was said that there was a legendary wizard in the Wizard Tower. The high-grade wizards' hearts sank. At the same time, they told themselves that they were men. A great wizard knew when to yield, and when to stand tall. Even a giant dragon could endure the humiliation of being under its crotch and become the mount of a dragon knight. Their contract of 100 years was nothing. It was just 100 years. They just had to endure it. Also, the concentration of elemental energy here was so high. Every breath of air was as sweet as milk. Every cell in their body was greedily sucking in the elemental particles around them. This environment was so good. With the rich elemental energy, it might be a good choice to work here. After coming to the seclusion room, the high-grade wizard suddenly had an idea after feeling the rich elemental energy. Maybe things are not as bad as I thought. There's also the knowledge in the library. As a legendary wizard, the books in his library will not disappoint me. If I join such a powerful organization, at least I won't have to worry about safety and all kinds of magic knowledge in the future. Chapter 456. After arranging the 5 tools, Sulen no longer paid any attention to them. The tasks for these tools were already set. From tomorrow onwards, Milky Way would give them all sorts of tasks. Enjoy these last moments of leisure. The materials obtained from the brain hunters were made into magic tools by Hathaway. The skin of the brain hunters was made into a leather armor. The leather armor was made by Grace herself. In the northern town, the half-elf Grace's tailoring skills were the best. In order to make this leather armor, Hathaway spent a lot of materials. Just the runic circle on the leather armor used 5 ounces of mithril and 1 ounce of astral sand. She also used 3 high-quality magic gems to make this leather armor. Hathaway named this leather armor Deathwalker. This leather armor was already considered a legendary magic tool. It could be Sulen's most powerful magic tool other than the Storm War Halberd. Deathwalker, leather armor, quality, legendary material, brain hunter's skin, mithril, etc. This is a legendary leather armor made from brain hunter's skin that was meticulously sewn by a master tailor. It has powerful defense and unimaginable magical effects. Defense plus 35, magic resistance plus 50, evasion plus 10, agility plus 3, special effect. Immune to mind control, special skill. Alternate space travel 3/day, mind attack 1/day, Deathwalker, was a very powerful equipment. Although it was a leather armor, it had better defense than a plate armor. It also had strong elemental resistance. According to Hathaway's tests, spells with less than 50 damage would not cause any damage to him. One must know that the fireball spell only had 35 damage. At the same time, this leather armor also strengthened his resistance. Because it was made from the skin of a brain hunter, this leather armor was immune to mind control. It could be said that this attribute was its most powerful attribute. In future battles, Sulen would not have to worry about mind control spells. In addition to these, this leather armor also increased evasion and agility. It also had some of the brain hunter's special characteristics, space travel. Although it wasn't as powerful as the original brain hunter, it was still pretty good. As long as it could see a place, it could instantly pass through. In addition, this leather armor also had the mental attack of the brain hunter. Since the brain hunter was dead, the effect of its mental attack was greatly reduced, and the brain-sucking effect was impossible. However, the mental attack was still there. It could launch a mental attack on an enemy, and if successful, it would stun the enemy for 2 seconds. Of course, other than these attributes, the most important thing about this leather armor was that it was very cool. Grace's intense tailoring skills were vividly displayed on this leather armor. The effect of this leather armor was godly for any close combat profession. It would also increase Sulen's strength. Sulen did not hesitate and directly put it on. This leather armor could be said to be the best magical equipment in this batch of equipment. Hathaway did not waste the remaining materials. In addition to this leather armor, there was still some brain hunter's skin left. The skin was damaged in the eye area, so it could not be made into large equipment. Hathaway used the skin to make 2 pairs of gloves. The effects of these gloves were not bad. After wearing it, it did not affect the flexibility of the fingers at all. At the same time, it could also protect the palm. Moreover, because the skin was originally near the brain hunter's eyes, there was an alternate space that originally stored the brain. This was also left behind by Hathaway and added other materials to expand it. Finally, each pair of gloves had an alternate space of 1 cubic meter that could be used to store items. Dark Knight gloves. Gloves high magic item material. Brain Witcher skin, Void Stone Orichalcum. This is a pair of gloves made from the skin of a Brain Witcher. A decent magic item. Defense plus 15, magic resistance plus 40, hand only, agility plus 23, attack speed plus 8, strength plus 5, special effect. Dimensional space, Sulen used 1 pair of gloves and gave the other pair to Phyllis. To be honest, this equipment did not increase his strength by much, but it was still a good equipment. The remaining brain hunter's eyes were also very good materials. Many of the brain hunter's magical abilities and psychic abilities were used by the brain hunter's eyes. Therefore, the brain hunter's eyes had a special magic power. After the brain hunter's eyes were taken out of its body and soaked in a special potion, they would become as hard as gemstones and looked very beautiful. The brain hunter had 7 eyes on its body, and the rest of its eyes were completely destroyed by the particle cannon. The remaining 7 eyeballs were also made into magical equipment. This kind of gemstone was usually made into a necklace or ring. Hathaway made 3 rings and 4 necklaces. Sulen looked at the attributes and found that they were not bad. Dark Knight necklace. High-rank magic item. Material. Eye Orichalcum mithril. This necklace is made from the eye of a brain hunter and has a mystical effect. Vision plus 5, charm plus 3, magic resist plus 15, magic resist plus 20, spirit resist plus 15, additional skills. Mind control plus 1/day, eye of truth permanent. The necklace came with 2 spells. One of them, mind control, could be used to control a unit that was not higher than the user's own level. It could be used on humans or monsters, but it was ineffective on legendary creatures. If the target's mental resistance was successful and the mind control failed, the target would also be stunned for 1 second. It could be said that this spell was very good for controlling people or stunning enemies. The other skill, True Eye, was also good. Its effect was to see through most of the magic effects such as illusions, stealth, shadow travel, and invisibility. It was very effective against those who liked to sneak attack. Of course, if the opponent's magic was too high, true I might not be able to detect it. Dark gaze. High magic item. Material. Eye adamantine mithril. This is a ring made with the eye of a brain hunter. Do you feel like you are being stared at by the Grim Reaper when you look at it? Vision +3, Charm +2, Magic Resistance +18, Magic Power +20, Spirit Resistance +15, Night Vision +30, Intimidation +10. Additional skills. Death Gaze +1/day, Spirit Intimidation +1/day. The ring also had 2 additional spells. Among them, Death Gaze was a spell that completely depended on one's luck. Death Gaze was an instant death spell. After this spell hit the target, it would go through a constitution and soul test. If the test failed, it would directly activate the effect of instant death. If the test passed, it would not cause any damage. Of course, it also had another function, which was to instantly kill targets with low vitality. This skill was called Lucky Emperor's Unlucky Detector. If the luck was good, it would directly send the target away. If the luck was bad, it would have no effect. In addition to this skill, the ring also had a mind intimidation skill. After using it, it would cause a mind shock to enemies within 20 yards. If the immunity failed, these people would be stunned for 3 seconds. If the test passed, it would cause 30 points of damage. In addition to these effects, the necklace and ring also had the effect of Eagle Eye. The equipment's vision bonus was almost 80% of Eagle Eye's range. Moreover, this effect was constant. It was basically a buff of Eagle Eye. Sulen planned to give these 4 necklaces to Chris, Hathaway, Alex and Phyllis. As for the ring, it was the same. Because there were only 3 rings, Phyllis already had a pair of gloves, so there was no ring. As for the remaining sharp claws and tentacles of the brain hunters, they were also collected by Hathaway. The brain hunters' thighs were very good materials for spears. The spears made of these materials were incomparably sharp and had strong penetrating power. Hathaway planned to make them later. Sulen didn't use the remaining tentacles. These tentacles were a relatively rare material in many dark magic potions books. Some people even wanted to use them to make potions, but these potions had very strong side effects. Sulen wouldn't use these potions. Of course, he could make them and sell them to others. He would keep these magic tools and send them to them when he had the time. After making these magic tools, Hathaway continued to study the knowledge of riddles. Northwind Tower was still not a complete wizard tower. One of the key problems was its defense. There were several types of defense in a wizard tower. The first type was some spell traps outside the wizard tower. Although they were simple, they were very effective. The second type was the wizard tower's own defense. Because most of the materials used in the wizard tower were obsidian and enchanted with hardening, the hardening effect was very good. Not only did it have strong defense, but it also had strong magic resistance. In the face of this kind of building, ordinary spells were basically useless. The fireball spell only blackened the wall and didn't even break the wall. The third type of defense was the enigma or magic barrier. Now that the first 2 defenses of the Northwind Tower had been completed, only the third enigma was left to research. The magic barrier was actually the initial stage of the enigma. The enigma was actually a powerful construct that integrated both attack and defense. The people in the enigma would also receive bonuses and have skills. The first enigma was made by the High Elves with the help of divine power. It could easily cover a forest or a city. The initial enigma technology of humans was far inferior to that of the elves. However, during the Arcane Empire, it was improved and optimized by the Arcanists and successfully created an enigma that could cover a city. From that moment on, the enigma became the standard of the floating city. Chapter 457. During the most glorious period of the Arcane Empire, large riddles were not only used for defense, but also for attack. There was a period of time when the highest defense command of the High Elves' riddles was, if a true dragon enters the range, automatically release the stored high-level spell sequence to attack the target. During that period, the dragons ran amok in the multiverse, and the High Elves were barely surviving under their influence. The elves and the arcanists had basically the same definition of enigma. It was a masterpiece of high-level magic skills, woven with magical energy. It was a powerful enchantment that covered an extremely wide area. It had a simple consciousness of its own. And it was a permanent enchantment or domain created by legendary spells. There were 4 main functions of riddles. The first was a protective enchantment. The riddles had a powerful protective enchantment, which was used to protect the area inside the riddles from outside the riddles. The second was a spell enchantment. This spell enchantment could be activated or deactivated automatically, and the target could be chosen. However, this spell usually would not be activated continuously. After all, the magic consumption was too high. The riddles created by the ancient high elves could be activated for a long time, because they once controlled a spell energy source. The riddles created by the arcanists had this effect after they had the mice energy core. The third was a forbidden spell. Within the range of the riddles, you could not use spells that were forbidden by the riddles. This was actually equivalent to a ban on magic. The fourth was a spell sequence. This was a spell that was stored in the riddles in advance. The spell could be activated by using specific gestures or specific words. There was no limit to the number of times the spell could be activated. Of course, the maker of the riddles could limit the number of times it could be activated to reduce the cost of the effect. There was a limit to the number of times the spell could be used, and it could only be activated a few times in 24 hours. The fifth was a permanent effect. This effect could not be directly described by a spell. It could only be divided into 3 levels. The primary effect was equivalent to a level 1 to level 3 spell, or a low-level magical item. The intermediate effect was equivalent to a level 4 to level 6 spell, or a mid-level magical item. The advanced effect was equivalent to a level 7 to level 9 spell, or a high-level magical item. Hathaway had more or less mastered the puzzle technology, but it was still a bit difficult to make a complete puzzle. Making a puzzle required the cooperation of several legendary wizards. It was too much work to do with just one legendary wizard. Hathaway was the only legendary wizard in northern Battlefront City. She would have to take it slow. There were a few grand wizards in northern Battlefront City, but other than Alex, Karina, and Grace were all more inclined towards becoming legendary wizards. It would not be easy for them to become legendary wizards. As for the succubus Chrissy, she was also a wizard, so there was no hope for her. Just like Hathaway, Alex was a wizard and a sorcerer. However, compared to Hathaway, Alex's knowledge was not as solid. After all, she lived in the underground world and had little contact with the outside world. All her knowledge was inherited from her bloodline. It was only after she came to Northern Town City that she began to systematically learn all kinds of spells. If she wanted to master the riddle-weaving technique, she would have to wait until she became a legendary wizard. There was a special legendary spell for riddle-weaving. This spell needed to be made according to one's own ideas. The High Elves had far more talent than humans, but they still could not avoid the fate of decline. Their bloodline ability began to degenerate for unknown reasons. The former Elven Empire also fell apart. When the Elven Empire declined, humans began to rise. Before the rise of humans, the languages needed to cast spells were the ancient Elven language, dragon language, celestial language, demon language, and so on. However, after generations of human sages, they finally succeeded in replacing them with human language. It was these people who started the glory of human magic, the era of the Arcane Empire. Hathaway did not make a puzzle after she mastered the method of making one. After all, making a puzzle was a huge project, and it required the cooperation of many legendary wizards. The riddles built by the ancient arcanists were all built by a large number of arcanists. If it was a small puzzle that only covered a range of 100 or 200 meters, Hathaway could still build it with some time. However, the Northwind Tower was going to be upgraded into a floating space tower and a floating space city. Such a small puzzle was naturally not suitable. Hathaway temporarily put the puzzle making on hold, and began to study some other information brought back by Sulan, elemental fission and elemental fusion. The earliest research on this technology was in the early days of the Arcane Empire. At that time, the Arcanists wanted to find a way to provide more energy sources. This technology brought about a new energy core, the elemental furnace. The energy provided by the elemental furnace was hundreds, or even thousands of times more than the energy provided by the elemental pool of the same volume. However, this technology was soon replaced by a new technology, the mice energy nucleus. The mice energy nucleus could provide a huge amount of energy in a clean and stable manner, even more than the energy provided by elemental fission. Thus, the elemental furnace technology was sealed. The mice energy nucleus made the glorious era of the Arcane Empire. However, the mice energy nucleus technology was mastered by the great arcanists, and it involved the gods. The mice energy nucleus required the help of the magic net to obtain almost endless energy. After the Arcane Empire and the gods went to war, this kind of thing was naturally not made anymore. After that, the arcanists dug out the technology of elemental fission and elemental fusion from the pile of old papers. They wanted to make a more powerful elemental furnace to replace the mice energy nucleus. The theoretical knowledge of elemental fission had been around for a long time, but it was very difficult to turn the theory into reality. It was not difficult to detonate the energy all at once, but it was difficult to control the energy and release it steadily and continuously. If one was not careful and released it too quickly, it would no longer be an elemental furnace. It would be a catastrophe. It would be easy to destroy a city, so one had to be very careful. Elemental fusion was more difficult than elemental fission, and the energy release was thousands of times more than elemental fission. If elemental fusion was successfully mastered, and the elemental furnace for elemental fusion was made, the energy core for building a large floating city would be directly solved. Elemental fusion had many advantages compared to elemental fission. Elemental fusion was almost pollution-free, while elemental fission had strong radiation pollution. However, the difficulty of achieving elemental fusion was not ordinary. With the current technical reserves of the North Wind Tower, there was still a long way to go before they could master elemental fusion. In addition to the elemental furnace technology, Hathaway began to try to repair the high-grade legendary golem Sulen brought back from the desert ruins. The strongest golem in the North Wind Tower was the steel golem, which was seriously inconsistent with the identity of a legendary wizard. If a legendary wizard did not have a few legendary golems, he would be embarrassed to go out and say hello to others. In addition to the precious materials to make a legendary golem, legendary soul crystals were also needed as the soul core of the golem. Sulen still had a few pieces of legendary soul crystals, which were enough to make a few legendary golems. Making a legendary golem required a lot of materials, including a lot of precious metals. If the North Wind Tower did not control the underground world, and had a lot of mineral support, they would have gone bankrupt long ago. A stone golem costs 100,000 kinner, an obsidian gargoyle costs 150,000 kinner, and a steel golem costs 500,000 kinner. As for the legendary golem, Sulen estimated that it would cost 3 to 5 million kinner. Even Sulen felt a little pained at this price. As the saying went, a powerful wizard's power was like throwing money at people. North Wind Tower, astrology platform. Sulen and Hathaway were researching the elemental furnace together. They had long mastered the theory of elemental fission, and now the two were trying to design the blueprint of an elemental fission energy core. Suddenly Milky Way's voice could be heard. "Master, Madam Chris has something important to report to you." "Let her in," Sulen said without raising his head. "Yes, Master." As soon as the voice fell, the tightly shut door of the laboratory slowly opened, and the little succubus Chris walked in. "What happened, Chris?" Sulen put down his notebook and got up to greet her. "Master, I just received news that the Grey Dwarves found a gold mine when they were exploring. There's adamantine inside," Chris said excitedly. "Adamantine?" Suluan's eyes lit up. It turned out to be a fine gold ore, which was no less valuable than mithril. Part of the fine gold used in the North Town City was Suluan's reward, and the other part was purchased with money. The quantity was seriously insufficient. He didn't expect to find a fine gold ore this time. The underground world was rich in resources. "Hathaway, I have something to do, so I have to leave. You'll have to design the elemental fission yourself." Sulen said as he turned around. Go. I can finish the blueprint by myself, Hathaway said without raising her head. Sulen put away the documents and left the laboratory with Chris. Did you calculate the amount of gold you found? Sulen asked. Not yet. According to the gray dwarves who found the gold mine, the area around the gold mine is occupied by other monsters. They can't get too close. Chris did not know much. When she heard that adamantine had been found, she immediately came to tell Sulen. A while ago, there was a small earthquake in the underground world, but it didn't cause too many casualties. Only some of the mines collapsed, and there weren't many casualties. However, after the earthquake, we found a new tunnel. The gold mine was found in the underground cave behind the tunnel. Chapter 458. Sulen and Chris left the Northwind Tower and arrived at the underground world through the teleportation portal. They felt a slight dizziness, and the light dimmed. The two appeared at the teleportation portal in Crete. After a few months of development, the appearance of Crete had changed greatly. Thousands of kobold slaves, gray dwarves and taurens were all busy. In order to obtain labor, Crazy had captured all the kobold tribes nearby. Now the underground world had a huge mining team of 20 to 30,000 people. Although the kobolds were not as efficient as the gray dwarves, their numbers could easily make up for it. Where is the gray dwarf who found the gold mine? Sulen asked as he sat in the hall. Please wait a moment, master. I've already sent someone to inform him. A gray dwarf said respectfully. Soon, Sulen saw a muscular gray dwarf about 1.4 meters tall enter the hall. The gray dwarf was wearing old leather armor. His palms were thick with calluses and he had a thick beard. Were you the one who found the gold mine, and the fine gold mine? Sulen asked directly. My lord, I was the one who found the gold mine and the fine gold mine, the gray dwarf said respectfully. At the same time, he took out a piece of ore that reflected a metallic luster from his pouch. These are some samples of the ore I found in the vein. The gray dwarf held up the ore with both hands. Chris walked over and took it, then handed it to Sulen. Sulen weighed it lightly. It was heavy in his hand. There was a golden metal in the rock. It was gold. Beside the gold, there was another piece of metal that shone brighter. Sulen snapped his fingers, and a spiritual light rose from his body. It instantly merged with the ore in his hand. After a while his eyes flashed with joy. It really is fine gold. Very good. You will be rewarded handsomely. With that, Sulen snapped his fingers, and with a flash of light, a wine barrel that was 1.2 meters tall appeared on the ground. It was filled with vodka, a specialty of Northern Town City. This is only a small part of the reward for you. Next, take us to see the gold mine. If everything is true, the reward will be given immediately, Sulen said with a smile. As long as you make a contribution, I will not be stingy with the reward. Thank you, my lord. Thank you, my lord. As soon as the barrel appeared, the gray dwarf's eyes were instantly attracted to it. He sniffed with his red nose, as if he was going to pounce on it in the next second. It's yours. Sulen snickered and snapped his fingers. With a flash of light, the lid of the wine barrel was opened. The rich aroma of wine spread out, and the fragrant wine slowly flowed out. At the same time, a glass cup happened to catch the wine. Soon a glass of vodka was filled. Suluan handed the glass to the gray dwarf who had been scratching his head for a long time. The gray dwarf took the glass and took a big gulp. Gulp, gulp, gulp. He drank half of the large glass in one go. Sulen smiled. He did not overly oppress these Duergar. Instead, he used good wine and food to entice them, and then supplemented it with force. As for the Duergar's upper class, he had Chris directly control them, and they were easily under his control. After drinking vodka, the Duergar's original wine became tasteless. If they wanted to drink vodka, they could only work hard and use their points or money to buy it. This method was much better than the previous oppressive slavery, and the Duergar did not betray or riot. Burp. The Duergar burped in satisfaction, and his face became flushed. My lord, the gold mine is very wide. I can guarantee that there is a gold mine hidden in it. The Duergar raised his voice and said exaggeratedly, there is a lot of adamantine in it. Its value is immeasurable. Sulen nodded slightly. He did not completely believe the Duergar's words. Duergars, like their cousins on the surface, like to boast. Speaking of which, it seemed that all the small people in this world had this hobby. Halflings, dwarves, gnomes, these people all had a habit of boasting. It was better to just take their words at face value. The truth should be at least half of what they said. Get ready. We will set off tomorrow for the newly discovered gold mine, Sulen ordered. Oh, and don't let him drink too much today. Otherwise he will be drunk tomorrow. Yes, master. I will arrange it right away. Chris nodded and said. It was already late, and all kinds of preparations had not been made, so they could only wait until tomorrow to set off. The gold mine would not run away, so there was no need to be too anxious. There were many monsters in the underground world. Sulen and the others had to bring enough people to deal with them when they set off tomorrow. The little succubus was very capable. After Sulen gave the order, she immediately arranged everything properly. Night fell. Sulen stood on the balcony of the Northwind Tower and looked down at the city below him. The construction of Northtown was still going on. The people who had migrated from all over the world were working hard with hope for a better life. The requirements of ordinary people were very simple. They only wanted a stable environment, a warm home, and a relatively wealthy life through their own efforts. The taverns and night markets in the city were brightly lit. The bustling noises were blown away by the night wind and finally dissipated in the darkness. Although it had only been established for less than 3 years, the development of Northern Town City was very fast. Now there was even a night market here. However, the night market wasn't open all night. It would close around 11 p.m. However, the appearance of the night market also showed the prosperity of Northtown. In Sullen's design, the city below him was actually a part of the floating city. The various wonders in the city would also be covered by the floating city. There were too many problems to consider in the construction of the floating city. Sulen wanted to build a floating city that could not only wander in the prime material plane, but also had to build a floating city with the ability to travel in the astral plane. Such a floating city could be completely self-sufficient even in the astral plane. It could float in the astral plane for hundreds or even thousands of years without having to worry about logistics. The floating city's population was about 50,000. At the same time, it also needed to control the population growth. The construction of houses also needed to save as much land as possible. Sulen planned to build the residential area according to the residential areas in his previous life. It did not need to be too tall. A building with 6 floors would be enough. There were also commercial areas, workshops, production areas, hospitals, city halls, plantations, ecological parks, simulation systems, wizard academies, golem workshops, entertainment areas, and so on. According to the drawings designed by Sulen, such a floating city could live up to 70 to 100,000 people. 50,000 people could live there even after reproduction. He did not want to have a population expansion problem in a short period of time. A floating city of this level was already very large. In the era of the Arcane Empire, the energy core of such a floating city was the Mice Energy Core. Elemental fission could only support a floating city of 10,000 people. Only elemental fusion and the Mice Energy Core could support a floating city of 100,000 people. Every time the floating city expanded a little, the energy consumed would increase by a lot. Just like a city of 10,000 people and 100,000 people. Although the area only increased by a few times, the energy consumed increased by hundreds or thousands of times. In the Arcane Empire, there were super floating cities that could accommodate more than 300,000 people. The energy core in them was more than one Mice Energy Core. Floating cities of that level were frighteningly powerful. But these were things for the future. The Tower of the North Wind was not even a floating tower, and it was even further away from a floating city. Now they could only seize the time to climb the technology tree and cultivate talents. In a floating city, at least a few legendary wizards and high-ranking legendaries were needed. Sulen stood quietly on the balcony and watched everything. After a while, he turned around and returned to his room. Nothing happened that night. Early the next morning, Sulen got up from the slender arms and legs of Chrissy and his 2 personal maids. He washed up briefly, woke Chrissy up, and went to the underground world. When they arrived in Crete again, the exploration team was already ready. In addition to Sulen and Chrissy, the exploration team also had a team of Grey Dwarf warriors and a team of drows. There were a total of 24 people in the team. When everyone was there, Sulen asked the miner who found the gold mine to lead the way. The underground world was rich in minerals. Minerals such as gold and adamantine were basically in the depths of the earth. After all, they were originally heavy, and it was difficult to mine adamantine in the surface world. After a period of development, the roads around Crete had been repaired. Although they were not as flat and wide as North City, they were not bad. All of them had dark vision and were completely unaffected in such an environment. The group kept moving along the road. After about an hour, the road began to become rugged, and some underground creatures appeared around them. After discovering the group, they all hid. There were rugged rocks around the road, and there were many broken stones piled up in many places, which should have been caused by the last earthquake. The roads in the underground world were winding and rugged, and it was easy for people who were not familiar with them to get lost. Fortunately, both the Grey Dwarf and the Drows were very familiar with the underground world. Sulen also recorded the route on his strategic map. Under the lead of the Grey Dwarf, the group soon came near a broken rock wall. There was a 3-meter-wide crack in the rock wall. It was dark inside the crack, which looked like a ferocious monster's mouth. After coming here, the Grey Dwarf became a little cautious. "Lord, this is the passage. After passing through this passage, you will reach the cave where the gold mine is." Chapter 459. Aten, take the drows to investigate. Be careful of the monsters here. Sulen looked at the crack in front of him and said, "Yes, sir." Aten nodded, then took a few drows and directly blended into the darkness. After entering the passage, because there was no fluorescent moss, the light was even dimmer, and the road was even more rugged. Many places could barely allow one person to pass through. And from time to time, some monster corpses could be seen along the way. Some of these monsters were ordinary beasts, and some were mutant creatures. But for these drows, there was basically no difference. Aten was now a peak grade 4 drow, and the rest of the drows were also elites. It was not difficult to deal with these monsters. After walking in the narrow passage for about 15 minutes, as they went deeper into the underground space, the passage became wider and wider, and some fluorescent moss appeared in the passage again. "Sir, we found some traces of underground orcs here." Aten's figure emerged from the shadows. As a ranger, Aten had a good tracking ability. There was not much difference between the underground orcs and the surface orcs. Just like the surface dwarves and Grey Dwarves, they were cousins, but closer. The underground orcs were stronger than the surface orcs. The general radiation in the underground world had caused some mutations in their bodies. Their bodies had become stronger, and their height had reached 3 meters. But because of the radiation, they were more ferocious and brutal than their cousins. These underground orcs did not produce anything. They relied on plundering to survive. They were intelligent creatures that ate humans. They were also notorious in the underground world. The underground orcs almost had the combat power of a knight when they reached adulthood. They generally operated in small groups. The underground orcs were not laborers for free. They had a physique of 2-3 meters and were very powerful. They were very good candidates for mining or building roads. As for their violent personalities, the traditional training skills of the drows would teach them to work hard. If they really could not do it, they could be thrown to Chrissy. The little succubus's enchantment could even control the Tauren, let alone these orcs. Don't worry about them for now. Finding the gold mine is more important. Sulen scanned the strategic map and said, "After finding the gold mine, we'll clean up the surrounding monsters. As for the orcs, we'll catch them as coolies." In just a few seconds, Sulen had decided the fate of these underground orcs. When they arrived here, the width of the passage was already about 10 meters. There were also several wide underground caverns connecting the passage. Some mushrooms and plants grew very luxuriantly in the caverns. The water vapor in the air was also relatively high. Obviously, There was an underground river in the surroundings. In the damp corners of the passage, there were many underground moss and underground mushrooms. Many of the plants here were poisonous. Because of the radiation environment, there were many special magical plants growing in the underground world. Every once in a while, the wizards of the Northern Wind Tower would come here to collect some magic herbs. The potions produced by the Northwind Tower were very popular in the northern lands, but the quantity was limited. The apprentices in the northern town were so busy that their feet barely touched the ground. They had to process large amounts of ingredients every day. During this period of time, the Northwind Tower had gained another 5 high-grade wizards. The production of potions had increased by quite a bit, but the supply still could not meet the demand. Creatures are approaching. A rustling sound came from the darkness. Sullen's footsteps stopped. Aiden immediately hid in the darkness with the other drows. Soon, there was the sound of a battle, followed by a scream. This scream was like a signal. Soon, the screams came one after another. A few minutes later, all the drows returned to the team. There were no wounds on their bodies, only a strong smell of blood and a faint murderous aura. Aiden bowed to Sulen and said, "Master, it's a group of claw horrors. They've all been wiped out." Sulen nodded and said, "Let's move on." The leading gray dwarf quickly stepped forward. When he passed by Aiden and the others, he subconsciously dodged to the side. It was obvious that he was afraid of these drows. After walking out of the passage, the group came to a huge underground cave. After arriving here, Sulen quickly saw some exposed ores. There were very few of them, and they did not seem to be of high quality. However, since there were ores here, it meant that there was indeed a vein of ore here. It was just that he was not sure what kind of ore this vein was. Sulen asked the gray dwarf next to him to collect some ores. Under the light of the torch, the ores shone with a golden light and looked shiny. As the pickaxe fell, gravel splashed everywhere. Soon, a gray dwarf dug out the ore and respectfully presented it to Sulen. The gray dwarf handed over a golden octahedral ore and said excitedly, "Master, this should be a piece of pyrite, also known as fool's gold." Sulen looked at the pyrite in front of him with some surprise. With this kind of metallic luster, it was really difficult to tell that this thing was pyrite and not gold ore. Pyrite was a kind of granular mineral, with a golden luster. Its appearance was very similar to gold ore, so it was also known as fool's gold. In the face of this kind of metal, even some old miners were often fooled by it. Reaching out and picking up the pyrite, Sulen found that some of the metal particles were in a very regular cubic shape, as if they had been specially polished by humans. This was the difference between pyrite and gold ore. Seeing this fool's gold, Sulen was not angry. Instead, he was a little happy. There was a famous saying among the dwarves, "Fool's gold can only fool the fool, not the wise." Although this metal was not gold, it was the tracer of gold. When the dwarves were excavating all kinds of minerals, they found that fool's gold often appeared in the same area as gold. This meant that as long as fool's gold was found, there was a 70% chance of finding gold near the vein. Therefore, in the eyes of the experienced miners, as long as they found fool's gold, they could often follow the vine to find the melon. Now that Sulen and the others found pyrite here, it meant that there was indeed gold ore around, and that the gray dwarf was not lying. Since we found fool's gold, the real gold is not far away. Sulen threw the pyrite away and continued, "Let's go, hurry up and find the gold." Squeak, squeak, squeak. A chaotic sound like that of insects came from afar, and the faces of the gray dwarves changed. "Master, this is the cry of Nell beetles. They must have been alerted by the commotion when we were mining," Aiden said as he walked up. "Master, Nell beetles usually live in groups. Should we avoid them?" Aiden said as he looked around. Sulen shook his head and rejected Aiden's suggestion. What kind of joke was this? How could he reject a mount that had been delivered to his doorstep? Nell beetles were large beetles that had inherited the social life of insects. Usually, a nest of Nell beetles would have 50 of them. Under normal circumstances, Nell beetles would have a hard bright red carapace, and their defense would be very high. Without any preparation, even the gray dwarves and drows, who were experts in the underground world, would not dare to provoke them. The Nell beetle's 2 evil claws swayed in front of its 4 black round eyes and huge jagged jaws. There was also a horny protrusion on its head that was similar to a trumpet. This protrusion would release a sound wave that could be used to attack or heal. A single Nell beetle had a challenge level of 10, but when the Nell beetles hit in large numbers, even a knight commander or a conferred knight would have to retreat. These monsters had an innate ability, earthquake. They could make use of sound waves to cause the ground to shake and deform. To Sulen, this ability made use of the resonance effect. There was no need for them to use a lot of strength. As long as the frequency of the sound waves was the same as that of the surrounding ground, they would be able to easily cause the ground to shake and deform. If there were a sufficient number of Nell beetles, they could even cause a small-scale earthquake. In the underground world, almost no one would take the initiative to provoke a group of Nell beetles. However, even though the Nell beetle was powerful, its intelligence was extremely low. It was almost no different from other insects. In fact, its intelligence was even lower than other insects. This situation made it possible for Nell beetles to be tamed. However, from the looks of it, there had not been any underground race that had successfully tamed them. "They're here." A flash of lightning flashed in Sulen's eyes. The moment he said that, the rocks on the ground suddenly bulged up. Then a huge creature with a red carapace that looked like a beetle with 4 legs appeared before everyone. It had 2 sharp pincers, a huge mouth filled with fangs, and a horn on its head. Its body was covered with a shackling carapace, and its diameter was over 1 meter. It looked very ferocious and terrifying. "Sir, be careful." The moment the Nell beetle appeared, Aiden blocked in front of Sulen. A sharp curved sword appeared in his hand, and he looked at the big guy in front of him with vigilance. "Chris, control them," Sulen ordered. Compared to the Magi's ability to control monsters, Chris's charm was more useful. After being strengthened, the effect of her charm talent was very powerful. Chris laughed delicately as a leather whip appeared in her hand. She tapped her toes lightly and leaped into the air. A pair of demonic wings appeared behind her back. Chris's figure gracefully streaked across the air. The leather whip in her hand carried a ball of lightning as it lashed at the Nell beetle. The lightning flashed through the beetle's body, and the attacking Nell beetle's body suddenly stopped. Kelly didn't stop at all. She quickly flew backward and the whip in her hand lashed out at even more Nell beetles. Chapter 460. Painful Lash. Charm. Pleasure Whip. As Chris flew past them, all the Nell beetles became stiff. Streaks of pink light quickly spread from Chris's body, and quickly enveloped the Nell beetles. A shocking charm power spread from Chris's body. "Don't look at her." Aiden's expression changed drastically. He immediately closed his eyes and turned around. The drows and duergars around him also quickly turned around. Although Chrissy's charm wasn't targeted at them, it still had a very powerful effect on them. Whether it was Eden, the drows, or the Grey Dwarfs, none of them had the confidence to resist this ability. Only Sulen could resist Chris's shocking charm. As the pink light flashed past, the dozen Nell beetles below were instantly controlled by Hathaway. The 16 Nell beetles obediently formed a neat formation under Chris's command. "Master, they're all under control." The little succubus Chris obediently landed beside Sulen and said. Only then did the duergars and drows around Sulen open their eyes in fear. They turned around and looked at Chris with eyes full of fear. How long had it been? In the blink of an eye, those troublesome Nell beetles were easily controlled by her. If the maid was so powerful, then how powerful was the master? At this moment, both the drows and the duergars had a deeper understanding of Sulen's powerful strength. Sulen affectionately reached out and patted Chris's head, encouraging her. The little maid had done well during this period of time. She needed to be caressed and praised. With over a dozen Death Nell beetles, Suluen's group was able to move about more easily. The Death Nell beetles were strong and had thick carapaces on their bodies. Their speed was not slow either. They looked like tanks. These Nell beetles had many other uses. Not only could they be used as mounts, but they could also be used to transport goods. The roads in the underground world were rugged, but the Nell beetles could move as if they were walking on flat ground. They could quickly transport goods and had many uses. If these Nell beetles were used to form a knight regiment, not many armies could stop their charge. Even if there were sturdy city walls, they would still collapse under the earth-quaking mountain. Sulen was already considering forming a knight regiment of Nell beetles to give it a try. With these Nell beetles as mounts, Sulen and the others moved much faster. Many of the monsters they encountered along the way avoided them when they saw the Nell beetles. Some stubborn ones were directly torn in half by the Nell beetles' ferocious pincers. "My lord, I've explored this area when I came last time. There's a group of kobolds in this passage. There are about 1,000 of them. And there's even a dragonborn kobold warlock among them. There are some undead creatures in this passage. I was almost killed by the spirits there last time," the gray dwarf said with lingering fear. "But those spirits and zombies can't leave this place. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to escape." The underground passage extended in all directions, and they encountered several forks along the way. Other than the underground orcs and kobolds, there were also some minotaurs living here. However, there were not many minotaurs, only about 30 of them. There were no cities of gray dwarves or drows. Although the drows were said to be the strongest race in the underground world, they did not control much territory. These drows were fond of infighting, and there were more than 10 families in each city. If they wanted to expand, they would need the Queen of Spiders, Lolth, to give an oracle. In a remote underground world like this, there were basically no drows in the city. "My lord, the gold mine is just ahead. We'll be there once we get out of this passage," the gray dwarf said excitedly. Sulen nodded. "As long as it's true, your reward will be given as soon as we return." "Thank you very much for your generosity, my lord. I'm willing to serve you until death do us part." The gray dwarf immediately patted his chest to express his sincerity. Soon the group walked out of the passage. At the end of the passage was a huge underground cave. After arriving here, Sulen found that there were many pale gold ores scattered on the ground. This vein was mainly chalcopyrite, and there were also gold ores. Adamantine and gold ores were buried here together. Sulen picked up a piece of ore and examined it. He found that the copper content of the ore was relatively high, and it was a high-grade ore. In addition to the gold ores, there were also some silver ores, but there were not many of them. The area of the vein in front of them was very large. Although he did not carefully observe the vein, it was obvious that it was a large comprehensive vein. There were not only gold ores here, but also many other ores. However, the gray dwarf would need to explore in detail to know how many ores there were. However, there was one more thing that needed to be done before the exploration, and that was to clear out all the monsters around the vein. Sulen's group was quickly discovered. After all, more than a dozen Nell beetles were too conspicuous. However, what made Sulen feel strange was that there were more than one race of monsters secretly watching them. This was a little strange. In the underworld, unless one race had enslaved another race, this kind of situation rarely happened. However, this did not matter. Even if they all joined forces, they would not be able to do anything. Not long after, just as the gray dwarves were collecting ores, the monsters in the vein slowly approached in the dark and quickly surrounded them. After confirming that Sulen's group was surrounded, the monsters showed themselves. There were kobolds, underworld orcs, bugbears, and minotaurs. In total, there were a few hundred of them. What surprised Sulen even more was that these monsters of different races were not chaotic at all. These monsters were all wielding weapons and wearing armor. Although they looked a little crude, they were all metal weapons. Although the underworld was rich in mineral resources, there were not many races that knew how to smelt metal. This army of a few hundred was actually equipped with armor. It looks like these people don't welcome us. Sulen looked at these monsters in front of him. His eyes kept scanning them as if he was looking for something. At this moment, Sulen suddenly saw a sphere with a diameter of about 6 feet from the corner of his eye. He immediately turned around. Behind these monsters, a large meatball was floating in midair. This meatball had a ferocious bloody mouth filled with sharp teeth. In the middle of the meatball was an eye that took up 1/3 of the entire meatball. In addition to this eye, there were more than 10 small eyes that were connected to each other extending out from the top of the meatball. After seeing these ferocious and deformed creatures, Sulan immediately knew the name of these monsters, Beholder. These horrifying and deformed creatures were first born in the astral plane. It was said that their ancestor was a powerful creature that was comparable to the gods. Beholder was a monster that existed widely in the multiverse. They were best at mind control. And Beholder had a large army. In this aspect, perhaps only the mind flayers were better than them. Beholder was a ferocious, violent, and evil creature. They were born with strong psionic powers, and could use this ability to enslave other races. It was obvious that this mind had been occupied by the Beholder. The armor and weapons on these monsters were also forged under the command of the Beholder. Looks like they're treating us as fat sheep. Seeing so many monsters surrounding them, Sulan was not nervous at all. Chris, command these Nell beetles to charge. Chris's eyes moved and said softly, "Yes, master." Although the Beholder controlled a large number of monsters, after controlling so many monsters, it could not perform precise operations. Although the army of a few hundred people was large in number, as they continued to move forward, the formation became loose. Seeing such a flaw, Chris naturally would not let go of it. After going through a few battles, Chris's commanding experience was obviously much better. Taking advantage of this opportunity, she immediately ordered 16 Nell beetles to attack. More than a dozen behemoths, each weighing 1 to 2 tons, rushed over. That earth-shattering aura was terrifying, but the monsters did not react. These monsters were all controlled by the Beholder. They basically did not have self-awareness, so naturally, they would not be afraid. However, could they block the charge of the Nell beetles just because they were not afraid? The answer was that it was impossible. The dozen Nell beetles were like a dozen heavy tanks as they crashed into the army of Beholder. As soon as they made contact, the armored underground orcs were sent flying without any chance to retaliate. How strong was the impact of the Nell beetles that weighed over a ton when charging at full speed? The armor of the orc that was sent flying was immediately deformed. There was even a dent where he was hit. The huge impact penetrated his armor and acted on his body. Blood and pieces of his organs kept flowing out of his mouth. It was obvious that this orc could not be saved. The Nell beetles were like bulldozers that charged into the enemy's formation. Wherever they went, the enemies were either sent flying or torn in half by their ferocious pincers. There was no enemy at all. This Beholder probably had not commanded a large-scale battle before. It completely did not realize how destructive the Nell beetles were to such a loose formation. The ground shook. The Nell beetle's 10 legs quickly tapped the ground while it was charging, and a special sound wave spread out. In the next second, there was a rumbling sound, and the ground around it shook violently like waves. The surrounding orcs, minotaurs, and kobolds fell down instantly, and the original encirclement had a large gap. Chapter 461. More than a dozen Nell beetles launched earthquake at the same time, causing the surrounding ground to tremble, as if an earthquake had occurred. After the enemies fell, the dozen Nell beetles didn't slow down at all, and continued to charge towards the Beholder. Seeing this situation, the huge-eyed devil let out a furious roar. The monsters under its control sped up and charged forward. At the same time, 6 purple rays shot towards the few Nell beetles that were charging at the front. Charm monster. The 6 Nell beetles that were hit stopped, and even their bodies began to tremble. Not good, the Beholder is fighting with me for control of the Nell beetles. Chris's expression changed slightly. As the 6 Nell beetles stopped, the Beholder once again shot out 6 purple rays. The Nell beetles that had just circled around from both sides were instantly hit by the rays. The charging Nell beetles were instantly petrified into 6 lifelike stone statues. It's not a Beholder, it's a Broodmother's eye. Sulan instantly reacted. The Beholder and the Broodmother's eye were almost identical in appearance. The only difference was that the Broodmother's eye was much bigger than the Beholder. However, it was Sulan's first time seeing a Beholder, and he was a little far away. He didn't have a clear and accurate understanding of the Beholder's body. He originally thought it was just an ordinary Beholder. He didn't expect it to be a Broodmother's eye. The Broodmother's eye was the final form of the Beholder. As for the more powerful ordinary beholder, it was basically impossible due to the bloodline. The Broodmother's Eye was also a legend rank monster. Its ability was far superior to ordinary beholders. Compared to ordinary beholders that could only shoot one ray, the Broodmother's Eye could shoot 6 rays at once. Moreover, the Broodmother's Eye could shoot 10 kinds of rays. These 10 kinds of rays included charm humans, charm monsters, disintegrate, fear, finger of death, petrification ray, damage ray, hypnosis ray, slow ray, and telekinesis ray. Its spellcasting level was equivalent to that of a level 20 spellcaster. It was completely a legendary warlock. Against such a legendary monster, relying solely on the Nell beetles would be a waste of time. Ordinary beholder's challenge level was around level 10. However, the Broodmother's Eye would require a complete team of level 16 adventurers. Chris, focus on controlling the Nell beetles to deal with the surrounding monsters. Leave the Broodmother's Eye to me. Sullen's body flashed with lightning, and the storm war halberd appeared in his hand. After a brief explanation, he disappeared with a flash of light. Alternate space travel. Sullen's figure instantly entered a grotesque world. In the next second he appeared beside the Broodmother's Eye. As soon as he appeared, the storm battle halberd in his hand smashed down on the Broodmother. Fear. The Broodmother's Eye instantly fired an eye beam at Sulen, but this time, the spell did not have any effect. Sullen's strong will and iron will allowed him to pass through the fear spell. The storm war halberd didn't slow down at all as it ruthlessly slashed at the Broodmother's Eye. The energy barrier around the Broodmother's Eye only lasted for a second before it shattered with a loud bang. The storm war halberd had left a deep wound on its body. Sizzle. The tentacles on the Broodmother's Eye wriggled and made a sizzling sound. Then the Broodmother's Eye instantly opened its ferocious mouth and bit at Sulen. It looked like it was going to swallow him whole. You want to eat me? Aren't you afraid of breaking your teeth? Sulen curled his lips and instantly dodged to the side. Finger of death. 6 inches before it could steady itself, 6 consecutive purple beams instantly shot out from its eyes. 6 beams filled with the aura of death instantly hit Sulen. However, the Broodmother's Eye was disappointed. With Sullen's current physical fitness, the success rate of this kind of instant death spell was too low. Even if it was 6 consecutive beams, he could still easily withstand them. The only damage that could be done to him was the negative energy. In fact, divine creatures were immune to instant death spells. Although Sullen's divinity hadn't reached the level of a demigod, he was already a divine creature. Instant death spells had no effect on him. Seeing that Sulen didn't react after the finger of death hit, the Broodmother's Eye suddenly flew to the side, trying to distance itself from Sulen. However, how could Sulen let it have its way? His figure flashed as he chased after it. Disintegrate. 6-inch 6 red rays instantly flew towards Sulen. At the moment when they hit, a powerful force of thunder and lightning erupted from his body and formed a thunder shield, shrouding his body. The 6 disintegrate beams hit the surface of the thunder shield. The thunder shield flickered a few times before it shattered into countless lightning bolts. The disintegrate beams were also directly neutralized. Sulen didn't receive any damage. Sulen was also prepared for the Broodmother's Eye's attack. Power of thunder. Dazzling lightning instantly bloomed on Sullen's body. The powerful force of thunder constantly attacked the Broodmother's Eye under his control. The Broodmother's tentacles were quickly electrocuted into black charcoal. Ah! A mournful scream was heard. Although the Broodmother's Eye kept releasing spells to resist, they were all destroyed by Sullen's powerful thunder. In the next moment, its huge body was hit by the thunder. A wave of pain and numbness made its body twitch continuously. Its huge body was paralyzed at this moment. Thunder explosion. A bolt of thunder as thick as a bucket instantly hit the Broodmother's Eye. The Broodmother's Eye's huge body was directly engulfed by the thunder. The Broodmother's Eye's body flickered with electric sparks. The original tentacles were also twisted and twitching. The pain and numbness from its body made it unable to resist. After Sulen reached the advanced legendary rank, his control of the Thunder Domain had become stronger. Even if he didn't activate the Thunder Domain, he could still use its power. Now his normal attacks were infused with the power of the Thunder domain. Although the Brood Mother's Eye in front of him had reached the legendary rank, it was completely no match for Sulen. The spellcasting ability it was so proud of couldn't exert any power in the face of Su Luan. Although they were both at the legendary rank, there was a huge gap between an ordinary legendary and an advanced legendary. Moreover, Sulen had mastered the power of the Thunder domain. The Brood Mother's Eye couldn't resist him at all. Thunder Spear. A pale golden power of thunder instantly appeared in Sulen's hand. Then, it formed a spear made completely of thunder and lightning. It was also mixed with a trace of the power of the rules. As soon as the Thunder Spear took shape, a hair-raising feeling appeared on everyone on the battlefield. It was as if they were facing their natural enemy in an instant. Apart from purification, the power of the rules of thunder and lightning also had some power of judgment. This power was effective against almost everyone. Sulen immediately locked on to the Brood Mother's Eye with his perception. Then with a roar he threw the Thunder Spear at it. A terrifying bolt of thunder directly streaked across the sky. At this moment, the entire underground cave was illuminated. The surrounding elemental energy seemed to be attracted by the Thunder Spear. It was as if the surrounding elemental energy was gathering towards the Thunder Spear. Golden lightning streaked across the sky. The spacious underground cave was instantly dyed golden by the lightning. The Brood Mother's Eye's huge body was instantly pierced by the Thunder Spear. A hole with a diameter of 50 centimeters appeared in the center of its body. A large amount of flesh and blood was instantly reduced to ashes. Sulen deliberately avoided the Brood Mother's eyes. One had to know that the most valuable thing on this monster's body was its eye. If the eye was destroyed, the value of the Brood Mother's Eye would be reduced by 90%. After the Thunder Spear was thrown, the Brood Mother's Eye let out a cry of horror. It activated all of its psionic defensive force fields. However, under the effect of the Thunder Spear, the psionic defensive force fields shattered into countless pieces like glass. It couldn't withstand the impact of the Thunder Spear at all. The next moment, a terrifying hole appeared in its huge body. Its entire body was directly pierced by the Thunder Spear. Bang! The Brood Mother's Eye's huge body fell to the ground like a small hill. Blood spurted out. Although it looked very miserable, the Brood Mother's Eye was still alive. Its powerful life force was quickly draining away, and it could only struggle at death's door. Sulen didn't give it a chance to recover. His body flashed and appeared directly above the Brood Mother's Eye. The storm battle halberd in his hand suddenly flashed with dazzling lightning. Then he ruthlessly pierced the Brood Mother's Eye's brain. The sharp storm battle halberd pierced the Brood Mother's Eye's skin and mercilessly pierced its brain. The powerful lightning energy completely turned its brain into a pile of paste. After receiving another fatal blow, the Brood Mother's Eye finally couldn't take it anymore. Its powerful life force disappeared in an instant. Its huge body collapsed with a loud bang. Only the tentacles were still trembling slightly. This was the reaction of the nerves in its body after being stimulated by the lightning. A high-quality magic gem appeared in Sulen's hand. Then a powerful energy surged from his body. The magic gem instantly flew up and bloomed with a dazzling brilliance. Soul extraction. Confinement. Soul binding. Spell maximization plus magic gem. 3 consecutive spells were cast by Sulen. The soul of the Brood Mother's Eye that had just died was instantly extracted from its corpse. The ferocious and terrifying soul struggled to escape. However, when it was alive, it wasn't a match for Sulen. Now that it was dead, it was even worse. Chapter 462. Chains of lightning flew out from Sulen's body and wrapped around the soul of the Brood Mother's Eye as soon as they appeared. The lightning chains had a golden glow on them, which was the embodiment of the divine power in Sulen's body. The soul of the Brood Mother's Eye, which was struggling to escape, suddenly lost its ability to move. This ferocious soul was slowly pulled towards the magic gem in the air by the lightning chains. Boom! The lightning dissipated, and the originally pure magic gem turned into a soul stone that flickered with purple light. After the spell was cast, the soul stone fell from the air. Sulen reached out and caught the gem. After looking at it for a while, A legendary soul stone was in his hands. Next, Sulen did not let go of the corpse of the broodmother's eye, which was like a mountain of flesh, and directly stored it in his storage space. The broodmother's eye was very rare in the multiverse. Its eye was a very precious magic material. If the craftsmanship was good, it was more than enough to make a legendary item. How could he let go of such a material? At the same time, the moment the broodmother's eye was killed by Sulen, the army of monsters that were besieging Crazy and the others immediately stopped attacking, and all of them fainted on the ground. Hundreds of kobolds, bugbears, underground orcs, and minotaurs all fainted. These monsters that were originally controlled by the broodmother's eye were also freed at this moment. Seeing this, the grey dwarves and drows heaved a sigh of relief. Then they tied up these monsters with ropes. Those with light injuries were left behind, while those with heavy injuries were killed with a single slash. Crazy, on the other hand, had the Nell beetles under control again. As for the remaining 6 petrified Nell beetles, Sulen had to cast a spell to get rid of them. The effect of the petrification spell was very powerful. This spell first appeared on the Medusa, who was also an ancient abomination monster. It was said that this monster had the bloodline of the gods. Many petrification spells in the multiverse originated from her. After the successful casting of the petrification spell, it did not directly turn a person into a stone statue. In fact, the stone statue was only the effect of the spell. As long as the petrification spell was removed within an hour, the petrified person would recover. Of course, the prerequisite was that the stone statue had to be intact. Once the stone statue showed signs of missing an arm or a leg, the person would also lose an arm or a leg after the petrification was removed. Moreover, the petrification spell had to be removed within an hour. Once the time limit was exceeded, the stone statue that was originally the effect of the petrification spell would become a real stone statue. After the petrification spell was removed, the beetles that had turned into stone statues, Sulen had turned into stone. Su got everyone to clean the battlefield, while he found a place to look at his harvest this time. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a glorious victory. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully defeated an Eye of the Nest Mother and annihilated its army. You have obtained 53,200 experience points. You have obtained an item, Life Gem X2. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully killed an Eye of the Nest Mother. You have obtained 68,000 experience points. You have obtained 2 platinum treasure chests. You have obtained 1 legendary skill point for killing an Eye of the Nest Mother. The battle has ended. New Moon Year 1688, November, Underground World. Your servant discovered a gold mine in the underground world. You led an exploration team to explore the depths of the underground world. When you found the gold mine, you encountered an army led by the Eye of the Nest Mother. A battle broke out. In the end, you took the lead and successfully killed the Eye of the Nest Mother. You have obtained victory in this battle. Your name has begun to spread in the underground world. Prestige plus 20. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your experience points have reached the maximum. Your profession level has been upgraded. You have obtained 2 free attribute points and 2 skill points. You have reached level 29. A series of notifications rang in Sullen's ears. The rewards from this battle were not bad. He obtained 1 legendary skill point, 1 legendary gem, 2 platinum treasure chests and 2 life gems. Moreover, he had leveled up. He had obtained a large amount of experience points from killing the brain hunters. Not only had he leveled up, but he had also accumulated 3/4 of the experience bar for the next level. In addition to the experience he had accumulated during this period of time and this battle, his level had increased once again. Sulen had not used the bottle of Golden 9 transformations pills he had obtained previously. In addition to the 2 free attribute points he had obtained this time, he had a total of 27 free attribute points. He could raise several of his original attributes to 50 points. He planned to use them all when he returned this time. In addition to the free attribute points, Sulen had also accumulated 1 legendary skill point and 4 free attribute points. He planned to level up his skills. This time, Sulen planned to level up his Ironbone talent. Originally, This talent was an intermediate talent. To level it up to an advanced talent required 4 free attribute points. Now, it was just enough. Opening the attribute panel, Sulen found the intermediate Iron Bone talent and chose to level it up. A different kind of energy instantly appeared in his body and then quickly merged into his body. Sulen felt as if his body was constantly being bitten by countless ants. There was pain all over his body from the inside out. His bones were sore, itchy, and numb. All kinds of feelings appeared. Sulen clenched his fists. The rocks on the ground were crushed by his grip. His whole body was sweating profusely. After a while, this feeling gradually subsided. Finally, all the pain disappeared, and a gentle energy began to nourish his body. His whole body felt as if it was soaking in a hot spring. It was very comfortable. After a few minutes, this feeling completely subsided. Sulen opened his eyes. Feeling the dirt on his body, Sulen used cleanse to clean his body. After that, he sat down and checked his attribute panel. Advanced Iron Bone. After a long period of training, your body has become stronger. Normal attacks will cause less damage to you. Your defense will increase by 30%. Attacks with less than 15 points will not cause you any damage. After looking at the advanced Iron Bone skill, Sulen did not level it up to legendary. He needed his body to adapt to it before leveling it up. Therefore, Sulen planned to level it up after returning to Northern Town. After completing the leveling up, Sulen opened his inventory. There were 2 platinum treasure chests sitting there quietly. After taking a deep breath, Sulen chose to open the treasure chests. A beautiful sound and light effect flashed, and the system's cold voice rang in his ears. Congratulations, host. You have successfully opened the platinum treasure chest. You have obtained a mysterious item, Qilin Horn. Congratulations, host. You have successfully opened the platinum treasure chest. You have obtained an item, Blood Essence Stone. After hearing the system's voice, Sulen's face instantly flashed with joy. Then he immediately took out the item that looked like a horn from his inventory. This Qilin horn was light gold in color. It was very hard and heavy to the hand. It was also covered in other energy. Sulen was still worrying about where to get this Qilin horn. He did not expect to get one from opening the treasure chest this time. Sulen was not clear about the other uses of the Qilin horn. However, the wonder blueprint that he had obtained said that the Qilin Pavilion needed this item to be built. Although the Qilin Pavilion's function was simple, it was very useful. It could improve the physical fitness of the horses and mounts in the territory. It could even make normal mounts mutate. Sulen was not clear about the effect. However, according to the characteristics of the wonder building, the effect should be very good. The other materials to build the Qilin Pavilion were not too rare. A portion of them could be found in the northern city. The other portion could also be bought with money. The most important item, the Qilin horn, was already available. When he returned, he would also build this wonder building. After putting away the Qilin horn, Sulen took out the Blood Essence Stone. The Blood Essence Stone was a red stone the size of an egg. Its surface was smooth, and it flickered with specks of light. It looked very beautiful. He opened the system and began to check the Blood Essence Stone's attributes. Blood Essence Stone. This is a mysterious stone. It has a special magical power. Wearing this stone can increase the host's HP recovery speed and increase the host's maximum HP. It can also be used to make some items. After seeing the Blood Essence Stone's attributes, Sulen curled his lips. This stone was basically useless to him. After he had legendary regeneration, his HP recovery speed was very fast. He basically did not need this stone. However, after seeing that the Blood Essence Stone could be used to make magic items, Sulen decided to keep it. He would give it to Hathaway when he returned and let her do as she saw fit. After putting away these things, Sulen began to look at the 2 life gems in the storage space. These 2 gems were filled with life energy. They were light green and full of vitality. These magical gems were very rare. They had a magical effect, which was to increase one's HP. The life energy contained in the life gems was very rich and could be easily absorbed. At the same time, these gems were very important to druids. A life gem like this could increase one's lifespan by 15 years. For many nobles, this was almost impossible to refuse. As soon as these 2 life gems appeared, they would be immediately snatched up by others. However, these gems were very beneficial to druids. They could increase the success rate of a druid's advancement. After putting away the gems, Sulen stood up. This time, the harvest had been checked. Now it was time to deal with the gold mine. After defeating the Eye of the Nest Mother, Sulen had obtained a large number of captives. Now he needed a large amount of labor to develop the mine. Sulen planned to make these captives miners. At the same time, some of the slaves would be used to build the passage between here and Crete. Chapter 463. After dealing with the Eye of the Nest Mother, they captured more than 500 captives. These captives were all enslaved by the Eye of the Nest Mother. Now that the Eye of the Nest Mother was dead, these slaves naturally belonged to Suren. Although Chrissy's charm was powerful, she couldn't control so many people like the Nest Mother's eye. Therefore, Chrissy could only control the strongest people in the group. Without them, the rest of the slaves wouldn't have enough strength to rebel even if they wanted to. Next, Sulen divided the captives into groups of 50 and came up with a set of rules. A captain was chosen from each group and given some preferential treatment. They would immediately stand on Sulen's side and help Sulen oppress their own kind. This kind of thing happened too often in Sulen's northern city. Even now, there were still a lot of foreign overseers in the northern city. To prevent these slaves from escaping, Sulen divided each group into groups of 5. The slaves in the groups were to supervise each other. If someone escaped, everyone in the group would be punished. Moreover, the groups were to supervise each other. Those who reported the escapees would be rewarded. The highest reward was freedom, and the lowest reward was some food. At the same time, Sulen had the drows watch over the slaves. After completing the rules, Sulen had the slaves build a camp here. At the same time, he sent the Grey Dwarfs to explore the gold mine in all directions. After everything was arranged, Sulen took Crazy to search for the Eye of the Nest Mother. Beholder creatures also like precious metals and shiny things. Their nests often contained a lot of wealth. Although it wasn't as rich as dragons, it wasn't too far off. Sulen naturally wouldn't miss out on this wealth. Who would complain about having too much money? With a clever captive leading the way, Sulen and Crazy rushed to the Eye of the Nest Mother. The Eye of the Nest Mother's nest wasn't far from here. It was only about 2 kilometers away. It was located in a cave. At this time, there were some Taurens standing guard outside the cave. Even the Eye of the Nest Mother had been killed by Sulen, so the Taurens were even easier to deal with. Zhao Fu casually threw out 5 lightning whips, causing the Minotaurs to be paralyzed and unable to move, easily subduing them. Looking at the cave before him, Suluan didn't enter directly. Who knew if there were any traps left behind by the Nest Mother's eye? Sulen looked around and saw that no one was around. Then he took his Storm War halberd and walked towards the 2 Taurens. He kicked them and said coldly, "Don't play dead, get up." Sulen's spell wasn't to kill him, but to make him lose his ability to resist. One had to know that mining required a large number of slaves, and it was better to have one less slave die. "Don't kill me." The man struggled to get up. Although he didn't die, his injuries weren't light. At this moment, he was full of reverence for Sulen. In the Taran tribe, only the prophet shaman had the power of magic. He could clearly sense that Sulen was far more powerful than the shamans in his tribe. Sulen put the Storm War halberd on the Tauren's neck and asked in a low voice, "Who is your master?" Although the Taran was in awe, he didn't tell Sulen about his master. It was as if his master had left a restriction on him. How troublesome. Remove the spell. A ray of light rose from Sulen's body, and the spell on the Taran was removed. "Who is your master?" Sulen asked again. "It's an eye demon." After the spell was removed, the Taran immediately told him what he knew. Soon, Sulen figured out the situation in the nest. Other than the Nest Mother's eye that he killed, there were 3 other eye demons in the nest. They were the servants of the Nest Mother's eye. Sulen was a little confused before. Why was there only one eye demon in the Nest Mother's eye? It turned out that the rest of the eye demons were all in the nest. After figuring this out, he naturally wouldn't let the eye demons go. Then Sulen and the others entered the cave. After entering the cave, they realized that it was a completely different world. This was not a cave but a castle. Most of the rock wall had been hollowed out, and small rooms had been excavated. There were many fluorescent stones inlaid on both sides of the road. Just as Su Luan was still observing the surroundings, a burst of footsteps came, and more enemies appeared. This time, other than the Tauren, orcs and other underground races, there were also 3 eye demons. Although the eye demons were strong, it depended on who the opponent was. As soon as the 3 eye demons appeared, they immediately cast demonic ray at Sulen. However, after hitting, there was no reaction. Sulen's constitution easily withstood the test of toughness. These spells only caused some minor damage to him. With his strong regeneration ability, he recovered quickly. Sulen raised his hand and cast 5 lightning whips. The arcs of lightning bounced quickly on the monsters, and the monsters that rushed up were immediately paralyzed. Sulen's body flashed and appeared near a few eye demons. The eye demons were easily killed by him without any resistance. Next, Sulen and Chris quickly cleaned up the entire castle. All 3 eye demons in the castle were killed, and Sulen collected 3 more eye demon corpses. The remaining 100 or so people in the castle were dealt with in the same way as before. Sulen began to look at the spoils of war this time. As the difference in strength between the enemies and himself was too great, and there were no legendary creatures, there were only some experience points and magic gems as rewards. There was not even a silver treasure chest. After conquering the dungeon, Sulen immediately sent someone to inform Aten to cancel the construction of the territory. This dungeon was very suitable for a territory. The dungeon was not big. Sulen did a simple survey. It was more than enough for thousands of people to live in. Moreover, it was easy to defend and difficult to attack. The dungeon was surrounded by hard rocks, and there was only one entrance. There were tunnels dug into the mountain walls, and there were squares, houses, and streets. It was a small city. The largest room was where the Eye of the Nest Mother lived. After Sulen entered the room, he discovered a small mountain of gold and jewels in the middle of the room. In this dungeon, the Eye of the Nest Mother was worshipped by the eye demons and the monsters under their control as a god. These items were offerings to the Eye of the Nest Mother. Now that the Eye of the Nest Mother had been killed by Sulen, the gold and jewels in the room were all Sulen's spoils of war. After seeing the treasures, Sulen's heart raced. Then he ordered his subordinates to count the treasures. Most of the treasures were gold. After all, there was a gold mine, and the purity of the gold was only average. Besides the gold, there were also many magic gems. After counting, there were more than 2 tons of gold and thousands of magic gems. Of course, most of the magic gems were of average quality, and less than 1/10 of the magic gems were of high quality. Sulen asked the Grey Dwarf to refine the gold into gold bricks and store them in his storage space. 2 tons of magic gems sounded like a lot, but in reality, the gold bricks were less than 100 million cubic meters in size. Including the magic gems, the total volume was less than 2 cubic meters. Sulen's storage space could easily fit them all. While the Grey Dwarf was exploring the veins, the slaves were not idle. Sulen arranged for them to repair the roads. The tunnels leading to Crete had to be widened and strengthened, and many of the uneven roads had to be smoothed out. After making the necessary arrangements, Suluan took some time to return to Northern City. He handed over the gold he'd obtained to the mint for casting, and sent the magical gems to the Wizard Tower. At the same time, Suluan brought some men from Crete. When he came to the underground city again, 3 days had passed. After all, Suluan had only brought a little more than 20 people with him the first time he came. If he stayed here all the time, the slaves would not dare to do anything to him. However, he could not stay here all the time, so he transferred some people from the city of Crete. In addition to preventing the slaves from causing trouble, these people's task was to clean up the area around the mine. When Sulen returned, the Grey Dwarf had already begun to instruct the slaves to dig. As the area of the mine was too large, it would take a lot of time to explore. Therefore, they had to dig and explore at the same time. Although only a part of the exploration had been carried out, The results made Sulen overjoyed. Besides the gold, there were many other associated minerals. The Grey Dwarf had also found some fine gold. Based on what they had discovered so far, the reserves of fine gold were not bad. In addition, there were also topaz, pyroxene, chalcopyrite, pyrite, and so on. There were even some gemstones. The magic gems in the room of the Eye of the Nest Mother should have been excavated from here. However, the quality of the gemstones here was average. There were not many high-quality gemstones. Among the slaves, the kobolds and underground orcs were assigned to mining, while the Taurens were sent to build the tunnels. Sulen and Chris began to sweep the territories around the dungeon. If they wanted to mine the mines, it would be impossible to rely on the hundreds of slaves in front of them. It was not realistic to transfer slaves from Crete or Orlando City. Both Crete and Orlando City needed slaves for mining, so they couldn't afford to spare too many people for that. Fortunately, there were other tribes living around the gold mine. Sulen led his men to conquer these tribes one by one. The slaves were sent to the newly open mine to mine. After a round of clearing, the potential threats around the mine were eliminated. The miners were also replenished. It was killing two birds with one stone. Chapter 464. It took Sulen a week to clear out all the monsters around the gold mine. The number of slaves in the mine had increased to 6,000. Among them, the number of kobolds was the largest, with 2,000 being bugbears. There were also orcs, gnomes, and taurens. 6,000 slaves were enough for now. Some of them were sent to the mine to dig, while the others were sent to build roads. After Sulen and Chris cleared out the area around the gold mine, they began to explore further. Chris had caught a dozen Nell beetles last time, so there must be a nest nearby. Since they had decided to form a Nell beetle cavalry, they naturally had to find the nest. Under Chris's command, the Nell beetles brought the two of them back to their nest. The Nell beetle's nest was a little far from the gold mine. After walking for another 2 hours, the two of them finally arrived at the Nell beetle's nest. As expected, there were a dozen Nell beetles in the nest. Chris, who was already experienced, easily controlled the rest of the Nell beetles. Chris then moved the Nell beetle's nest to somewhere near Crete. She wanted to let the Nell beetles reproduce there. Sulen did not know much about the Nell beetles. He did not know if the relocation would allow the Nell beetles to reproduce. If it did not work, they would have to move back to their original place. After giving the task of forming Nell beetle cavalry to Chris, Sulen left the underground world. After a period of adaptation, he was ready to upgrade advanced iron bones to legendary. After returning to the Northern Wind Tower, Sulen opened a seclusion room, and had he open an energy channel to connect to the elemental pool. The elemental concentration in the seclusion room increased rapidly. Suluin opened the system panel and found the advanced iron bone. Behind the advanced iron bone, there was a flashing plus sign. Suluin took a deep breath and chose to level it up. In the next second, Sulen felt as if countless ants were biting his body. His bones seemed to be breaking and recombining. This feeling came and went quickly. When all the pain disappeared, Sulen finally let out a sigh of relief. The system's cold voice rang in his ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have used a legendary skill point and successfully upgraded Advanced Iron Bones to Legendary Iron Bones. Detected that the host possesses legendary sturdiness and legendary tenacity. The host's body has triggered a special effect. The host has obtained the talent Copper Skin and Iron Bones. Legendary Steel Bones. You have gone through a lot of tempering. Your body has completely broken away from the limits of a mortal and is moving towards a higher level. Normal attacks will deal less damage to you and your defense will be increased by 50%. Attacks below 30 points will not deal any damage to you. Copper Skin and Iron Bones. With this talent, you are immune to special effects such as crippling, broken tendons, bone fractures, and shattering. Your magic resistance is increased by 20. Sulen stretched his body, and a series of crackling sounds that sounded like beans being fried rang out. His body's defense had become very strong. With the addition of legendary tenacity, legendary iron bones, body hardening, and other talents, ordinary weapons could no longer hurt him. Sullen's skin had become very tough. He deliberately took out an ordinary knife and scratched his body. However, the blade did not leave any wound. In the end, he kept increasing his strength and finally pierced his skin. However, just as a little blood flowed out, the wound quickly healed with the help of legendary regeneration. After testing the changes in his body for a while, Sulen did not leave the seclusion room. Instead, he sat down again and calmed his mind. After a while, Sulen took out a bottle of 9 transformation golden pills from the storage. After uncorking the bottle, a faint medicinal fragrance instantly filled the whole room. Su Luan took out a golden elixir. The 9 transformations golden elixir looked golden all over, as if it was made of gold. Without hesitation, Sulen raised his head and swallowed the pill. As soon as the 9 transformation golden pill entered his stomach, a warm feeling spread from his body. Soon, a gentle energy began to swim in his body. This energy was the 9 transformation golden pill he had just taken. Every time this energy swam in his body, a part of it would merge into his body. After a few rounds, all the energy had been completely absorbed by his body, and in his attribute pane, 5 free attribute points had been added. Sulen chose to add all 5 attribute points to dexterity. The original 45 points of dexterity instantly increased to 50 points. Another type of energy quickly circulated in his body a few times before it was completely absorbed by his body. Sulen was keenly aware that his body had become more flexible. Next, the remaining 4 9 transformation golden pills were all consumed by him. There were also 20 free attribute points on his attribute pane. Sulen's current 5 attributes, strength and dexterity, had both reached 50 points. This time he added the remaining attribute points to spirit, vitality, and charm. His spirit was originally 35 points. Sulen directly added 15 free attribute points to it. His spirit had also reached 50 points. 3 of the remaining 5 free attribute points were added to vitality. His vitality had also broken through 50 points. The last 2 free attribute points, together with the 2 free attribute points he had obtained from this level up, were all added to charm. His charm had also reached 31 points. With the sudden increase of so many attribute points, Sulen's physical fitness could be said to have undergone an earth-shattering change. Now, although there was not much difference between him and an ordinary person, in fact, he was more like a human-shaped Tyrannosaurus Rex. 50 points of strength and 50 points of vitality. Ordinary giant dragons did not have such high attributes. Even the strongest red dragon of the chromatic dragons did not reach 50 strength when it reached adulthood. For example, the weakest white dragon of the chromatic dragons, its strength was even lower. In fact, the giant dragons in this world were very different from the giant dragons in previous games. After all, when the game was being produced, the developers had to do some balancing. The strength of the giant dragons in the game was severely weakened. Simply put, the giant dragon's movement speed. An adult red dragon's body was more than 20 meters long. However, in the game, such a giant beast's flying speed was 150 feet per round. What was 150 feet? If converted to meters, it was 72 meters. A distance of less than 50 meters. Then how long did one round take? In the game, one round was set to take 6 seconds. 1 minute was divided into 10 rounds. In other words, this giant beast that was more than 20 meters in size only had a flying speed of 7 meters per second. With this speed, even a human's running speed was faster than a giant dragon's flying speed, let alone flying. Looking at its movement speed on the ground, the data was 40 feet per round. If converted to meters, it was a little more than 12 meters. It ran 12 meters in 6 seconds. That was 2 meters per second. What kind of concept was that? Even if you randomly grabbed a healthy young man without training, he could run 100 meters in 15 seconds. If converted, it would be 7 meters per second. Thinking about it, the giant dragon's body was more than 20 meters long. A casual step would be more than 2 meters away. This data weakened the giant dragon to an idiot. Sulen had never seen a real dragon before, but he still had some data. These data were very different from the data in the game. If he killed the giant dragon according to the attributes of the giant dragon in the game, it was basically a suicide mission. The difference between the game and reality was very big. Sulen planned to raise all his attributes to 50 points before leveling up. 50 points was a critical point. When all his attributes were raised to 50 points, only charm was left. Sulen had made up his mind to raise this attribute. After all, strength was a matter of version. Being handsome was a matter of life. Chapter 465. When Sulen came out of the retreat room, all of his attributes, except for charm, had reached 50 points. His body was now full of power. After stretching his body, Sulen went directly to the astrology platform. Since the 5 high-grade wizards had joined, Hathaway now had more time to read. When Sulen came, she was looking through all kinds of information about the golem factory. Golem puppets were the best guards and troops for a wizard tower. If they were to produce golem puppets the normal way, the output would be low and the time would be long. The wizards' time was very precious, and they didn't want to waste it. Therefore, to solve this problem, the golem factory was born. The first golem factory was built by a large wizard organization. Each wizard was only responsible for a part of the process. Then, everyone worked together to produce the parts according to the standard. Finally, the assembly was done. The advantage of this was that all wizards didn't need to know all the techniques of making golems. It lowered the difficulty of making golems and sped up the construction process. However, this also brought about a problem. This kind of factory required a lot of manpower. Only a large wizard organization could build this kind of factory. The one who changed this situation was an arcanist who was proficient in necromancy. This arcanist suddenly thought of using necromancers and other undead creatures to replace manual labor. Of course, this method only solved part of the problem. There were many parts that necromancers couldn't do, but even so, it was still a big improvement compared to the original golem factory. The real reason why the golem workshop didn't require any wizards was because of a lich. After countless experiments, the lich successfully installed the legendary tower spirit construct on the golem workshop. For a master of necromancy and soul manipulation, this lich created an epic-making golem factory. Up until now, the technology of the golem factory was still based on the lich's research. The only difference was that there were some optimizations on the original foundation. Since she couldn't make riddles for the time being, Hathaway planned to build as many golems as possible to guard the wizard tower. Therefore, she wanted to build a golem factory to provide a large number of golems for the wizard tower. Seeing Sulen come in, Hathaway's eyes lit up and said with joy, "Sulen, you finished your retreat?" Sulen nodded. "Yes. Are you looking at the information on the golem factory?" Hathaway adjusted her glasses and said, "Yes, we need a large number of golems to guard the wizard tower and the secret plane. Right now we have too few golems here. Most of the time, we can't even satisfy the daily patrols. It's indeed a little too little. The golem factory is indeed a very good idea. By the way, what's your progress now?" Sulen asked with great interest. Hathaway said awkwardly, "The technology for the golem factory isn't too difficult. Basically, any legendary wizard can do it. The only problem is that it costs a lot of money. Don't worry about the funds." When Sulen heard that there was no problem with the technology, he immediately patted his chest and said, "A large gold mine has just been discovered in the underground world. It can provide us with a lot of money. And this gold mine isn't an ordinary one. It's accompanied by fine gold. Adamantine. It seems that this is indeed a huge gold mine." Hathaway said in surprise. "It seems that the construction of the golem factory is funded this time. How much is the budget for the project?" Sulen asked. "About 30 million kinner," Hathaway said in a relaxed tone. 30 million? Sulen was so surprised that he almost bit his tongue. 30 million kinner? Are you sure it's not an extra zero? Not 30 million, but 3 million? Hathaway shook her head. "It's 30 million. F***CK. Sulen suddenly felt a toothache. This was too expensive. One had to know that the wizard tower built by Sulan only cost about 10 million kinner. Now, to build a golem factory, it would cost 30 million kinner. The little treasury that had just been filled was now gone. The Brood Mother's eye fell. Sulan had eaten his fill, but now he had to vomit it all out. Thinking of this, Sulan felt a pang of pain. However, the golem factory had to be built. One had to know that the floating city needed a large number of golem puppets as an army and a defensive force. The golem factory was indispensable. By the way, this time I killed a Brood Mother's eye in the underground world. These materials should be useful to you. Sulan forcibly diverted his attention from the 30 million. Brood Mother's eye? Hearing Sulan's words, Hathaway was pleasantly surprised. Did you get the main eye of the Brood Mother's eye? Of course, Sulan said proudly. In order to protect the main eye, I spent a lot of effort to kill the Brood Mother's eye. As Sulan spoke, he took out the corpse of the Brood Mother's eye from his storage space. The Brood Mother's eye, which was about 3 meters in diameter, appeared in the room. Hathaway immediately walked over to examine it. The Brood Mother's eye looked a little miserable. The most fatal injury was the one that went through the entire brain. Although the other injuries looked miserable, they were not too serious. Hathaway's palm flashed, and a silver-white scalpel appeared in her hand. Then, Hathaway took the scalpel and quickly cut the Brood Mother's eye's body. The thin but tough skin of the Brood Mother's eye was cut open. The corpse is well preserved, but its eye needs to be taken out as soon as possible, Hathaway said to Sulan as she cut up the corpse. I have other uses for this main eye, but these secondary eyes can be used in the golem factory. Hathaway cut open the tentacles of the Brood Mother's eye and quickly took out the secondary eyes. Many of the Brood Mother's eye's secondary eyes and tentacles had been damaged during the battle. In the end, Hathaway found 7 undamaged secondary eyes. Your spoils of war shouldn't be just one Brood Mother's eye, right? I remember that Brood Mother's eyes are social creatures. They are indeed social creatures. After I killed the Brood Mother's eye, I saw 3 beholder devils in its cave. Sulan nodded. I killed the 3 beholder devils. Their corpses are in my storage space. Do you want them now? I'll put them in the storage space later. This Brood Mother's eye will keep me busy for a while. Hathaway shook her head. The main eye of a beholder devil can be used to create many spells. For example, the Eye of Truth, the Eye of Omniscience, the Eye of Spacetime, and so on. The crystal ball used by the divination school can also be replaced by a beholder devil's eye, and the effect is even better than a crystal ball. The Eye of Prophecy can also reduce the backlash of divination spells and increase the success rate of divination spells. More importantly, the Eye of Prophecy can save you from disaster once. Save you from disaster once? Sulan looked at the Brood Mother's eye in shock. It was common knowledge that witches were often much more skilled than male adepts when it came to divination spells. Moreover, as a woman, they were naturally very curious. Women were even more curious than cats. What would they do if they had the ability to peek into other people's futures? Sulan didn't have to think to know that the witches would not be able to resist the urge to peek into the future. Under normal circumstances, they would only be able to see a few fragments of the future. It was not a big problem, and it would be hard for others to notice. However, they could not help but want to see more, so they would use some dangerous divination spells. This would lead to a serious consequence. The wizards of the School of Divination would be seriously injured, or even killed by the backlash of fate. The crystal ball of the School of Divination could not only reduce the difficulty of casting spells, but also reduce the risk of backlash. The crystal ball would explode and crack to replace the damage that the witches would receive. However, there was a limit to the damage that the crystal ball could withstand. Once the limit was exceeded, the crystal ball would directly shatter. The Eye of Prophecy made from the beholder's eye could save you from death once. There were very few witches who were proficient in divination spells that were easy to deal with. For this reason, the number of northern witches had always been very small. Very few northern witches could die of old age. The most common situation was that they were killed by their own divination spells. What are you going to do with the Brood Mother's eye's main eye? Sulan asked curiously. Hathaway quickly cut off the skin of the Broodmother's eye. At the same time, she separated the flesh and was ready to take out the main eye. This eye. Hathaway thought for a moment. It's too wasteful to use this eye to make the eye of prophecy. I'm going to use it to make an omniscient eye. Omniscient eye? Sulan raised his eyebrows. It's not what you think. Hathaway smiled. The omniscient eye is the ability of the gods. Only the gods who have mastered the omniscient eye can see the entire material world at any time and place. There are no restrictions of distance or space. The omniscient eye I'm talking about is far less effective than this. Hathaway continued, although it's not as powerful as the omniscient eye of the gods, it's more than enough to observe the northern battlefront city. With the omniscient eye, we can observe every corner of the city at any time and place. In addition to this, the omniscient eye will also retain its original abilities. For example, we can use the omniscient eye to cast some light spells. With the omniscient eye, we can attack at any time and place as long as we are in the northern battlefront city. At the same time, the omniscient eye can also be used for reconnaissance. Its range is very large. It can be dozens of kilometers, or even hundreds of kilometers. Hathaway quickly took the Broodmother's eye's main eye from its corpse and soaked it in a basin of clear blue liquid. The Broodmother's eye's main eye was 50 centimeters long. It moved up and down in the liquid. Chapter 466. That azure liquid was a material specially used to process beholder main eyes. Although beholder main eyes were first-rate materials, they weren't easy to preserve. After soaking in that liquid, the eye would transform into a kind of crystal-like crystal. Moreover, this transformation wouldn't weaken the effects of the beholder main eyes. This was the best way to process the main eyes. After the transformation, the beholder main eyes would be preserved for a long time. Normally, this transformation would take 3 to 5 days, but the Broodmother's eye was much bigger than ordinary beholders, so it needed to be soaked for a longer time. After Hathaway put the Broodmother's eye inside, she used a defensive spell to put the crystal box containing the Broodmother's eye in a safe place before starting to process the rest of the things. Although the secondary eyes of the Broodmother's eye weren't as powerful as the main eyes, they were still a pretty good material. Hathaway planned to use them to make arcane eyes. The arcane eyes effects were very similar to the omniscient eyes, but whether it was in terms of range or magic attack, they were a lot weaker. But they were still very good for scouting in the wild. Hathaway planned to make these secondary eyes into arcane eyes. After making a new crystal box, she once again poured the azure liquid into it before putting the remaining secondary eyes inside. After doing all this, Hathaway let out a sigh of relief. Alright, the most important materials have been processed. The flesh of the Broodmother's eye can be used to make the bloodline potion. The skin can be used to make magic scrolls, and the rest can be used as experimental materials. After arranging everything, Hathaway once again took out the information about the Golem factory. The Golem factory was a huge project. In fact, all kinds of golems were produced in different independent factories in the Golem factory. For example, clay golems were molded, stone golems were carved, and steel golems were cast. These different production methods determined that each golem required different factory conditions. A complete golem factory had at least 3 production lines. In the end, the only thing that was the same was the assembly workshop. All kinds of magic golems were transported together to be assembled, and then activated with the life activation spell. Of course, there were similarities in the manufacturing process of the 3 types of golems. For example, mageweth engraving. All golems had to be engraved with a large number of mageweths. Apart from the mageweth engraving, everything else was basically the same. The 3 types of golem production lines had different levels of difficulty. From low to high, they were the clay golem, the rock golem, and the steel golem. As for the legendary golem, it was too expensive to make, and they were few in number. It was not cost-effective to make a production line. The clay golem production line was the least difficult to build, but the clay golem's combat power was also the lowest. Under normal circumstances, the wizard tower would use the clay golems as servants, and as combat units. These things were cannon fodder. At the same time, because of the cost and materials, the clay golem could also be used as an experimental assistant. Hathaway planned to build a clay golem production line. On one hand, she could produce some clay golems to be used as servants in the wizard tower. On the other hand, she could familiarize herself with the construction process of the production line and accumulate experience in making rock golems and steel golems. The stone golem production line required a more exquisite engraving process, and the requirements for rune engraving were also high. In comparison, it was much more difficult than the clay golem production line. Moreover, there were several types of stone golems: the most common stone golem, the upgraded granite golem, and the gargoyle golem. The production process of these golems needed some modification. The steel golem production line was the most difficult. There was a big difference in technology, and it needed a smelting workshop, a casting workshop, and so on. At the same time, a tower spirit was needed to control the entire production line. In addition to building the production line, Sulen also needed a lot of materials. The construction of the golem puppets required elemental crystal stones. The clay golems and rock golems could use medium-sized elemental crystal stones, but the steel golems needed large elemental crystal stones. As for the legendary ones, they needed legendary elemental crystal stones. Considering the current shortage of resources, Hathaway and Sulen discussed and decided to make a clay golem production line first. After all, clay was the easiest material to obtain, and it was much easier to make golem puppets with clay. When he had enough clay golem assistants, it would not be too late to build a larger golem and steel production line. The production of the clay golem required magic essential oil and special spices. Magic essential oil could now be produced in the secret territory. The winged ones would make a lot of magic essential oil every day. Some would be sold, some would be made into other items or distributed to others. As for the soul crystals, there were still plenty of small and medium-sized soul crystals. There were many monsters in the underground world, and some places were occupied by the undead. The number of large soul crystals was very small, but there were still a lot of small and medium-sized soul crystals. Hathaway planned to build the clay golem production line in the secret territory. It was not suitable to build this kind of factory in the northern town. Of course, it could be moved to the city in the future. Much of the equipment for the clay golem production line was actually similar to the production equipment of the brick kiln factory. During the production of the clay golem, the clay needed to be crushed, stirred, and shaped. Sulen had already made a hydraulic mixer, a hydraulic crusher, and a hydraulic mold press before. Now there was no need for hydraulic engineering, but elemental energy. Compared to hydraulic machinery, elemental energy was naturally better as a power source. This set of equipment was comparable to the assembly line equipment in his previous life. As everyone knew, the level of technology in his previous life was just that. After so many years of development, the energy problem was still not completely solved. The way to use energy was still to boil water, fossil energy, including coal, oil, and natural gas. This part was mainly converted into heat through combustion, then boiled water, and steam was used to drive various machinery. Nuclear energy. Through nuclear reactions, a lot of heat was generated in a short period of time, and then it was still used to boil water. As we all know, those nuclear reactors are large kettles. For all. Hydrogen energy. First, hydrogen was obtained through electrolysis or chemical reactions, then heat was obtained through combustion, and then it was still used to boil water, geothermal power. The principle was similar to other thermal power generation. The only difference was that the heat came directly from the Earth's core, so it was also used to boil water. Biomass energy. Fuel obtained from living things, mainly plants and microbes. So to put it bluntly, it was still used to boil water. There was no end to it. It was always boiling water. Only solar energy and mechanical energy were converted into electrical energy. In this world, the energy source alone was more advanced than in his previous life. After all, magic directly used elemental energy to convert, and the conversion rate was much higher than the conversion rate of boiling water. In his previous life, the highest energy conversion rate was only 40%, But in this world, it was almost 100%. The elemental pool in the secret realm was also a large elemental pool, and it was more than enough to supply the entire secret realm. Moreover, many of the facilities in the secret realm had not been repaired, so there was no need to use so much energy. There was no problem in using the elemental pool's energy to run the production line. There were many empty spaces in the secret realm, and Sulen quickly found a suitable place. Then, Sulen and Hathaway directed the steel golems to carry out the construction. Energy channels were laid down one after another. Now the production of magic crystals in the secret realm was very good. The crystal beasts that Sulen brought back from the underground world were living very well here. From less than 50 at the beginning, there were now more than 130 of them. The clay crusher was produced by the craftsmen in Northern Town. In addition to the crusher, even the mixer and mold press were the same. Hathaway specially made more than a dozen clay golems, and these clay golems were instilled with the skills to operate these machines. When the clay golem production line was completed, these golems would operate it. Although the clay golems were not as complicated as the stone golems, they were still not easy to build. Later on, they still needed to be carefully carved, engraved with runes, assembled, and so on. Hathaway had clearly researched thoroughly, and the clay golem production line was already in place. The most difficult part was the magic pattern engraving workshop, which required the engraving of magic patterns in the clay golems. Hathaway used a beholder's eye for this equipment. The beholder's eye could shoot light spells. After Hathaway's modification, the beholder could release stable, long-lasting, and low-energy light spells, and then use this light spell to engrave the golems. The materials used for engraving magic patterns were magic gem powder, and some magic beasts or other monsters' blood. These magic gem powder and magic beast blood were mixed according to a certain ratio, and some other things were added. The magic gem powder was very effective when engraving magic patterns. It was very difficult to operate the beholder's eye, not to mention engraving runes. Ordinary clay golems were not up to the task at all. With their simple brain capacity, they could not complete too complicated tasks, so for the sake of engraving runes, they finally decided to use legendary soul stones. Sulen still had several legendary soul stones, so it was naturally no problem to use one to make a legendary tower spirit. And when it came to making steel golems, they also needed to use a high intelligence and high quality tower spirit. In fact, the tower spirit in this world was like the artificial intelligence in his previous life, but this artificial intelligence was a little weaker than the tower spirit. The artificial intelligence in his previous life could only be said to be average, but the tower spirit in this world was very powerful. The entire clay golem production line was made very quickly, and it took about a week to make the complete set. After finding the production line and building it, Sulen and Hathaway also began to load the engineering operation program into the clay golems. Chapter 467. Hathaway put down the silver-white carving knife and stretched her body. Her voluptuous breasts outlined an amazing curve. More than half of the clay golem production line had been completed. Only the rune engraving equipment had not been completed yet. This equipment required a tower genie construct made from a legendary soul crystal to operate, but it would be a waste if it was only used to produce clay golems. So Sulen planned to input the stone golem's rune engraving technology into it as well. When the time came, as long as the other equipment caught up, this equipment could be used to produce stone golems. In addition to the legendary tower genie, this machine also required a lot of rare materials. Sulen and Hathaway spent a lot of effort, and finally made this equipment. Finally, they just had to install the tower genie construct, and it was done. Hathaway picked up her magic staff, and quickly chanted an obscure spell. The surrounding elemental energy began to fluctuate violently. Soon, a dazzling light appeared, and a powerful elemental wave descended. Legendary activated life construct. Strange elemental energy quickly gushed out from Hathaway's body, and a powerful mana instantly shrouded the legendary soul crystal in front of her. Soon, another wave of energy appeared in the room. Soul Weave. Supreme magic skills plus mana shaping plus soul construct. Traces of soul power quickly changed under Hathaway's manipulation. Soul Weave was a very difficult spell, and it was a very crucial part of making a legendary Tower Genie. It was equivalent to building a personality for the Tower Genie, building a framework, and making the Tower Genie according to one's ideas. Normally, the Tower Genies made by wizards were extremely calm and rational, but this did not stop some people from making a silly Tower Genie. Hathaway, who had experience in making the Tower Genie, was very fast this time. After about 10 minutes, a rune was completed. With a flash of light, the construction of the legendary Tower Genie was completed. The next step was to install the legendary Tower Spirit construct and the rune inscription device together. This was not a difficult task. After placing the legendary Tower Spirit in the heart of the device, the automatic rune inscription device was considered complete. Automatic Rune Inscriber, Legendary Rune. Can inscribe runes on objects according to requirements. Accuracy plus 25, Efficiency plus 35, Indestructibility plus 30, Logic plus 32, Failure Reduction plus 33. After seeing the attributes of the Mageweth Inscriber, Sulen nodded with satisfaction. With this thing, his clay golem production line would be completed. Without any time to rest, Hathaway and Sulen returned to the secret realm with the automatic Mageweth inscription instrument. At this time, the clay golem production line in the secret realm was almost completed. After Hathaway installed the equipment, she directly connected it to the energy source. Although he had a lot of information about his own work, he still needed to make adjustments. The light blue elemental energy entered the golem factory through the energy channel, and the entire golem factory began to slowly activate. A few clay golems, who were the workers, woke up from their standby mode and got ready to work. Tower Spirit, Builder number 1 activated. System self-check in progress. System self-check complete. Beginning program loading. Loading progress. 20%, 40%, 60%, 80%, 100%. Loading complete. Clay Golem Model 3 automatic production line in progress. Connection complete. The clay golems, who had been quietly waiting for the notification, instantly began to move. Tower Spirit. Builder number 1 was the name of the Tower Spirit of the automatic Mageweth inscription machine. This legendary Tower Spirit was also the brain of the entire clay golem production line. It was under its control that the automatic production line began to operate normally. Activate the clay golem production line. With Sulen's order, the clay golem production line was instantly activated. Several clay golems began to operate the machine, and cart after cart of clay was sent to the grinder to be crushed. The clay was only considered complete after it became very fine like flour. Next, the crushed clay was sent to the blender to be mixed. While mixing, magical essential oil, elemental powder, and other materials were added. Finally, the evenly mixed clay was sent to the press to be made into a standard clay golem construct. After a series of processes, these parts were sent to the rune inscription workshop, and the automatic rune inscription device would inscribe the runes. Hathaway and Sulen looked at the processed clay golem part with a serious expression, and a bright ray lit up. It was the Eye Devil's secondary eye that Hathaway had processed before that emitted this ray. It was still a little thick when it first appeared, but it immediately began to shrink. The measuring table next to it accurately measured the data of the instrument's beam. If the data did not meet the requirements, the production would be rejected. The beam corrector next to it was used to correct this place. Next to the Eye Devil's secondary eye, there was an energy controller that controlled the power of the beam. Under the control of Builder number 1, the beam quickly reached the product's requirements. Then it began to inscribe the runes, and the prepared arcane powder and gem powder began to be thrown in. As the beam moved quickly on the part, an accurate rune appeared on that part. After some debugging, the rune inscription device became faster and faster. In just 3 minutes, the rune inscription on a part was completed. Hathaway picked up the produced part and looked at it. This clay golem part was almost exactly the same as the one she designed. Although it was not as good as the one she made herself, it was still a good product. This automatic rune inscription device could inscribe runes on 6 parts at a time. Of course, It could also let 6 beams work together to inscribe one part. With the operation of the golem production line, a clay golem was soon produced. After Sulen walked around the clay golem, he found that it was no different from a normal golem. After seeing the successful production of a golem, Hathaway and Sulen were relieved. The golem production line was finally completed. Builder number 1. I'm here, master. The tower genie's cold mechanical voice sounded. Suspend production. Let those clay golems come over and stand properly. Hathaway pointed to the clay golems that were working. Yes, master. Soon, several clay golems were neatly arranged in front of Hathaway. Hathaway took out a silver-white carving knife. These clay golems were different from the ones that had just been produced. Some of the workmanship of the golem production line had been added to them. However, during the operation just now, there were some small problems with these modified clay golems. Now Hathaway needed to modify them. The main work of the modification was on the palms. Hathaway used the carving knife to give them more dexterous hands. At the same time, she engraved new runes on the finger joints and wrist joints, which could strengthen the flexibility of the clay golem's hands. Combat golems did not need this kind of precise modification. Only this kind of auxiliary type needed it. The cost of this modification alone was enough to build an additional clay golem. Although the auxiliary type golems were not good at fighting, their cost was usually much higher than the combat type golems. The auxiliary type golems needed to be instilled with more professional knowledge. Only with this knowledge could they carry out various work according to the situation on the spot. Their palms were very flexible. Only in this way could they carry out various work. After completing the operation of the clay golem production line, the next step was to officially complete the installation of the production line. At the same time, the factory also needed to be built. Sulen deliberately opened up a space of about 1,800 square meters, and then built a clay golem production line workshop, according to the style of the factory in his previous life. The creation of the clay golem could be divided into 3 parts. The first part was the construction of the limbs. This step could be done by disassembling them. This part was directly made through the mold press. It was not difficult, and even a wizard apprentice could do it. The second step was to carry out various treatments to make these clay parts set in shape, and at the same time become difficult to damage. Only after this kind of magical treatment could the clay golems continue to be produced. Otherwise, the clay golems could only be clay, and a piece could be knocked off with a casual swing of a stick. They could not fight or work at all. Only after this magical treatment, the clay would become as hard as rock. The third step was the most critical magic pattern inscription. Only after the magic pattern inscription was completed could the clay golem perform various actions, as if it had a life of its own. Of course, the premise was that it had energy. The fourth step was to assemble the body structure. This step was like piecing together toy models to assemble the complete structure of the golem. The assembly workshop had the most clay golems. In fact, it was also a maintenance workshop. Damaged clay golems would be replaced here. The benefits of the standardization of parts proposed by Sulen were fully reflected here. If a part was damaged, it could be directly removed and replaced with a new one. As long as the damage was not too serious, or the soul core was destroyed, the maintenance problems of these golems could be solved. The last part was the casting and activation. This part was not automated for the time being. In fact, this step could be activated through the tower spirit. The activation spell could be inputted into the tower spirit, and the magic of the elemental pool could complete the activation of the golem. However, because the value of the clay golem was not high, Hathaway and Sulen did not want to add another tower spirit. It should be known that the cost of such a tower spirit was about 1,000,000 kinner. Moreover, Sulen also wanted to build other golem production lines, which would cost a lot of legendary soul crystals to make tower spirits. Naturally, he was not willing to invest too much in this production line. In fact, activating the clay golem only required those high-grade wizards to come over and cast a spell every once in a while. Chapter 468. The main material of the clay golem was high-quality clay. which was plentiful near Northtown City. Building a clay golem required about 1,000 pounds of clay. Making a clay golem was like making ceramics. Although the clay golem wasn't a very powerful golem, there were always some exceptions. Once in the era of the Arcane Empire, there was an arcanist who was proficient in making clay golems. He made a powerful clay golem that had self-healing ability and could use spells to attack. This arcanist had invented a material called memory clay. After the clay was formed, it would remember its original appearance. After being attacked from a distance and the clay golem was broken, it would only take a few minutes for the clay golem to condense and return to its original appearance. Unless the clay was completely destroyed, it would quickly recover. The arcanist used memory clay to make a large number of clay golems. It was said that the clay golem's fighting strength was on the same level as the steel golems. Of course, the memory clay golems were eventually annihilated in the long river of time. Sulen naturally didn't have any information about the clay golems. The clay golems he made were just ordinary clay golems. The clay golems made by the production line were transported to the warehouse for preservation. These clay golems didn't use soul crystals as their cores. When using them, one only needed to put a soul crystal in them and cast a spell to activate them. Because they didn't use the tower spirit to activate them, after a certain number of clay golems were accumulated, several high-grade wizards would take turns to cast spells to activate the clay golems. In order to complete the golem production line as soon as possible, Hathaway and Surin had been busy during this period. The automatic Mageweth inscription machine, which was the most important part of the golem production line, took 2 weeks, while the other parts such as the energy channel and site construction only took 3 days. The clay golems on the production line were made by Sulen, which took him a week. These clay golems were then modified by Hathaway and instilled with various knowledge. After the clay golem assembly line started running, Sulen and Hathaway began to make some adjustments to the golems to make the production line run more smoothly. At the same time, the conformity rate of the golem assembly line also increased. After a day of operation, the conformity rate of the various parts produced on the golem assembly line had reached 95%. The entire golem factory operated like an assembly line. The head, torso, limbs, and various other parts were all made separately. All the parts were made according to the standard parts, and the deviation was less than 0.1 coefficient. Sulen specially made 2 clay golems for them to check whether the various parts met the requirements. The parts that did not meet the requirements would be directly picked out, and only the parts that met the requirements could enter the next stage. These parts were assembled by the clay golem engineer. Sulen upgraded its soul crystal to a high-level soul crystal. He would assemble and test the golems. Only the qualified golems would be placed in the warehouse after the assembly was completed. After 3 days of normal operation, Sulen made a detailed calculation of the clay golem assembly line. If the clay golem assembly line ran at full capacity, it could produce 10 clay golems a day. According to this output, it could produce 300 clay golems a month. But in fact, the Northwind Tower didn't need so many clay golems right now. Sulen planned to only produce a few hundred clay golems and send them to the Wizard Tower, the Secret Realm, the Underground World, and other places. Sulen had arranged for people to collect the materials for the golem workshop. Among them, the amount of high-quality clay was the largest, but this could be dug up by the slaves and then sent over after a period of time. As for things like magic essential oil and elemental dust, the amount used was not large. After one addition, they could be used for a long time. Sulen actually didn't care much about the clay golem assembly line. On the contrary, he cared more about the stone golem assembly line and the steel golem assembly line. The clay golem assembly line was at best an attempt to accumulate experience. Then, on the basis of the clay golem assembly line, he would build a better stone golem assembly line and steel golem assembly line. In fact, the technology of the stone golem assembly line was not much different from that of the clay golem assembly line. This time, there was no need for crushing, mixing, and molding. Ordinary stone golems only needed high-quality granite or high-quality marble, but obsidian golems needed obsidian as a material, and obsidian was harder than ordinary stone and more difficult to process. Northern Battlefront City was rich in mineral resources, but there weren't many obsidian ores. Most of the obsidian ores discovered in the underworld had been used to construct the Northwind Tower. Now there wasn't enough obsidian in the underworld. Obsidian ores were mainly produced in volcanic areas. There were no volcanoes within a few hundred miles of the Northwind City. There were no volcanoes even in the underground world, so there was not much obsidian ores produced here. Obsidian ores were the main material for making obsidian golems and gargoyles. It was indispensable. If Sulen wanted to get a large amount of obsidian ores, he could only buy them from other countries. However, this method had a lot of hidden dangers. Obsidian ores were strategic resources. Once the supply was cut off, the Northwind City would be at a loss, and the production of obsidian golems would no longer be able to continue. In his past life, Sulen knew the power of a trade war. Back then, Mao Xiong was almost dead because of the trade war with the United States. His economy had always been poor, and Sulen did not want anyone to have a hold on him. Another reason was that obsidian ores were very expensive. Once the Northwind City built an obsidian golem production line, a lot of obsidian ores would be consumed. Every month, the Kinner ores would be used to buy obsidian ores. Although Sulen was rich, he still felt the pinch. There were a few ways to get obsidian ores without obsidian ores. The simplest way was to find an empty space and use the power of spells to change the environment and lead the underground lava out. However, this method was very difficult. Even legendary wizards would have a hard time doing it. The second method was to capture an adult red dragon. Creatures like red dragons had radiation around their bodies. If they lived in a place for a long time, they would slowly change the environment and landscape of the place. Finally, they would turn the area into magma. Under normal circumstances, red dragons like to live in volcanic areas. However, capturing an adult red dragon was less difficult than the previous method. The third way was to go to the fire elemental plane and capture magma elementals that could make lava. Magma elementals also had the ability to change the environment. They could turn the ground into lava. This method was the technology used to build an obsidian factory. It was the technology that Sulen and Hathaway secretly obtained in the Emerald Tower. Obsidian ores were very important, and a lot of them were needed in the floating cities. The requirements for the construction of a floating city were very high. The entire city had to be built with obsidian ores, so most of the time, there would be an obsidian factory in every floating city. These obsidian factories usually used magma elementals as the main force to produce obsidian ores. Chapter 469. Obsidian had good physical and magical resistance. It was the main material for the construction of the floating city, and the amount consumed was astronomical. The foundation of a floating city must be built with obsidian, and cutting corners on other things was absolutely unacceptable. As for using ordinary rocks and hardening spells, it was also impossible. The floating city was a super city that could fly freely in the sky, and even in the astral world. It was also the most powerful battle fortress of the wizards. He didn't want to use this method just to save money. If the floating city, which was worth hundreds of billions of Kinnars fake, was damaged because of quality problems, Sulen would have nowhere to cry. The construction of the rock golem production line was not urgent. With the experience of building the clay golem production line, the rock golem production line needed further adjustment. Besides, he had just spent so much energy building the clay golem production line. Hathaway also needed to rest for a while. Otherwise, what if she was hungry and thin? Although Hathaway had always been majestic, and Sulen had measured it himself, he didn't want to reduce the heavy pressure on his chest. Any man would want to be big. Big was the truth. After Sulen returned to the northern town, Chris also returned from the underground world. After a period of mining, the underground world had begun to produce gold. In addition to gold, other metals such as silver, copper, iron, lead, and even a variety of magic gems were also produced in small amounts. The most important thing was the production of 3 kilograms of adamantine. Adamantine was very difficult to refine. Ordinary blacksmiths had no way to do it. Only the dwarves had mastered the refining method. The blacksmiths of the human kingdom had no way to refine this metal. The wizards had a way to refine it, and it was more advanced than the dwarfs' technology, but it was still very difficult. Even in the era of the Arcane Empire, it was more troublesome to refine adamantine in large quantities. Although 3 kilograms of adamantine was not much, it meant that the northern town had a stable output of adamantine. Adamantine was the same as mithril. Although it was indispensable in many cases, it was generally not used in large quantities. Although 3 kilograms was not much, it was almost enough if they saved a little every month. Seeing that the little succubus Chris had returned, Sulen was so excited that he couldn't sleep. During this time, he was so busy with work that he didn't have time to play a few rounds of Gwent with them. This card game was a multiplayer game. The more people there were, the more interesting it would be. This game had another name, which was Lei Feng's card game. If he lost, he would have to accept the punishment. Sulen had prepared everything. He found a box in the mezzanine of his study and opened it. There were more than 10 kinds of whips of different lengths. These whips were also made of different materials. After selecting, Sulen chose an exquisitely woven linen whip, several red cotton ropes and several candles. Then he went to Chris's room. The game was very intense. The little succubus Chris and Sulen were opponents. Halfway through the game, the little succubus could not take it anymore, and could only beg for mercy. Sulen then called the 2 half-elf maids, Angela, over to play Gwent together. Sulen's spear art had reached the large success stage, and the impact was powerful. Everywhere he passed, there was no one who didn't beg for mercy. The night passed in silence. He hadn't played for a long time, and he was a little high last night. He was still a little lethargic, but the ending was still good. The roads in northern town were blocked by heavy snow. The city was preparing for the new year. The festival was brought by Sulen. Only he would hold such a festival. But at this moment, an embroidered uniform guard brought news of the war. The rebellious nobles in the south elected the Medici family as their king, and they have established their own country. The Medici family ascended the throne and established a country? Sulen, who was sitting on the main seat, was slightly stunned. The Medici family was also one of the elector families in the Kingdom of Florence. However, this elector family's strength had always been at the bottom of the Kingdom of Florence. He did not expect that they would dare to stand out this time. Ever since he ascended the throne, the nobles in the southern provinces rebelled. Because he was not strong enough, Sulen did not crusade against them. He only condemned them at the official level. The new army in Sanfilto City was not much. Sulen's original plan was to pacify the north before marching to the south. In the end, the nobles in the south elected the Medici family to ascend the throne and establish a country. This was no longer a matter of rebellion. Although the embroidered uniform guard recruited by Sulen had begun to infiltrate the south, they did not get much information. Now, not only had they ascended the throne, but they had also formed an army and were preparing to attack. Sulen, who received the news, could not sit still anymore. He was not worried about the northern citadel, but he was not worried about Sanfilto City. Without him, Phyllis alone would not be able to control the situation. Sulen returned to Sanfilto City through the teleportation portal. As soon as he arrived, Phyllis hugged Sulen tightly and did not let go. "What's wrong? Did someone bully my little baby?" Sulen felt the moisture on his chest and asked softly as he caressed Phyllis's northern region. "It's you big bad guy. You didn't come to see me for more than a month. I'll bite you to death," Phyllis said as she bared her 2 little silver teeth at Sulen and bit down hard on Sulen's body. Sulen did not feel any pain. He was just worried that his skin was too hard and her teeth would bite him. He quickly controlled his muscles and pretended to be in extreme pain. I didn't do it on purpose. I'm sorry. Let me rub it for you," Phyllis said nervously when she saw Sulen's expression. Sulen chuckled in his heart. He lifted her up by the waist and carried her back to her bedroom, ignoring her resistance. Soon, a melodious song came from the palace. Early the next morning, Sulen called for a court meeting. All the nobles of Sanfilto City came to attend. When everyone was present, Sulen asked a servant to come forward, and announced the rebellion of the nobles in the south. He and Phyllis sat on the throne with no expression on their faces. However, Phyllis seemed to be sleep-deprived and could not lift her spirits. After the servant finished speaking, the nobles in the hall all had different expressions. To these nobles, ever since Sulen ascended the throne, he had been weakening and suppressing their forces and taking over their interests. Those who dared to resist before had been suppressed by Sulen. The remaining nobles kept everything in their hearts and were waiting for an opportunity. Now that they heard that the nobles in the south had united to build a kingdom, they all wanted to watch a good show. The nobles in the south did not care about the rebellion of the nobles in the north. They even wanted them to come quickly and completely overthrow the cruel and corrupt Sulen. Of course, not all of these nobles wanted Sulen to die. Some of them surrendered to him, such as Rex, who was the Minister of Internal Affairs. This Earl Rex was the first to surrender to him. He was also very proficient in internal affairs. Now he was handling most of the government affairs in the Kingdom of Florence. Sulen and Phyllis were just controlling the general direction. Rex stepped forward and bowed. Your Majesty, the rebels in the south have openly built a kingdom. This is a blatant rebellion. They even formed an army to attack. This is very strange. Although the nobles in the south were richer than the north, the south had been peaceful and prosperous for a long time. The strength of the army was very low. It was far from being a match for the northern army that often fought with the orcs. Now that they dared to take the initiative to attack, it would be strange if there was nothing strange. Sulen smiled leisurely and glanced at the nobles in the hall. There is something strange, but don't worry about it. Since they came, let's just send them to their deaths. Your Majesty, I am willing to be the vanguard and lead the army to kill all these rebels, a general said loudly. Before he finished, the generals around him all puffed out their chests and patted Sulen's chest. They all wanted to be the first to send troops to destroy the rebellion in the south. These old men who had followed Sulen since he was in the northern town had blind confidence in Sulen's strength. Many of them worshipped Sulen blindly. After so many battles, Sulen was a god in these people's eyes. They were not worried that Sulen would lose at all. On top of that, Sulen was very generous to his own people. The salary of the soldiers was very high, and they were given land. These generals were also given many castles and manors by Sulen. As long as they performed meritorious deeds, Sulen would not be stingy with the rewards. When Sulen ascended the throne last time, he rewarded 2 counts and 6 viscounts. Although these titles were not given land, they were still rewarded with many castles and manors. Now that there was a chance to fight, these generals could not wait to put on their armor and go to war. They wanted to use the heads of the rebels to increase their ranks. Sulen did not say anything. His fingers tapped on the throne rhythmically. Soon the hall quieted down. Only the rhythmic tapping sound could be heard. Are you done? Sulen sat up straight when he saw these people had quieted down. Since you are done, I will start now. Sulen looked around and continued. Since the rebels in the south are in a hurry to die, I will personally send them on their way. The hall fell into silence. Then it became noisy. Your Majesty, you cannot. Your Majesty, as the king, how can you take the brunt of the arrows? As long as you give the order, I will definitely bring the Medici family back to you. Your Majesty, I am willing to share your burden. When they heard that Sulen was going to personally take action, the nobles who had already surrendered to him immediately tried to dissuade him. However, most of the nobles just pretended to persuade him. Their acting skills improved. If it was not for the fact that Sulen's system data showed that their loyalty had not reached 60, he might have believed them. Acting skills? They said it as if no one could. Sulen immediately pretended to be arrogant and said, "There is no need to persuade me. I have made up my mind. P.S. That's all for today. I will make up for the rest in a few days when I am not busy. Thank you to Feng Ai Yuanxing for your 1500 Qidian coins tip. Thank you to 1989 for your 500 Qidian coins tip. Thank you to Arochi 886 and Immortal Path for your 500 Qidian coins tip. Thank you to Eve who knows how to cut vegetables, Yunzhong 128 Old Qinhan, Lord Zixuan, Fangmei Nagua, Tavern Long Time Not Seen, CQS Qingsheng, Universe Galaxy Overlord and other book friends for their tips. Fuming thanks. Happy New Year everyone, love you. Mwax. Chapter 470. Sullen's gaze landed on a figure in the corner of the hall. That person nodded slightly at Sulen. He was Sullen's appointed guardian of the embroidered uniform guards. After being strengthened by the system, the embroidered uniform guards' ability to do things far surpassed their counterparts in the Ming dynasty. There were many other places that had spies planted in the nobles' houses, and even the merchants' houses in San Filto City. Their identities were all different, ranging from butlers, coachmen, guards, attendants, maids, and so on. Ever since he ascended the throne, Sulen had been suppressing these nobles step by step. Although it seemed that the thorns had been removed by Sulen and the rest were honest, he didn't think that these nobles would know their place. There was a saying that blocking someone's money was akin to killing their parents. Sullen's actions weren't just a matter of money. Even his power had been suppressed by more than half. These nobles were only forced by Sullen's ferocious might to appear honest and harmless. In reality, as long as Sulen showed his weak side, these nobles would immediately turn into tigers that ate people without spitting out the bones. Sulen was very clear about these people's ruthlessness, so he had never relaxed his surveillance of these people. Although he was not familiar with political struggles, he had watched many TV dramas in his previous life. There were many precedents to learn from. The most famous example was Emperor Chongzhen. He was fooled by others and directly abolished the imperial bodyguards. He cut off his own eyes and ears. In the end, he could only hang himself on a mountain. During this period of time, the embroidered uniform guards had gathered and summarized a large amount of information. Sulen discovered that the reason why the southern rebels had the courage to attack Sulen was because the northern nobles had made a private deal with the southern nobles. Their goal was simple. They wanted to transfer all the elite troops near San Filto City to fight a decisive battle with the southern rebels. Then, the nobles who had been accumulating their strength would stab them in the back. Although it was very risky, there wouldn't be a chance if they didn't act now. As Sulen attacked the nobles, won over the commoners, distributed farmland, and unified the tax system, the lives of the commoners at the bottom became better and better. As time passed, the commoners who benefited would support Sulen even more. It would be more difficult to overthrow him. Moreover, this was done under the premise of harming their interests. Sulen was surprised that these nobles could endure for so long before they took revenge. These nobles had long lost the elegance of their ancestors. For such a big matter like this, keeping it a secret was the most important thing. But what about them? These nobles only secretly held a meeting to discuss, and used the noble's ball as a cover. They thought that they had avoided Sullen's eyes and ears. However, they didn't know that all of this had already fallen into the eyes of the embroidered uniform guards who were paying attention to these people. There was no doubt that the matters these people discussed that day would be organized into a book and sent to Sullen's study at night. As for the southern nobles, the embroidered uniform guards didn't have enough manpower and couldn't collect too much confidential information. Sulen had been looking for opportunities to weaken the strength of these nobles, but he didn't have a good excuse. Now that these nobles finally took the initiative to jump out, he didn't extinguish these things before it happened. Instead, he pushed the boat with the current to help them. As the lead actor and director of this scene, Sulen was very willing to cooperate, but his appearance fee was a little expensive. After hearing that Sulen had decided to lead the army personally, many nobles in the hall were surprised. Their original intention was to eliminate Sullen's army, but they didn't expect Sulen to go personally this time. Since this was the case, it was a good opportunity to deal with them together. As for the losses in their eyes, it was only the southern nobles. The army recruited in San Filto City was taken away by Sulen, and the soldiers he brought from North Town City were also taken away. Only a mere 6,000 people were left to guard the city. The entire city's defense became empty. Of course, when Sulen made the decision, there were officials who objected, saying that it would cause the city to be empty, and that more nobles should be gathered to form an army. However, this suggestion was directly rejected by him. If San Filto City wasn't empty, How could those people cause trouble and bury them all? The stage was already set up, and now all that was left was for the supporting characters to start the show. There were many things that needed to be done before the army went to war. When they were in Northtown City, the number of soldiers was small, and a few hundred people could be sent out quickly. Now there were a total of 25,000 soldiers in San Filto City. In addition, the number of civilians wasn't any less than the regular army. The daily consumption of 50,000 soldiers was a huge number. By the time they officially set out, it was already a month later. The 50,000 soldiers majestically charged towards the south of the Kingdom of Florence. The army went all the way south. About half a month later, Sulen entered the territory of the southern nobles. That was when the war officially began. Your Majesty. Kent stepped forward and saluted. These southern rebels have no intention of fighting a decisive battle with us. They have only been strengthening the defense and clearing the land. They seem to be luring us to go deeper. At this time, Sulen naturally wouldn't hide anything from his subordinates. He nodded and said, I know, these people are indeed luring us to go deeper. But what they didn't expect was that they weren't luring a fat sheep, but a giant dragon. Your Majesty, if we continue to go deeper, the supplies of these 50,000 soldiers won't be able to keep up. Kent said helplessly. Those rebels are strengthening the defense and clearing the land. We can't even gather a single grain of food in the south. The food in the cities that they abandoned has also been transported away. How about we? Sulen understood what he meant. He wanted to directly rob the civilians in the cities. The civilians still had some food in their hands, but if he did that, even if he defeated the southern rebels in the end, he would only get 1,000 miles of barren land. So he spent so much effort just to get a piece of land that was already in ruins? Suluan didn't want a kingdom of Florence that was in ruins. What he wanted was the rich south. Sulen said with a serious expression, Don't rob. You don't have to worry about the supplies. Someone will send them over soon. Yes, Your Majesty. Seeing Sulen's serious expression, Kent immediately stood up straight and said. Sulen nodded with satisfaction. Do you think the southern rebels can hold on like this? Strengthening the defense and clearing the land is easy to say. How much damage will this cause? Do you think the rebels can hold on? Looking at the other generals in the tent, Sulen smiled and explained. The southern provinces have developed a lot of commerce. Most of the time, they rely on trade. If we start a war with such great fanfare, do you think the merchant caravans will still dare to do business? In addition to strengthening the defense and clearing the land, food, bridges, wells, and even the forests near the cities will be destroyed. The villages will have to migrate. This kind of destruction is enough to make them feel the pain. For those greedy nobles, short-term losses were acceptable, but that was for the sake of the rich profits later. However, once the capital invested was too much, these short-sighted nobles wouldn't accept it. So, the southern rebels wouldn't be able to hold on for long. The generals around him immediately looked at him with admiration and flattery. Those nobles who sided with Sulen even shamelessly started to flatter him. Your Majesty is wise and powerful, unparalleled in the world. You can destroy a mere rebellion with a flick of your finger. Your Majesty is indeed Your Majesty. You can't be compared to us mortals. You can see through the real situation of those rebels with just one look. Sulen shook his head. This is just my more detailed observation. It's no big deal. Although he said so, it felt good to be flattered. So, it was easy to become arrogant after being a king for a long time. Only a good man like Sulen who could see his own heart clearly could remain unmoved. The southern rebels lured Sulen deeper into the south. Sulen pretended not to notice anything and was very cooperative. He even deliberately sent a portion of his soldiers to take over the cities and deliberately weakened their strength. When they were 2,000 miles away from San Filto City, the people in the capital finally couldn't take it anymore and started to take action. After a supply team transporting provisions entered the southern territory, they were attacked by the southern rebel cavalry. The supply team belonged to the nobles. As a result, they naturally scattered and took away what they could and burned what they couldn't. The news of the supply team being destroyed was naturally sent back immediately. Then, the capital had to organize a new batch of supplies to send over. However, at this time, a batch of supplies had just been sent over, and the new supplies were still being prepared. They couldn't be sent out in a short period of time. A series of problems arose from the recruitment of civilian workers, the mobilization of vehicles, the collection of provisions, and so on. The nobles who stayed behind began to shirk their responsibilities and find all kinds of reasons to stall for time. Although Phyllis had been dealing with government affairs for a period of time, she still had a headache facing the alliance of these old foxes. If there was enough time, she could deal with them one by one. However, the situation was urgent and there was no time for her to deal with them. As the minister who stayed behind to assist Phyllis, Rex immediately noticed that there wasn't much going on. As an old fox who had been an official for 30 years, he was naturally familiar with such tricks. In the past, there would only be 1 or 2 problems at most. How could there be problems at every step? Your Majesty, the nobles have teamed up. Rex immediately reported to Phyllis. Your Majesty is now on an expedition. If there is a problem with the logistics, the consequences will be unimaginable. Phyllis frowned. Sir Rex, do you have any good ideas? There is a way, but time is too tight. It is very likely that we won't be able to make it in time. Let's not worry about that for now. Quickly solve it. At this moment, a guard hurried over and said, Your Majesty, the brocade guards request an audience. Chapter 471. Phyllis said irritably, Can't you see that we are discussing something important here? Let them wait for a while. Your Majesty, he brought His Majesty the King's warrant. The guard quickly said. Sullen's warrant? Let them in. Phyllis suddenly reacted and said. Soon, an ordinary-looking man came into the palace. He first bowed to Phyllis solemnly and said, Your Majesty, His Majesty the King had expected this when he left, so he specially ordered me to come. Phyllis was a little surprised, but she quickly reacted. As an old fox, Rex immediately understood after hearing the words of the guard. I see. Rex nodded and said, Does His Majesty want us to capture the rebels? The guard shook his head with a smile and said, Not so. His Majesty wants Her Majesty the Queen and Sir Rex to continue with what you are supposed to do. Don't let them notice anything unusual. Those who were making a move now were all small fries. The real mastermind would not expose himself so easily. These nobles who had controlled the power of Florence for hundreds of years were naturally unwilling to let their power be taken away. They were the real mastermind behind this matter. Sullen's plan was actually not complicated at all. After knowing that the nobles had begun to contact the rebels in the south, he had been preparing. Now many of the nobles in San Filto City were involved, but there were still some who hid very well. This time he planned to capture all of them. In addition to dealing with these nobles, Sullen also planned to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. He wanted to take this opportunity to deal with the rebels in the south. So he deliberately gave them a chance to see hope. Then, when they were about to succeed, he would completely destroy their hope and uproot them. These nobles were already the biggest obstacle to him taking control of the Kingdom of Florence. Only by getting rid of them could the Kingdom of Florence continue to grow. Who is the general of the rebels in the south? His command is quite good. On a nameless hill in the south, 2 large armies were confronting each other from a few miles away. Sullen carefully observed the rebels. These rebels looked good. They were in a neat formation and their armor was bright. Although they were not powerful soldiers who had been through hundreds of battles, they were definitely not a mob. Sullen had been through a lot of battles, so he was able to distinguish the strength of his opponents. Compared to the army behind him, the Southern Rebel Army's equipment was actually better than theirs. Looking at the current situation, the Southern Rebel Army looked like a regular army, while the army behind him looked more like a mixed army. This was something that couldn't be helped. After all, the southern provinces were much richer than the northern provinces. However, apart from equipment, although the Southern Army's momentum was not bad, it was still lacking compared to the army behind him. The patriarch of the Medici family, Aesir, was overwhelmed with emotion. Originally, their family had the lowest chance of becoming the royal family of Florence. Their family was also at the bottom of the list of elector families in the Kingdom of Florence. But now things had changed. The Henry family had no descendants, and an outsider had ascended to the throne. This was a godsend opportunity. The king, who was said to be a pioneer noble, did not understand the unspoken rules among the nobles at all. As soon as he ascended to the throne, he began to touch the cake of the other nobles. As a result, many nobles rebelled. In the end, this king was really tough. He directly led his people to destroy the nobles, and even took away their territories. This was simply unimaginable among the nobles. Therefore, when the northern nobles took the initiative to contact him and said that they were willing to support him as the king, he was tempted. For this reason, he personally contacted the southern nobles and was ready to completely destroy Sulen in one fell swoop. Not long ago, he lured Sulen's army south. As northerners, many people were not used to the climate in the south. After the battle line was long enough, he easily cut off the follow-up food supply according to the information provided by the spies. Without food supplies, even a strong army would collapse. After the food supply was cut off, the king began to panic. He did not continue to pursue and directly led his army to retreat. However, in the face of such a rare opportunity, how could Aesir let it go? He had already planned. After defeating Sulen, he would directly go to San Felto City to ascend to the throne and take over all the inheritance of the Henry family. When that time came, the Medici family would be the most powerful family in the Kingdom of Florence. Your Majesty, the enemy's general is Aesir, the patriarch of the Medici family. The brocade uniform guard beside him said respectfully. So it's him. It seems that we don't have to look for him everywhere. This battle will solve the problem. Sulen nodded and said. He did not care about the 100,000 soldiers opposite him at all. But Your Majesty, we don't have enough food now. Kent said softly. The news had not spread yet, but the generals naturally knew. After all, Sulen did not hide it. Sulen flicked the whip in his hand and said softly, I know that. There is a rebellion in the capital, so the supplies there will not be coming. Kent was stunned. Sulen had always said that there was no need to worry about the supplies, and that they would be sent over. Now he was told that there was no food. Your Majesty, we are already thousands of miles into the enemy's territory. Now that there is no food, how are we going to fight this battle? Judging from the king's expression, he did not seem to be worried at all. Suluan waved his hand and signaled the army to move forward and prepare for war. He then said in a relaxed tone, "Those rebellious nobles think that they can defeat me by joining forces with the southern rebels. I've known about this for a long time. They think that they can choke me by cutting off the food supply to San Filto City and blocking the roads with ice and snow in North Town City. They are too naive. I have more than just San Felto City and North City." There were 25,000 soldiers in the regular army and 50,000 strong men in total. Although they were not as strong as North City's army, there were thousands of knights and hundreds of head knights and knight commanders. With Sullen's help, there was no way the 100,000 strong army could win unless all of them were knights. The only way to win was to stall Sullen's army and cut off their food supply so that they would collapse without a fight. This time, with the help of a spy, it seemed that they had succeeded on the surface, but it was only on the surface. Sulen had already cleared out his storage dimension before he left. There were 100 cubic meters of military food in his storage dimension. Sulen made this military food using potatoes. He would dry the potatoes and grind them into powder. Then he would add oil, salt, diced meat, vegetables, and many other spices to make this military food. This military food could provide a soldier with all kinds of energy for a day. 1 pound per person was enough. 1 cubic meter of military food was about 1,200 kilograms. 100 cubic meters of military food was 120 tons. It was enough to feed the 50,000 soldiers for a week. Apart from that, he also asked Marquis Savoy's territory to send out a reinforcement from Calt City with a large amount of supplies. Sulen also left a backup plan. He made a teleportation coordinate. If he needed it, he could ask Hathaway to teleport a large amount of food over. None of the nobles in San Felto City knew about this. Sulen was not worried about the lack of food at all. Besides, he did not have enough food. 1 week was enough for him to defeat the enemy. If he ran out of food, how could the 100,000-strong army run out of food? Sulen said with a playful expression. They think they can win if they stall us. Aren't we also preparing to quell the rebellion in the south? Let's go. Sulen looked at the army with high morale and gave the order. Raise your spirits. Raise the morale. Group haste. Group enchanted weapon. Group bears endurance. Beams of light rose from Sulen's body. The strength of the vanguard of the army instantly increased by a large margin. The army, which had been holding back for a long time, suddenly erupted. The 25,000 soldiers split into 3 groups and advanced together. On the other side, Acer looked at the approaching army and suddenly panicked. The enemy army did not collapse like he expected. Instead, they took the initiative to attack. Just as he had a bad premonition, the 2 armies collided, but the result shocked the southern rebels. The opposing army cut through them like they were vegetables, instantly tearing holes in their formation. In order to prepare for this battle, Sulen purposely let the elite soldiers of North Town take the lead. These soldiers were at least Grand Knights. They were wearing excellent armor and holding sharp blades. After being buffed with spells, they were like little superhumans. Against the rebels, who were at most novice knights, it was like a tiger among a flock of sheep. They easily saw through the enemy's formation. The army behind them swarmed forward. The rebels in the south were forced to retreat. In less than 10 minutes, the vanguard began to collapse. When Sulen saw this, he did not want to miss this opportunity. He immediately ordered the army to press forward. The long period of peace had weakened the rebels in the south. Even though they had been trained and reorganized, they were still weaker than the northern army, not to mention the elites of North Town City. The army continued to drive the defeated rebels forward. Acer, who lacked battle experience and wisdom, wanted to drive the defeated rebels forward. However, as soon as the order was given, the army behind the rebels was also scattered. Seeing this, Sulen knew that the result of this battle was already decided. In the wilderness, the rebels were running everywhere. Out of 100,000 soldiers, only 5,000 of them were defeated. In the end, it led to a complete collapse. Sulen was shocked that the rebels in the south were defeated so easily. Chapter 472. Su Luan was surprised by the extent of the corruption of the southern nobles. They dared to rebel at such a level. Of the 100,000 soldiers, only 7 or 8,000 were killed, and the rest fled in defeat. At this time, the battlefield was in chaos. Scattered soldiers were everywhere. Under the leadership of the northern citadel's elites, the army chased the scattered soldiers away like ducks. Sulen was experienced in battle. He commanded the army to attack the weak points of the southern rebel army. Most of the time, people had the misconception that the commander of the southern rebel army, Acer, was one of them. He had never led a large army in battle, and it was already very good that he could lead 100,000 soldiers. But when the battle really started, he would make stupid moves and fall into a dilemma. The difference between a famous general and a normal general was that they could create opportunities, seize the enemy's weakness, and concentrate their forces to attack the enemy's weak points. Apart from a small number of truly talented generals, the vast majority of famous generals relied on accumulated experience to improve their judgment. When it came to experience, no one on the battlefield was more experienced than Sulen. After the front line was defeated, Sulen saw the weakness of the southern rebel army. As the commander, Acer panicked. He gave a dozen orders in a row, and the result was that the army became even more chaotic. Seeing this situation, Su Luan directly sent the cavalry to take the opportunity to rush forward. The waves of attacks came one after another and completely defeated the southern rebels. The more the defeated army was defeated, the more the defeated army would be hit by the seawater. Generally, people had a herd mentality. When the defeated army reached a certain scale, they would directly take the army that had not collapsed and flee together with it. After the southern rebel army collapsed, Su Luan released all of his troops to expel and capture them. Su Luan didn't kill all of these defeated troops. In his opinion, these 100,000 troops were all able-bodied laborers. It would be a waste to kill all of them. Beifeng Principality was still short of manpower. Even if all of them were sent there, it wouldn't be enough. Of course, Sulan also paid attention to the nobles. These southern nobles were all very rich. Sulan planned to squeeze some money out of them. Sulan could be said to be spending money like water. This time he came to the south to make a big splash. Just as Sulan chased the southern rebel army away like ducks, the big show in San Filto City began. At this time, in a luxurious manner in San Filto City, the nobles who had been preparing for a long time had received news that Sulan's army was entangled with the southern noble army. Therefore, these nobles who were about to lose their patience were ready to take action. These nobles had long lost the bravery of their ancestors. However, each family still had a few experts. Moreover, they also had a lot of private soldiers. Apart from private soldiers, they also had a lot of knights. The strength of a noble was limited. However, with a dozen or more noble families added together, it was not a problem to pull out an army of a few thousand people. These nobles didn't need to work. Instead, they enjoyed themselves from day to night. If they wanted to support their large families and their many servant armies, they couldn't rely on farming alone. Therefore, these nobles had a lot of mines and shops. Farming was only a small part of it. Hundreds of years of accumulation was not just for show. For this day, these nobles took out a lot of gold and silver to bribe the remaining troops. The San Filto City's army, from the captains to the generals, were all brought by Sulan from the northern city. How could they be bribed? However, if they couldn't be bribed, they wouldn't be able to act out the rest of the scene. Therefore, under Sulan's arrangements, they naturally pretended to be bribed by these nobles. After the Reformation, the military system in San Filto City was very strict. There was a strict limit to the number of private soldiers the nobles could have. Even the weapons and armors they could have were limited. Normal swords were not prohibited, but bows and armors were not allowed. However, this was not a problem for the nobles. After all, many nobles had blacksmiths at home. Although they didn't have a lot of armors, they could still gather a few dozen sets. With this army and some ordinary citizens, they could easily pull out tens of thousands of soldiers. It was enough to take down San Filto City, which was empty of soldiers. The large army gathered, and then there were spies who came to the city gate. Countless soldiers quickly surrounded the palace. The north wind whistled and night fell. However, the city was brightly lit. Soldiers holding torches poured out of the city. The shining swords reflected their ferocious and distorted faces. The citizens in the city had already shut their doors and trembled as they watched through the cracks of their doors. They were afraid that these soldiers would rush into their houses. These soldiers couldn't care less about them now. They all looked at the palace with greedy eyes. This was the king's home. As long as they could break in, they could have all kinds of gold, silver, and jewelry. All kinds of beautiful ladies and rare treasures would be theirs. For this operation, the nobles had put in a lot of effort. Not only did they take out a lot of gold and silver, but they also sent out their powerful subordinates. They were very clear about the strength of Sulan's army. Without powerful knights, it was almost impossible to break in. With a command, the impatient soldiers rushed forward excitedly and tried to take over the palace by force. The flames flickered and the sounds of fighting shook the sky. The entire city fell into a chaotic battle at this moment. Many of the nobles who had participated in the operation were excited beyond words. They brought their subordinates to the palace and were ready to witness the fall of this place that symbolized the king's power. A ray of light descended from the sky. Then a light blue energy barrier rose in the palace. It was like an inverted jade bowl, enveloping the entire palace. Seeing this scene, the nobles suddenly felt a sense of unease. Although they weren't wizards, they could clearly recognize that this was a spell that only those mysterious wizards could cast. The entire night sky was illuminated by this gorgeous energy barrier, but the nobles' faces turned pale. How could this spell be broken? At this moment, there were waves of killing sounds coming from behind. The soldiers at the back cried and fled in panic. They were no longer as arrogant and domineering as before. Those who fell behind were directly beheaded. These soldiers only hated that their parents didn't give birth to them with 2 more legs. At the same time, the palace gate suddenly opened. Groups of soldiers rushed out of the palace. There were barbarians, dwarves, and even half-elves. Although there weren't many of them, they directly crushed the army outside. The nobles had nowhere to run and were defeated. Sulen looked at the middle-aged man in front of him. He had a strong and slender body, a head full of blonde hair, and a handsome face. Although he was already middle-aged, he looked very charming. He was completely in line with the beauty standards of those noble ladies. Marquis Acer, this should be the first time we've met. Sulen picked up a piece of barbecued meat and took a big bite. He looked at the Medici family head who was tied up and kneeling at the bottom of the steps with a playful expression, and said in a frivolous tone. Although he was in a sorry state, Marquis Acer didn't panic. He still looked elegant. Your Majesty Sulen, I am a noble, and I am the Emperor's chosen Marquis of Florence. I request to be treated according to my status. The way you treat me is completely unbefitting of a noble. Oh, now you know that you are a noble of the Kingdom of Florence. A Marquis of the Emperor's chosen Marquis. What a great noble! Sulen said in an exaggerated tone. But why is a great noble like you, a Marquis of the Emperor's chosen Marquis, kneeling here? Sulen said with a mocking expression. Don't you know in your heart? You have already rebelled, and you still think that you are a noble of the Kingdom of Florence? You want to be treated like a noble? You want to eat **T. Your Majesty Sulen, according to the noble inheritance law, you are not a direct descendant of the Henry royal family. You have no right to inherit at all. According to the inheritance law, as a Marquis of the Emperor's chosen Marquis, I have the right to inherit the throne. So you are kneeling here. Sulen interrupted him directly. In the battle that day, the army of 100,000 was just for show. They were almost defeated in front of Sulen's rebel army. As the commander-in-chief, he was taken special care of. When he escaped, there was a stupid guard who followed him all the way with a flag, completely exposing his route. In the end, he was caught by the enemy before he could run far. After all, the army he led was not tempered by war at all. They were not strong enough. After encountering the elites of the northern city, they were completely suppressed. If it was a defensive battle, they might be able to hold on for a while with the help of the city wall. However, in a wild battle, they were all wiped out in one battle. From noon to night, the defeated army was everywhere in the mountains. After the battle, the army of 100,000 disappeared. Among them, there were at least 50, if not 100, nobles who were captured. Who asked these nobles to rely on their numbers? They thought that the other side was short of food, so they all dressed up in gaudy clothes. They wanted to show off their heroism after the victory, but in the end, they dressed too extravagantly and became targets on the battlefield. Since you want to be treated as a noble, it is not impossible. Sulen put down the barbecue and took the towel from the guard to wipe his hands. According to your title, how much kinner do you need to pay to be treated as a noble? 200,000 kinner. Acer said with a painful expression. What are you waiting for? Let go of Marquis Acer. Sulen yelled at the 2 soldiers beside him. Look at how tight the rope is. Hurry up and untie him. Our Marquis Acer has never suffered like this before. How can you be so careless? The 2 soldiers beside him quickly untied the ropes on Acer's body. Marquis Acer has suffered. It's all our fault. Sulen looked at Marquis Acer with a smile, like he was looking at a mountain of gold. Chapter 473. With Isis as an example, the rest of the nobles expressed their willingness to pay the ransom. After a rough calculation, Sulen received a shocking number. The total ransom of these nobles was almost 5 million kinner. However, Sulen did not plan to let them go so easily. He asked these nobles to write letters to their families to send the ransom. After receiving these letters, the nobles who were still trembling in fear heaved a sigh of relief. As long as they accepted the ransom, it would be easy. Although they had to pay a large sum of money, it was still better than being accused of rebellion and stripped of their titles. They immediately opened their treasure vaults and took out a large amount of kinnur to pay the ransom. Soon, Sulen's camp received a shocking amount of kinnur. After receiving the ransom, Sulen did not immediately release the nobles. He did not plan to let these rebels go so easily. Moreover, these fertile lands in the south were too cheap for them. It was better for him to take control of them. Therefore, after the nobles paid the ransom and let their guard down, Sulen's army quietly spread out to the surrounding cities and attacked at the agreed time. The soldiers suffered heavy losses. Under the lack of vigilance, more than 10 southern cities were conquered overnight. Sulen completely bared his fangs. However, although he had conquered more than 10 cities, there were more cities in the south that were still controlled by the rebels. However, the combat power of Sulen's army had completely shocked these people. They did not dare to attack again. Because Sulen did not have enough soldiers, conquering more than 10 cities was already the limit. Therefore, he did not launch another attack. Instead, he took the opportunity to quickly digest the spoils of war that he had just received. At the same time, Sulen took out the ransom that he had just received and began to recruit soldiers again. While recruiting, Sulen began to transfer more soldiers from the northern city. The northern city had more than 10,000 soldiers before, but after a few transfers, there were less than 5,000 soldiers left. More than half of them were new soldiers. The rest of the soldiers were sent to San Filto through the teleportation circle. The rebellion in San Filto had ended long ago. The rebellion that the nobles had prepared did not cause any waves at all. Whether it was the nobles' private soldiers, recruited soldiers, or even bribed soldiers, they were all defeated in one blow. The nobles who participated in the rebellion were all driven crazy by the well-prepared embroidered uniform guards. For a time, the prisons in the city were overcrowded. With so many nobles captured, all sorts of confessions were interrogated by the embroidered uniform guards. The culprit, who had been hiding under the water, could no longer hide and was quickly captured. This time, about half of the nobles in the Kingdom of Florence were directly implicated. In addition to arresting people, they also obtained a lot of money and land. At the same time, the power of the nobles was also dealt a blow by Sulen. After this incident, the number of nobles in the Kingdom of Florence was reduced by half. The influence of the nobles was greatly weakened. Moreover, those who dared to resist were mostly captured. The remaining ones were all very obedient. Apart from that, Sulen had also begun to promulgate laws that restricted the rights of the nobles. Although the laws did not completely eliminate the nobles, it was impossible for them to be as powerful as before. Sulen dealt with these people very decisively. Needless to say, those who were deeply involved were directly stripped of their titles. The main culprit was sentenced to death by hanging. As for those who were implicated, all their property was confiscated, and they were punished to be slaves. When spring came next year, they would be sent to work in the northern town city. This incident could implicate at least tens of thousands of people and send them to the northern town city. With these people, the rapid development of the northern town city was already a matter of certainty. Just as Sulen was digesting the spoils of war, the rebellious nobles in the south began to send messengers to negotiate. These people had already realized the gap between them and Sulen. After being beaten up, they also woke up. This negotiation was to admit defeat. If they continued to fight, although they could win, it would take a lot of time. Another reason was that several countries bordering the south of Florence had recently begun to stir. If Sulen pressed too hard, who knew if these nobles would directly cooperate with the surrounding countries? By then, things would be troublesome. Therefore, after some consideration, Sulen decided to negotiate, but the requirements of the negotiation were much stricter. At the very least, these nobles had to pay a heavy price. After handing over the peace negotiations, Sulen also returned to San Filto city. After the war of 100,000 people ended, Sulen heard the system prompt sound in his ears. Congratulations, host. You have won a glorious victory. Under your command, your army has defeated the southern rebel army despite being outnumbered. At the same time, you have suppressed the rebel army within the royal city. You have obtained 63,000 EXP. You have obtained 1 platinum treasure chest. You have obtained 3 rubies. Battle ended. January 1689 of the new moon calendar. In the kingdom of Florence, the nobles in the capital who were dissatisfied with you colluded with the nobles in the south and started a great rebellion. You and your army fought calmly and successfully crushed the enemy's scheme. You have also defeated the rebels in the south in the field, obtaining victory in the entire battle and forcing the other nobles in the south to submit to you. Your name has started to spread in the surrounding countries. Prestige plus 15. Hearing the notifications of his attributes, Sulen opened up his storage space. This time around he had only received a platinum treasure chest and a few magic gemstones. His gains could only be said to be better than nothing. However, the enemies this time around were not strong enough. They did not even have a single legend, and the strongest were merely conferred knights and knight commanders. The 60,000 experience points were only given due to the fact that there were enough enemies this time around. Feng Xingjian casually opened the platinum treasure chest, and a series of beautiful special effects flashed by. The system's cold voice rang out in his ears. Congratulations, host. You have opened the platinum treasure chest. You have received the item demonized oak tree seed. A strange seed appeared before his eyes. Sulen picked it up. This seed was about the size of a walnut and was silvery white in color. There were some strange patterns on the surface of the seed, and it looked very beautiful. With one look, Feng Xingjian could tell that this seed was no ordinary item. Demonized oak tree plant. This is a strange seed that requires a special environment in order for it to take root and germinate. After that, it will grow and become a demonized oak tree. The demonized oak tree possesses mysterious powers. Host, please explore on your own. Explore on my own? What the heck? Su Luan looked back and forth at the silver-white seed in front of him, which was surrounded by a layer of strange power, protecting the seed from harm. The result of the system's identification was also vague. Sulen was also curious about this seed. However, there was nothing he could do about it now. If he wanted to plant this seed, he would need to find a suitable place. Ordinary places would not allow it to germinate. Sulen gave it some thought and kept the seed. He planned to send the seed to the secret realm to test it out after returning to northern Garrison City. After staying in San Filto City for 2 days, Sulen brought Phyllis along to have a deep and simple conversation. After that, he went to northern Garrison City in a carefree mood. The biggest harvest this time, other than a dozen cities, was a large amount of kinner. This time, Sulen obtained a total of 10 million kinner. With so many kinner, it greatly alleviated northern Garrison City's financial problems. Moreover, Sulen was also preparing to continue building the miracle building. Last time, he obtained the Qilin horn. He already had the blueprint for the Qilin pavilion. However, he did not have enough funds at that time. Now that he had the funds, he could buy all kinds of materials. Therefore, the Qilin pavilion could also be built. The location that Sulen chose for the Qilin pavilion was near the military camp. The terrain here was broad. After confirming the location, Northern Garrison City's huge construction team immediately began to work. All kinds of materials and building materials were continuously transported over. After that, construction began under Sulen's command. The Qilin pavilion did not occupy a large area. However, the attic's shape was grand and imposing. It used a large amount of high-quality wood. This was a 3-story brick attic. The attic was richly ornamented. On top of it, there were many carvings of rare beasts. Fortunately, Northern Garrison City's craftsmen were all experienced masters. Otherwise, this kind of attic might not be able to be completed. After handing over the blueprint to the construction leader, Sulen left the construction site. He brought the demonized oak tree seed to Northern Wind Pagoda. Sulen went straight to the astrology platform in the pagoda. When he arrived at the astrology platform, Hathaway was reclining on a reclining chair and flipping through a magic book. After seeing Sulen arrive, her face revealed a trace of joy. However, it quickly disappeared. How come you have time to come here today? Hathaway put down the book and raised her head to take a look at him. The corner of her mouth revealed a trace of a tranquil smile. Her eyes moved and her rosy cherry lips slightly opened. Sulen shrugged his shoulders and very casually sat on the reclining chair. Hathaway's beautiful big eyes rolled her eyes at him. After that, she leaned her body to the side and made some space for him. Sulen comfortably leaned against her and sat down. Although the chaise lounge was rather spacious, it was still a bit crowded when two people sat on it. A burst of male scent assaulted her face. Although she was already very familiar with it, Hathaway's face still flashed with a trace of blush. Sulen sniffed the faint delicate fragrance that came from the tip of his nose. He felt the astonishing elasticity and softness of her body. Hathaway's body carried a delicate fragrance. Her soft long hair casually draped down. Her white as jade-like skin was as delicate as a baby's. As if sensing Sulen's gaze, some small goosebumps slowly appeared on Hathaway's arms. After a while, Sulen withdrew his gaze. Then he took out an exquisite box and lowered it in front of Hathaway. I obtained a strange seed this time. Take a look and see if it's useful. Sulen said close to Hathaway's ear. He opened the box and revealed the silver seed inside. His scorching breath blew on the side of her face and earrings. Hathaway's white as jade-like skin also slowly rose a little bit. Sulen stared at the woman with astonishing attractiveness and seduction in front of him. A mischievous smile appeared on his face. Chapter 474. A silver ray of light shone and appeared. The silver enchanted seed reflected a beautiful light. Even the most knowledgeable witches were attracted by this strange seed. What kind of seed is this? Hathaway reached out and picked up the seed. It is said to be the seed of an enchanted oak tree. Sulen stretched his body, raised his arm, and dropped it. Naturally, it went through Hathaway's back and reached her waist. Hathaway's body trembled slightly, but she did not reject it. She continued to look down at the seed. Sulen wrapped his arm around Hathaway's slender waist and pulled her tall body into his arms. Hathaway rolled her eyes at him and continued to look at the enchanted seed. This seed has a strong vitality, Hathaway said in surprise after she sent her magic power into it to examine it. It's just a little strange. There is a layer of energy field on the surface of this seed. Before this energy field dissipates, it can't be planted. Sulen said, this layer of energy field has a chance to disappear when the seed is in a suitable place. I plan to plant this seed in the secret realm. What do you think? I just tested it. This seed is not dangerous. As long as we are careful, there won't be any big problems. But I suggest that we isolate it first. Hathaway's cheeks were flushed. Sulen's warm palm slowly climbed up like a snake. His fingertips brushed across Hathaway's smooth and soft skin. He could feel the temperature of Hathaway's body rising, and the delicate fragrance of her body was getting stronger. At the same time, he inadvertently licked her small and cute earlobe. Phew. Hathaway's breathing was obviously a little faster, and her eyes seemed to become like a pool of spring water at this moment. Although her eyes fell on the silver seed in her hand, she seemed to be absent-minded. Sulen's palm slid upward. His fingers crossed the plane and soon began to climb the peak. Hathaway felt her body getting hotter and hotter, and her breathing became faster. At this moment, Hathaway's breathing suddenly stopped. Sulen's palm was holding a soft peach. The touch was smoother than silk and as gentle as jade. He loved it so much that he could not put it down. The steering wheel was kneaded into various shapes. Sulen used his arm to directly carry Hathaway's light body. Then he walked into a room at the side. Soon, a burst of sobbing sounds floated out from the astrology platform. Sulen's purple lightning thunder dragon spear swept through thousands of troops with unparalleled penetrative power. Hathaway's protective shield collapsed under this kind of attack. However, facing Sulen's rapid advance, Hathaway did not give up resisting. She also began to resist with the wizard's hand. However, how could it withstand the giant tongue whip? Sulen brought out his specialty, the seven snakes coiling spear. He quickly charged 3 times without any cooldown time, and then violently attacked with the Overlord's spear rush. Even legendary spellcasters were beaten to a pulp. After activating their ultimate move, they were invincible. Then it was an earth-shattering battle of tens of thousands of words. In the end, Sulen won a complete victory. Early the next morning, Sulen brought Hathaway back to the secret realm. The secret realm was still full of flowers, and there were no changes due to the wind and snow outside. Groups of winged ones were busy in the flower field not far away. On the other side, a few clay golems were working. The whole secret realm was full of vitality. The secret realm produced a lot of magic materials every month. However, because of the lack of manpower, there were still many places in the secret realm that had not been repaired. Many of the planting areas were still barren. The operation of a secret realm required a lot of manpower. The work in the secret realm was dangerous. Without a certain level of strength, it was impossible to do it. At the same time, some magic knowledge and the ability to cast spells were needed. With Sulen's current foundation, he could not do it. Sulen and Hathaway came to the control center of the secret realm. He asked Tower Spirit number 1 to display a three-dimensional map of the entire secret realm. He was going to mark out a piece of land in the secret realm and use it to plant the enchanted oak. With the help of Tower Spirit number 1, Sulen quickly chose a place. The area of the land was neither big nor small. It was about 1,000 square meters. The surrounding area had been isolated by a spatial isolation circle. At the same time, there was an energy channel connected to the elemental pool to provide enough energy. Sulen deliberately built a small pool here. The water in it was the energy water that was drawn from the elemental pool. After the planting environment was ready, Sulen took out the silver seed. After injecting energy into the seed, he put the seed in the pool. After the seed entered the spring water, the strange energy field that shrouded the seed quickly dissipated. Then, to Suluan's surprise, the seed that had just sprouted grew uncontrollably. The seed buds broke out of the soil and grew rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it became a small sapling. Then, the elemental water in the pool was consumed at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few seconds, the elemental water in the pool was exhausted. Seeing this, Sulen immediately ordered Tower Spirit number 1 to open the energy channel. Soon the blue elemental water poured into the pool. With the influx of elemental water, the sapling grew rapidly again. In just a few minutes, the sapling grew into a tree more than 10 meters tall. At this time, the growth of the oak tree finally began to slow down. However, even though it had slowed down a little, its growth rate was still dozens of times faster than its normal growth rate. In the next few days, with the energy supply from the elemental pool, the oak finally grew to about 20 meters tall. Its branches and leaves were lush and green. A strange energy appeared around the demonized oak tree. This energy was somewhat different from mana. It was gentler and purer, with a natural aura. This aura made people feel very comfortable. Although it had grown to more than 20 meters, the oak was still not mature. However, its growth rate had returned to normal. It could only grow slowly. This is a nature oak. Hathaway looked at the tree in front of her in surprise. Nature oak? What's that? Sulen looked at Hathaway in confusion. The nature oak is a magical plant cultivated by the elves. Hathaway reached out and enchanted the trunk of the oak. She continued, "You should have heard of the legend of the Tree of Life or the World Tree, right?" "Of course I have. The World Tree is said to be the divine tree that created the world. The Tree of Life is the treasure of the High Elves. You mean this tree is?" Sulen immediately understood. "What are you thinking about?" Hathaway rolled her eyes at Sulen. She continued, "Not to mention the World Tree. Even the Tree of Life can't grow in a space like the Arcana realm. The World Tree is a divine object that only exists in legends. No one has ever seen it before. Legend has it that the Tree of Life grows in the ancestral land of the elves. Other than a few gold elves among the high elves, no other elves can get close to it, let alone us. The World Tree was said to have been destroyed during the War of the Gods. It was cut down by the gods, leaving only some withered branches and leaves, which were taken away by some people. The Tree of Life was very precious. The High Elves had always wanted to plant one, but they had never succeeded. Later, The High Elves began to use the branches of the Tree of Life and other trees to cultivate. It was said that some of the branches of the World Tree were also used. This method of cultivation eventually succeeded, but it also failed. The newly cultivated plants were not as powerful as the elves had expected. Although they inherited a part of it, they were severely weakened in all aspects. The nature oak could change the surrounding environment and make it more habitable. At the same time, it could purify corrosion and increase the concentration of natural energy. Although it was not as good as the Tree of Life, many elven villages would plant one. Elven villages would also be built around nature oaks. During the Elven Empire, every elven village would have a nature oak. After the Elven Empire collapsed, many nature oaks were cut down and burned. Although the nature oak was not as powerful as the World Tree, it still inherited some of the World Tree's abilities. For example, it could form a nature domain around itself. Casting nature spells or druid spells here would be enhanced. Sulen did not expect this seed to be a nature oak. Since the Elven Empire was destroyed, many nature oaks were destroyed. This plant was very precious among the elves. Now there was one growing in the Arcana realm. Nature oak. Legend has it that the branches of the World Tree and the Tree of Life were used to cultivate an advanced plant. It was widely planted throughout the continent during the Elven Empire. It has the effect of purifying the environment and improving nature. Energy purification plus 35, nature force plus 33, nature domain plus 10, health growth plus 18, bloodline evolution plus 6, only applicable to nature elemental creatures, environment compatibility plus 33. Sulen was a bit surprised after seeing the nature oak's attributes. This kind of nature oak could promote bloodline evolution. No wonder the elves planted it in every village. At the beginning, the ancient elves' bloodline was the same as the dragons, which was the golden bloodline. However, as time passed, their bloodline began to deteriorate. For example, the normal elves' bloodline had already deteriorated to bronze, which was not much different from a human's bloodline. However, with this nature oak, their bloodline would slowly improve. Although it would be difficult to evolve, at least it would not continue to deteriorate. This was very important to the elves. However, this bloodline evolution was only limited to nature elemental creatures. In the northern city, only the half-elves and Pegasi met this requirement. Chapter 475. Bloodline evolution was a rare ability. The nature oak's ability was only effective on elves and half-elves. It had limited effect on Sulen. As for letting the half-elves live here, Sulen planned to use it as a reward. Only the half-elves who had made great contributions could live here. With this nature oak, the half-elves' loyalty to Sulen would increase again. Sulen believed that the half-elves would work hard for a long time. As the nature breath on the oak spread, Sulen and Hathaway felt some changes in their bodies. Although Sulen had successfully merged with the divinity after absorbing it last time, the pollution in the divinity was not completely removed. The divinity of the Brain Hunter contained a large amount of evil, madness, lust, violence, and destruction. It could easily interfere with one's mind. After Sulen's methods, most of these negative energies had been removed. According to the original speed, it would take at least half a month to remove all the pollution. But just now, all the pollution in his body had been cleansed. Feeling the changes in his body, Sulen's eyes flashed with joy. The nature oak could actually cleanse the pollution in his body. This was great news for Sulen. With the purification effect of the nature oak, he could continue to extract the remaining divinity of the Brain Hunter. This purification effect was not only effective on Sulen, but also on Hathaway. As a wizard, Hathaway had taken many potions. Some of these potions were used to heal injuries, while others were used to increase strength. Normal potions had side effects, not to mention this kind of potion. Although the side effects had been reduced to a very low level after Hathaway's treatment, there were still a lot of side effects accumulated in her body over the years. This kind of poison caused the energy in her body to not be pure enough. Basically, all wizards had this problem. Now the poison in Hathaway's body had been completely cleansed. As a legendary wizard, Hathaway was very sensitive to the changes in her body. Soon, she felt that her body had become more pure. Sulen and Hathaway waited for a while before leaving the secret realm and returning to the North Wind Tower. After Sulen returned, he hurriedly took out the divine crystal of the brain hunter sealed in the wizard tower. He was ready to extract the divinity from it again. After taking out the divine crystal, Sulen and Hathaway came to the astrology platform. They were very familiar with extracting divinity. They directly connected the galaxy to the elemental pool, and powerful elemental energy instantly appeared on the astrology platform. At this time, the rune circle under their feet also lit up. Hathaway gently waved her hand, and a delicate magic staff appeared in her hand. Seal. Rise. Along with the huge energy, a mighty torrent of magic power appeared. Hathaway's figure was lifted into the air by this power, and a silver chain quickly formed. At this time, Sulen also took out the divine crystal. With a light flick of his finger, the divine crystal fell into the seal. Hathaway nodded at Sulen. Sulen took a deep breath and stood on another rune circle. The huge elemental energy was instantly activated, and the rune circle lit up. Soul extraction. In an instant, the powerful elemental energy turned into chains and sank into the divine crystal. Then a huge energy burst out. The chains slowly pulled and dragged the soul of the brain hunter out of the divine crystal. The ferocious-looking brain hunter was dragged out little by little. The brain hunter struggled to escape, but as soon as it moved, more rune chains wrapped around it and completely suppressed it. Soul extraction. A purple-brown soul energy was extracted, and then integrated into Sulen's body. It contained the soul energy and divinity of the brain hunter. Sulen calmed his mind, extracted the soul energy, and resealed it. Then, he integrated the divinity into his body. As the soul energy was extracted, the soul of the brain hunter began to become more transparent. At the same time, a trace of pale golden energy began to slowly enter Sulen's body. The original divinity in Sulen's body was also stimulated at this moment, guiding the divinity into his body. A trace of pale golden appeared in Sulen's blood, and even the divinity in his soul became more radiant. As the divinity was integrated bit by bit, Sulen quickly felt bloated again. When he felt that the divinity was absorbed to the peak, Sulen directly stopped the soul extraction. At this time, the originally solid soul of the brain hunter had become faintly discernible. After 2 extractions, the soul of the brain hunter had become very weak. There was only a little divinity left. The soul crystal that Sulen used to preserve the soul energy of the brain hunter had also become legendary. As long as the remaining soul energy was integrated, the soul crystal would become advanced legendary. Hathaway skillfully used the demon sealing formation to reseal the divine crystal. Sulen also came to the seclusion room and began to remove the evil energy. At the same time, he removed the various negative thoughts in the divinity. When he came out of the seclusion room, the negative energy in his body was very faint. The remaining polluted energy needed to be slowly removed. The last stubborn energy would be purified by the nature oak in the secret realm. After integrating the divinity, Sulen had 9 points of divinity. He was only 1 step away from becoming a demigod. After stretching his body, Sulen left the Northern Wind Tower and went to the Qilin Pavilion in the northern town to inspect. The Qilin Pavilion did not occupy a large area. After a long period of training, the workers in the northern town had rich experience and superb skills. It was not difficult to build the Qilin Pavilion. After inspecting it and finding no problems, Sulen left with satisfaction. Speaking of the buildings in the northern town, the Qilin Pavilion occupied the smallest area and was also the easiest to build. According to the progress of the project, it would be completed in about a week. After inspecting the city, Sulen returned to the palace. During this period of time, there were many things to do. The rebels in the south were still negotiating, and the rebels in the northern town of Coldwind were finally coming to an end. Originally, after the rebels lost 5 high-grade wizards, the Marquis of Savoy had broken through the pass. However, at this time, snow had started to fall in the northern town. It was very difficult to move again in such weather. As a result, the time was delayed for a while, and finally, Coldwind City was completely taken care of. Alex and Karina also returned to Northgard City after completing their quests. After resting in the northern town for 2 days, Sulen decided to build an obsidian workshop. The production of obsidian required magma, which was very common in areas with frequent volcanoes. However, there were no volcanoes in the northern town. After thinking for a while, he decided to go to the fire elemental plane to capture 2 magma elementals. The temperature in the fire elemental plane was very high. Ordinary people could not survive for more than a minute. The temperature in the fire elemental plane was the lowest. Many things were needed to survive in such a harsh environment. After hearing that Sulen wanted to go to the fire elemental plane, Hathaway spent a lot of time in elves to make a high-grade fire-resistant ring. Interplanar travel was not easy. Sulen was only a high-grade wizard, so he could not travel between planes. However, Hathaway was already a legendary wizard. With Hathaway's power, he could also travel between planes. The environment in the fire elemental plane was very harsh. It was very dangerous for anyone below the legendary rank to enter, so this time only Sulen went. Hathaway made an interplanar teleportation circle in the astrology station to connect to the fire elemental plane. Through this planar teleportation array, Su Luan could be teleported to the fire elemental plane. At the same time, this planar teleportation array had a time limit. The return coordinates had been set at the same time as the teleportation array. As long as the time was up or Su Luan wanted to return, he could directly activate the spatial coordinates left on him and be teleported back by the planar teleportation array. After a few days, all the preparations were done. Hathaway and Sulen came to the astrology station, where the interplanar teleportation circle was ready. Sulen took a deep breath, stood in the center of the teleportation circle, and nodded to Hathaway. Hathaway took out her magic staff and gently tapped it on the ground. A powerful elemental energy instantly poured into the teleportation circle through the energy channel. The powerful energy tore the space apart, and a portal appeared in front of them. Sulen cast a few defensive spells on himself and walked into the portal. The dazzling light of teleportation rose, and Sulen's figure disappeared in front of them. Sulen only felt a strong sense of dizziness, and then his eyes lit up. A wave of heat washed over him, and all he could see was fiery red. The sky, the earth, and the mountains were all burning with fire. Everything in the fire elemental plane was shining with fire. The ground was nothing more than flattened flames and ashes, and the air was restless from the erupting firestorms. The most common liquid was lava, not water. Oceans were formed by flowing flames, and mountains were leaking lava. The first time he came to the fire elemental plane, Sulen felt an intense burning sensation. Although he had already cast a few spells on himself and had a high-grade fire resistance ring, he still couldn't completely resist the high temperature. Just the outermost layer of the fire elemental plane had a temperature of 800 degrees. Ordinary people would directly burn to death if they came here, and most things in the material world would directly burn if they came here. And in the depths of the fire elemental plane, it was normal for the temperature to reach tens of thousands of degrees. Even steel would become as soft as mud and would quickly melt when it was brought here. Ordinary weapons couldn't be used here, and the temperature was very high. Directly breathing would cook the respiratory tract and lungs. Moreover, the air was full of poisonous gases, so they could only use wind elemental power to breathe. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.